Chapter 15, Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Learning and Ecclesiastical Organization in the Middle Ages. The word progress implies to modern men and women a moving forward towards a perfection as yet unknown, freshly imagined indeed by each generation. To the Middle Ages, it meant rather a peering back through the mists of barbarian invasions to an idealized Christian Rome. Inspiration lay in the past, not merely in such political conceptions as the Holy Roman Empire, but in the domain of art and thought, where too often tradition laid her choking grip upon originality struggling for expression. The painting of the early Middle Ages was stereotyped in the stiff, though beautiful, models of Byzantium that fathers of the Church had insisted, by means of decrees passed at church councils, should be considered as fitting representations of Christian subjects for all time. Less impressive, but more lifelike, were the illuminations of missals and holy books that, in illustrating the Gospels or lives of the saints, reproduced the artist's own surroundings. The noble he could see from the window of his cell riding by with hawk or hounds, the laborer sowing or delving, the merchant with his money bags, the man of fashion trailing his furred gown. Vignettes such as these, with their neat craftsmanship of line and color, their almost photographic love of detail, lend a reality to our glimpses of life in Europe from the 12th to the 14th centuries. Yet, great as is the debt we owe them, the real art of the Middle Ages was not consummated with a brush, but with the builder's tools and the sculptor's chisel. Like the painters, the architect's impulse was at first almost entirely religious, though guild halls and universities followed on the erection of churches and monasteries. Nourished on St. Augustine's belief in this life as a mere transitory journey toward the eternal city of God, medieval men and women saw this pilgrimage encompassed with a vast army of devils and saints ranged in constant battle for the human soul. Only through faith and the kindly assistance of the saints could man hope to beat off the legions of hell which hung like a pack of wolves about his footsteps, and nowhere with greater efficacy than in the sanctuary, from which human prayer arose daily to God's throne. Churches and chapels in modern times have become the property of a section of the public, that is, those who think or believe in a certain way, and sometimes through poverty of purse or spirit, through bad workmanship or material, the architecture that results is shoddy or insignificant. In the Middle Ages, his parish church was the most certain fact in every Christian's existence, from the day he was carried to the font for baptism until his last journey to rest beneath its shadow. Here he would make his confessions, his vows of repentance and amendment, and offer his worship and thanksgiving. Here he would often find a fortified refuge from the violence in the street outside, a school, a granary, a parish council chamber. What more natural than that medieval artists, their souls attuned with the hopes and fears of their age, should realize their genius best in constructing and ornamenting buildings that were, to all citizens alike, the symbol of their belief. "Let us build," said the people of Siena in the 13th century, "such a church to the glory of God that all men shall wonder." The cathedral, when completed, was but a third in size and grandeur of the original design, for the Black Death fell upon Siena and carried off her builders in the midst of their work. Yet it remains magnificently arresting to modern eyes, as though the faith of those who planned and fashioned its slabs of black and white marble for the love of God and their city had breathed into their workmanship something of the medieval soul. The same is true of Notre Dame de la Victoire in Paris, founded by Philip Augustus, of which Victor Hugo says, "Each face, each stone is a page of history." It is true of nearly all medieval churches that have outlived the ravages of war and fire, memorials of an age that, if it lacked behind our own in ultimate achievement, was preeminent in one art at least, ecclesiastical architecture. Where the architect stopped, the medieval sculptor took up his work, at first with simple severity, but later in a riot of imagination that peopled facades, vaulted roofs, and capitals of columns with the angels, demons, and hybrid monsters that haunted the fancy of the day. The flying buttress, the invention of which made possible lofty clerestories with vast expanses of window, brought to perfection another art, the painting of glass. Here also the medieval artist excelled, and the crucibles in which he mixed the colors that hold us rapt before the windows of Lyon, Albi, and Chartres still keep unsolved the secret of their transparent delicacy and depth. In the architecture, the sculpture, and in the stained glass of the Middle Ages, we see original genius at work, but in learning and culture, Europe was slower to throw off the giant influence of Rome. Even under the crushing inroads of barbarian ignorance, Italy had managed to keep alive the study of classical authors and of Roman law. Latin remained the language of the educated man or woman, the language in which the services of the church were recited, sermons were preached, correspondence carried on, business transacted, and students in universities and schools addressed by their professors. The advantages of a common tongue can be imagined. The comparative ease with which a pope or king could keep in touch with bishops or subjects of a different race, the accessibility of the best books to students of all nations, since scarcely a medieval author of repute would condescend to employ his own tongue. Above all, perhaps, the ease with which an ambassador, a merchant, or a pilgrim could make himself understood on a journey across Europe, instead of torturing his brain with struggles after the right word in first one foreign dialect and then another. This classical form, so rigidly withholding knowledge from the grasp of the ignorant, had also its disadvantage, for many a medieval pen that could have flown across vellum in joyful intimacy in its owner's tongue stumbled clumsily amidst Latin constructions, leaving in the end not a spontaneous record of current events, but a dry-as-dust catalogue in bad imitation of some Latin stylist. The modern world is more grateful to medieval culture for such lapses as Dante's Divina Commedia than for all the heavy Latin tomes whose authors hoped for laureled immortality. For those in England and France who could not easily master Latin or found its stately periods too cumbrous for ordinary conversation, French, descended from the spoken Latin of the Roman soldier or merchant in Gaul, was, in the Middle Ages as today, the language of polite society. It possessed two distinct dialects, the langue d'oil and the langue d'oc, so called because a northern Frenchman, including the Norman, was supposed to pronounce oui as will, while his southern fellow countrymen pronounced it as oc. England, where ever since the conquest of William I, French had been the natural tongue of a semi-foreign court, owed an enormous literary impulse to the langue d'oil during the 12th and 13th centuries, while the langue d'oc that gave its name to a district in the south of France shared its poetry and romance between Provençals and Catalans. The descendants of the former are today French, of the latter Spanish, but in the 11th century they were fellow subjects of the Counts of Toulouse, who ruled over a district stretching from the source of the Rhone to the Mediterranean, from the Italian Alps to the Ebro. In this semi-independent kingdom there developed a civilization and culture of hothouse growth, precocious in its appreciation of the less violent pleasures of life, such as love, art, music, literature, but often corrupt in their enjoyment. The gay court of Toulouse paid no heed to St. Augustine's hell, whose fears haunted the rest of Europe in its more thoughtful moments. Joyous and inconsequent, it lived for the passing hour, and out of its atmosphere of dalliance and culture was born a race of poet-singers. These troubadours sang of love, whose silken fetters could hold and thrall knights and fair ladies, and their golden lyrics, now plaintive, now gay, were carried to the crowded cities of Italy and Spain, or found schools of imitators elsewhere, as in Germany, amongst her 13th century minnesingers or love singers. In the north of France and in England appeared minstrels also, but their themes were less of love than of battle, and audiences reveled by castle and campfire in the jests or deeds of Charlemagne and his paladins, the chivalry of Arthur and his knights, or in stirring border ballads such as Chevy Chase. The marketplace, the camp, and the baronial hall, where were sung or recited these often imaginary stories of the past, were the schools of the many unlettered, just as the conversation of Arabs and Jews around the desert fires had stimulated the imagination of the young Mohammed. But for the few who could afford a sounder education, there were the universities, Paris, Bologna, Oxford, to name but three of the most famous. The word universitas implied in the Middle Ages a union of men. Such a corporation as the guilds formed by fishmongers and drapers to protect their trade interests, and the universities had indeed originated for a similar purpose. Cities today that have universities in their midst are proud of the fact and welcome new students. But in early medieval times, an influx of young men of all ages from every part of Europe, many of them wild and unruly, some so poor that they must beg or steal their daily bread, was at first sight a very doubtful blessing. Street fights between nationalities who hated one another on principle, or between bands of students and citizens, were a common occurrence in the towns that learning honored with their presence, and had their usual accompaniment of broken heads, fires, and looting. But for the universitas formed by the masters and students to control and protect their members, these centers of education would probably have been stamped out by indignant tradesmen. As it was, they had to fight for their existence. Municipalities looked with no lenient eye upon a corporation that seemed to them a state within a state, threatening their own right to govern all within the city. It was not until after many generations that they understood the meaning of the word cooperation, that is, the possibility of assisting instead of hindering the work of the universitas. Sometimes a king like Philip Augustus insisted on toleration by granting to his students the privilege of clergy. But as the university grew, it became able to enforce its own lessons. In the 13th century, the masters of Paris closed their lecture halls and led away their flock in protest for what they considered unfair treatment by the city authorities during a riot, and their absence taught Parisians that, in spite of head-breakings, the students were an asset, not a loss to municipal life. Under the protection, therefore, of a papal bull, they returned a few weeks later in triumph to the Latin Quarter. It was only by degrees that colleges where the student could live were erected, or that anything resembling the elaborate organization of a modern university was evolved. Students lodged where they could, and masters lived on the goodwill of those who paid their fees, and starved if their popularity waned and with it their audience. The life of both teacher and pupil was vague and hazardous, with a background of poverty and crime lurking at the street corners to ruin the unwary or foolish. Nor was the period of study a mere passing sojourn like some modern terms. The Bachelor of Arts at Oxford or Paris must be a student of 5 years' standing. The Master of Arts calculated on devoting 3 years more to gaining his final degree. A Doctor of Theology would be faced with 8 years' hard work at least. It might almost be said that higher education under these circumstances became a profession. To Bologna, the greatest of the Italian universities, went those who wished to study Roman law at the fountainhead. This does not mean to stir up the legal dust of a dead empire out of a student's curiosity, but to master a living system of law that barbarian invaders had gradually crafted onto their own national codes. In the 11th century, the laws of Justinian were as much or more revered than in his own day. We have seen that Frederick Barbarossa set the lawyers of Bologna to work to justify from old legal documents the claims he wished to establish over Lombardy, and when they had succeeded to his satisfaction, he rewarded them with gifts and knighthood, showing what value he put on their achievement. This is a very good example of the respect felt by medieval minds for the laws and title deeds of an earlier age, even though the tyranny that resulted led the Lombard League to dispute such claims. Still more closely allied than the civil codes of Europe to the old Roman legal texts was the canon law of the Church that had been based directly upon classic models. And with the rise of Hildebrand's worldwide ambitions, its decisions assumed a growing importance and demanded an enormous army of trained lawyers to interpret and arrange them. For youths of a practical and ambitious turn of mind, here was a course of study leading to a profession profitable in all ages, and a textbook was provided for such budding lawyers in the Decretum of Gratian, a monk who in the 12th century compiled a full and authoritative text of canon law. The existence of the ecclesiastical courts in which canon law was administered we have already mentioned in discussing the quarrel of Henry II of England and Thomas Becket. Founded originally to deal with purely ecclesiastical cases and officials, they tended in time to draw within their competence anyone over whom the Church could claim protection and any causes that affected the rights of the Catholic Church. It was a wide net with a very small mesh, as the Angevin Henry II and other lay rulers of Europe found. The protection that spread its wings over priests and clerks stretched also to crusaders, widows, and orphans. The jurisdiction of the church courts claimed not merely the moral questions such as heresy, sacrilege, and perjury, but all matters connected with probate of wills, marriage and divorce, and even libel. Rome became a hive of ecclesiastical lawyers, with the Pope, like the Roman emperors of old, the supreme lawgiver and final court of appeal for all church courts of Europe. His rule was absolute, at least in theory, for by his power of dispensation he could set aside, if he considered advisable, the very canon law his office administered. He could also summon to his curia, or papal court, any case on which he wished to pronounce judgment, at whatever stage in its litigation in an inferior ecclesiastical court. Under the Pope, in an ordered hierarchy, corresponding to the feudal arrangement of lay society, came the metropolitans, who received from his hand, or from those of his legates, the narrow woolen scarf or pallium that was the symbol of their authority. Next in order came the diocesan bishops, with their officials, the archdeacons, and rural deans, each with their own court and measure of jurisdiction. The Pope's will went forth to Christendom in the form of letters called bulls, from the bulla or heavy seal that was attached to them. Against those who paid no heed to their contents, he could hurl either the weapon of excommunication, that is, of personal outlawry from the Church, or else, if the offender were a king or a city, the still more blasting interdict that fell on ruler and ruled alike. The land that groaned under an interdict was bereft of all spiritual comfort. No priest might say public mass, baptize a newborn child, perform the marriage service, console the dying with supreme unction, or bury the dead. The very church bells would ring no more. It was under this pressure of spiritual starvation, when the saints seemed to have withdrawn their sheltering arms and the demons to have gathered joyfully to a harvest of lost souls, that John of England was brought by the curses of his people to turn to Rome in repentance and submission. Yet, as in the case of most weapons, familiarity bred contempt, and too frequent use of powers of interdict and excommunication was to blunt their efficacy. A Frederick II, the oft excommunicated, proved able to conquer Jerusalem and dominate Italy even under the papal ban. The Church, in her claims to a world empire, demanded in truth an obedience it was beyond her ability to enforce. She also laid herself open to temptations to which, from the nature of her temporal ambitions, she must inevitably succumb. No such elaborate or expensive administration as emanated from her curia could continue without an inexhaustible flow of money into her treasury. Lawyers, priests, legates, cardinals, the Pope himself, each had to be maintained in a state befitting their office in the eyes of the world, as ready in the 13th century as in the 20th to judge by appearances and offer its homage accordingly. In addition to the ordinary expenses of a ruler, whose court was a center of religious and intellectual life for Europe, there was the constant burden of war, first with neighboring Italian rulers and then with the Empire. Innocent IV triumphed over the Hohenstaufen, but largely by dipping his hands into English money bags, to such an extent indeed during the reign of John's son Henry III that England gained the scoffing name of the milk cow of the papacy. At first, when the ecclesiastical courts had offered to criminals a justice at once more humane and comprehensive than the rough and ready tyranny of a king or feudal lord, the upholders of the rights of canon law were regarded as popular heroes. Later, however, with the growth of national feeling and the development and better administration of the civil codes, men and women began to falter in their allegiance. Canon law was found to be both expensive and tardy, especially in the case of appeals, that is, of cases called from some inferior court to Rome. The key also to the judgments given at Rome was often too obviously gold and of heavy weight. Nor was justice alone to be bought or sold. A large part of the money that filled the Roman treasury was derived from benefices and livings in different countries of Europe that had by one means or another accumulated in papal hands. The constant pressure of the wars with emperors and Italian Ghibellines made it necessary for the popes to administer this patronage as profitably as possible, and so the spiritual needs of dioceses and parishes became sacrificed to the military calls on the Roman treasury. Sometimes it was not a living itself for which a clerical candidate paid heavily, but merely the promise of preferment to the next vacancy, or he would pledge himself in the case of nomination to send his first fruits, that is, his first year's revenue, to Rome. Those who could afford the requisite sum might be natives of the country in which the vacant bishopric or living occurred. Often they were not, and the successful nominee, instead of going in person to exercise his duties, would merely send an agent to collect his dues. These dues came from many different sources, but in the case of livings, principally from the tithe, the tax for the maintenance of the church, supposed to represent 1/10 of every man's income. People usually grumble when they are continually asked for money, and medieval men and women were no exception to this rule. Thus, to take the case of England, while the wars between emperor and pope left her comparatively indifferent as to the issues involved, the growing exactions of the Roman curia that touched her pockets awoke a smoldering resentment that every now and then flared into hostility. "In these times," wrote the chronicler Matthew Paris, "the small fire of faith began to grow exceeding chill, so that it was well nigh reduced to ashes. For now was simony practiced without shame. Every day illiterate persons of the lowest class, armed with bulls from Rome, feared not to plunder the revenues which our pious forefathers had assigned for the maintenance of the religious, the support of the poor, and the sustaining of strangers." At Oxford, in the reign of Henry III, 1216-72, the papal legate was forced to fly from the town by indignant clerks of the university, or undergraduates, as we should call him today. "Where is that usurer, that simoniac, that plunderer of revenues, that thirster for money?" they cried, as they hunted him and his retinue through the streets. "It is he who perverts the king and subverts the kingdom to enrich foreigners with our spoils." At Lincoln, Bishop Grosstedt indignantly refused to invest Innocent IV's nephew, a boy of 12, with the next vacant prebendary of his cathedral. Other papal relatives were absorbing livings and bishoprics elsewhere in Europe, for under Innocent IV began the open practice of nepotism, that is, of popes using their revenues in their office in order to provide for their nephews and other members of their families. He laid aside all shame, says Matthew Paris of this pope. He extorted larger sums of money than any before him. The sums of money enabled Rome to cast down her imperial foe, but the extortion was a dangerous expedient. Throughout the early Middle Ages, the Pope had been accepted by Western Christendom as speaking for the Church with the voice of Christ's authority. In his disputes with kings, the latter could never be sure of the loyalty of their people should they call on them to take up arms against the Holy Father. With the growth of nations and of Rome as a temporal power, a gradual change came over the European outlook. Subjects were more inclined to obey rulers whom they knew than a distant potentate whom they did not. They were also less ready to accept papal interference without criticism. Thus, a distinction was for the first time drawn between the Pope and the Church. When King Hako of Norway was offered the imperial crown on the deposition of Frederick II by Innocent IV, he refused, saying, "I will gladly fight the enemies of the Church, but I will not fight against the foes of the Pope." His words were significant of a new spirit. In the feuds of Guelphs and Ghibellines that racked the 12th and 13th centuries were laid the foundations of a movement to control the popes by universal councils in the 15th, and of that still more drastic opposition to his powers in the 16th that we call the Reformation. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Faith of the Middle Ages. A modern student, when he passes from school to a university, soon finds that he is standing at a crossroads. He cannot hope, like a philosopher of the 16th century, to take all knowledge for his province, but must choose which of the many signposts he will follow. Law, classics, science, economics, chemistry, medicine, to name but a few of the more important. Medieval minds would have been sorely puzzled by some of these avenues of knowledge, while the rest they would denounce as mere sidetracks, leading by a devious route to the main high road of theology. Science, for instance, the patient searching after truth by building up knowledge from facts and accepting nothing as a fact that has not been verified by proof, was a closed book in the 13th century. Roger Bacon, an English friar, one of the first to attempt scientific experiments, was regarded with such suspicion on account of his researches and his sarcastic comments on the views of his day that he was believed to be in league with the devil, and even the favor of a pope more enlightened than most of his contemporaries could not save him in later years from imprisonment as a suspected magician. Men and women hate to change the ideas in which they have been brought up, and in the 13th century they readily accepted as facts such fabulous stories told by early Christian writers as that of the phoenix who at 500 years old cast herself into a sacred fire, emerging renewed in health and vigor from her own ashes, or of the pelican killing her young at birth and reviving them in another 3 days, or of the unicorn resisting all the wiles of the hunter, but captured easily by a pure maiden. The charm of such natural history lay to medieval minds not in its legendary quaintness, but in the use to which it could be turned in pointing a moral or adorning the doctrines of theology. Theology was the chief course of study at Paris, just as Roman law reigned at Bologna. It comprised a thorough mastery of the Scriptures as expounded by fathers of the Church, and also of what was then known through Latin and Arabic translations of the works of the Greek philosopher Aristotle. Although he had been a pagan, Aristotle was almost as much revered by many medieval theologians as St. Jerome or St. Augustine, and it was their life work to try and reconcile his views with those of Catholic Christianity. The philosophy that resulted from the study of these very different authorities is called scholasticism, and those who gave patient years of thought to the arguments that built up and maintained its theories, the schoolmen. The first of the great Paris theologians was Peter Abelard, a Breton, handsome, self-confident, ready of tongue and brain. Having studied dialectics, that is, the system of reasoning by which the medieval mind constructed its philosophy, he aroused the disgust of his masters by drawing away their pupils through his eloquence and originality, and as soon as he understood the subject matter sufficiently to lecture on his own account. In Paris, so many young men of his day crowded round his desk that Abelard has been sometimes called the founder of the university. This is not true, but his popularity may be said to have decided that Paris, rather than any other town, should become the intellectual center of France. Greedily his audience listened while he endeavored to prove by human reason beliefs that the Church taught as a matter of faith, and though he had set out with the intention of defending her, it was with the Church that he soon came into conflict. One of his books, called Yes and No, contained a brief summary of the views of early Christian fathers on various theological questions. Drawn into such close proximity, some of these views were found to conflict, and the Breton lecturer became an object of suspicion in ecclesiastical quarters, especially to Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, who believed that human reason was given to man merely that he might accept the teaching of the Church and not raise arguments or criticisms concerning it. Peter Abelard, he wrote to the Pope, is trying to make void the merit of Christian faith when he deems himself able by human reason to comprehend God altogether. The man is great in his own eyes, this scrutinizer of majesty and fabricator of heresies. The minds of the two men were indeed utterly opposed, types of conflicting human thought in all ages. St. Bernard, in spite of his frank denunciations of the sins of the Church, was docile to the voice of her authority and hated and feared the pride of the human intellect as the deadliest of all sins. Abelard, by nature inquisitive and skeptical, regarded his deft brain as a surgeon's knife given to him to cut away diseased or worn-out tissues from the thought of his day in order to leave it healthier and purer. As antagonists, they were no match, for St. Bernard was infinitely the greater man, without any of the other's petty vanity and worldliness to confuse the issue for which they struggled. He had behind him also the sympathy of medieval minds not as yet awakened to any spirit of inquiry, and so the Breton was driven into the retirement of a monk's cell and his condemned works publicly burned. One of his pupils, Peter Lombard, adopted his master's method without arousing the anger of the orthodox by any daring feats of controversy, and produced a book of sentences, or opinions, that became the textbook for scholasticism, just as the Decretum was the authority for students of Roman law. Without being a work of genius, the sentences cleared a pathway through the jungle of medieval thought for more original minds, while the discovery in the latter half of the 12th century of several hitherto unknown works of Aristotle gave added zest to the researches of the schoolmen. Greatest of all these schoolmen was Thomas Aquinas, the angelic doctor, as he has sometimes been called. Aquinas was a Neapolitan of a noble family who ran away from home as a boy to join the Dominicans, an order of wandering preachers of whose foundation we shall shortly speak. Thomas was recaptured and brought home by his elder brother, a noble at the court of Frederick II, but neither threats nor imprisonment could persuade the young novice to give up the life he had chosen. After a year, he broke the bars of his window, escaped from Naples, and went to Cologne and Paris, where he studied theology, emerging from this education the greatest lecturer and teacher of his day. In his Summa Theologica, his best-known book, he set forth his belief in man's highest good as the chief thought of God, using both the commentaries of the Church Fathers and the works of Aristotle as quarries to provide the material for fashioning his arguments. Like Abelard, he believed in the voice of reason, but without any of the Breton's probing skepticism. Human reason, bridled by divine grace, was the guide he sought to lead his pen through the maze of theology. And so clear and judicial were his methods, so brilliant the intellect that shone through his writings, that Aquinas became for later generations an authority almost equal to St. Augustine. The intense preoccupation of medieval minds with theology and the importance attached to right belief are the most striking mental characteristics of the period with which we are dealing. Today we are inclined to judge a man by his actions rather than by his beliefs, to sum up a character as good or bad because its owner is generous or selfish, kind or cruel, brave or cowardly. In the 12th or 13th centuries, this would have seemed a wholly false standard. The ideal of conduct, for one thing, maintained by monks like St. Bernard of Clairvaux, was so exalted that, to the ordinary men and women in an age of cruelty and fierce passions, a good life seemed impossible save for saints. The sins and failings of the rest of the world received a very easy pardon except from ascetics, and it was generally felt that God, in His mercy, through the intercession of the kindly saints, would be compassionate to human weakness so long as the sinner repented, confessed, and clung to a belief in the teaching of the Church. This teaching, or faith, declared to have been given by Christ to His apostles, set forth in the writing of the Christian Fathers, gathered together in the creeds and sacraments defined by church councils, preached and expounded by the clergy and theologians, defended by the Pope, was the torch that could alone guide man's wavering footsteps to the city of God. "Do you know what I shall gain?" asked a French count of the 13th century, "in that during this mortal life I have believed as Holy Church teaches? I shall have a crown in the heavens above the angels, for the angels cannot but believe inasmuch as they see God face to face." Heresy, the refusal to accept the teaching of the Church, was the one unpardonable sin, a moral leprosy worse in medieval eyes than any human disease because it affected the soul, not the body, and the life of the soul was everlasting. The heretic must be suppressed, converted if possible, but if not, burned and forgotten like a diseased rag, lest his wrong beliefs should infect others and so lose their souls also eternally. Today we know that neither suppression nor burnings can ultimately extinguish that independence of thought and spirit of inquiry that are as much the motive power of some human natures as the acceptance of authority is to others. Tolerance, and how far it can be extended to actions as well as beliefs, is one of the problems that the world is still studying. The towns and provinces where the first battles were fought are sown with the blood and ashes of those who neither sought nor offered the way of compromise as a solution. Another of Abelard's pupils, beside the orthodox Peter Lombard, was an Italian, Arnold of Brescia, in many ways a man of like intellect with his master, self-centered, restless, and ambitious. When he returned home from the university, he at once took a violent part in the life of the Brescian commune, declaring publicly that the Church should return to the days of apostolic poverty, and urging the citizens to cast off the yoke of their bishop. Exiled from Italy by the anger of the Pope and clergy at his views, he went again to Paris, where he taught in the university, until, by the king's command, he was driven away. He next found a refuge in Germany, under the protection of a papal legate, who had known and admired him in earlier days. But this news aroused the furious anger of St. Bernard. "Arnold of Brescia," he wrote to the legate, "whose speech is honey, whose doctrine poison, the man whom Brescia has vomited forth, whom Rome abhors, whom France drives into exile, whom Germany curses, whom Italy refuses to receive, obtains thy support. To be his friend is to be the foe of the Pope and God." The legate contrived by mediation to reconcile the heretic temporarily with the Church, but Arnold was by nature a firebrand, and, having settled in Rome, soon became a leader in one of the many plots to make that city a free town, owing allegiance only to the emperor. Largely through his efforts, the Pope was compelled to go into exile. But later, the Romans, under the fear of an interdict that would deprive them of the visits of pilgrims out of whom they usually made their living, deserted him, and the Republican leader was forced to fly. Captured amongst the Italian hills, he was taken to Rome and burned, his ashes being thrown into the Tiber, lest they should be claimed as relics by those of the populace who still loved him. His judges need not have taken this precaution, for neither Arnold's religious nor political views could claim any large measure of public approval in his own day. Elsewhere, indeed, heresy and rebellion were seething, but it was not till the beginning of the 13th century that the outbreak became a vital problem for the papacy. The widest area of heresy was in the provinces of Languedoc and Provence, to whose precocious mental development we have already referred. The Counts of Toulouse no longer ruled in the 13th century over any modern Spain, but north of the Pyrenees they were tenants-in-chief to the French king for one of the most fertile provinces in southern France, while, as Marquesses of Provence, they were vassals of the emperor for the country beyond the Rhone. Semi-independent of the control of either of these overlords, Count Raymond VI presided over a court famed for its luxury and gaiety of heart, its light morals, and its unorthodox religious views. When he received complaints from Rome that his people were deriding the Catholic faith and stoning his bishops and priests, he scarcely pretended to regret, for his skeptical nature was quite unshocked by heresy, and both he and his nobles fully approved of popular insistence on apostolic poverty, a doctrine that enabled them to appropriate ecclesiastical lands and revenues for their own purposes. The heretical sects in Languedoc were many. Perhaps the most important, those of the Albigenses and Waldensians. The former practically denied Christianity, maintaining that good and evil were co-equal powers, and that Christ's death was of no avail to save mankind. The Waldensians, or poor men of Lyon, on the other hand, had at first tried to find acceptance for their beliefs within the Church. Peter Waldo, their founder, a rich merchant of Lyon, had translated some of the Gospels from Latin into the language of the countryside, and, having given away all his goods, he traveled from village to village preaching and trying, with his followers, to imitate the lives of the apostles in simplicity and poverty. In spite of condemnation from the Pope, who was suspicious of their teaching, the Waldensians increased in number. They declared that the authority of the Bible was superior to that of the Church, appointed ministers of their own, and denied many of the principal articles of faith that the Church insisted were necessary to salvation. The medieval Church taught that only through belief in these articles of faith, that is, in the creeds and sacraments, as administered by the clergy, could man hope to be saved. The most important of the sacraments, of which there were 7, was the miracle of the Mass, sometimes called transubstantiation. Its origin was in the Last Supper, when Christ, before his crucifixion, gave his disciples bread and wine, saying, "Take, eat, this is my body. Take, drink, this is my blood which was shed for you." The medieval Church declared that every time at the service of Mass the priest offered up the host, or consecrated bread, Christ was sacrificed anew for the sins of the world, and that the bread became in truth converted into the substance of his body. The Waldensians and many sects that later broke away from the tenets of the medieval Church denied this miracle and also the sacred character of the priests who could perform it. According to the Church, her clergy at ordination received, through the laying on of the bishop's hands, some of the mysterious power that Christ has given to St. Peter, conferring on them the power also to forgive sins. No matter if the priest became idle or vicious, he still, by virtue of his ordination, retained his sacred character, and to lay hands upon him was to incur the wrath of God. Even in the 12th century, when St. Bernard traveled in Languedoc, he had been horrified to find the sacraments no longer sacred and the priests without respect. His attempts at remonstrance were met with stones and threats, while the establishment of an episcopal inquisition to inquire into and stamp out this hostility only increased Provençal bitterness and determination. "I would rather be a Jew," was an expression of disdain in the Middle Ages, but in Toulouse the people said, "I had rather be a priest," and the clergy who walked abroad were forced to conceal their tonsures for fear of assault. "Heresy can only be destroyed by solid instruction," was Innocent III's first verdict. "It is by preaching the truth that we sap foundations of error." He therefore sent some Cistercians to hold a mission in Languedoc, and in their company traveled a young Spaniard, Dominic de Guzman, burning to win souls for the faith or suffer martyrdom. The Cistercians rode on horses with a large train of servants and with wagons drawn by oxen to carry their clothes and their food. This display aroused the scornful mirth of the Albigenses and Waldensians. "See," they cried, "the wealthy missionaries of a God who was humbled and despised, loaded with honors." Everywhere were the same ridicule and contempt, and it was in this moment of failure that Dominic the Spaniard interposed, speaking earnestly to those who were with him of the contrast between the heretic ministers and their lives of poverty and self-denial with the luxury and worldliness of the local clergy, and even with the ostentatious parade of his fellow preachers. Because he had long practiced austerities himself, wearing a hair shirt, fasting often, and denying himself every pleasure, the young Spaniard received a respectful hearing, and so fired the Cistercians with his enthusiasm that they set away their horses and baggage wagons and set out on foot through the country to try and win the populace by different methods. With them went Dominic, barefoot, exulting in this opportunity of bearing witness in the face of danger to the faith he held so precious. The attitude of the men and women of Languedoc towards the papal mission was no longer derisive, but it remained hostile, for they also held their faith sacred, while all the racial prejudice of the countryside was thrown into the balance of opposition to Rome. Thus, converts were few and angry gatherings at which stones were thrown at the strangers many. And so matters drifted on and the mission grew more and more discouraged. In 1208 occurred a violent crisis, for the papal legate, having excommunicated Count Raymond of Toulouse for appropriating certain church lands and refusing to restore them, was murdered, and the count himself implicated in the crime, seeing that, as in the case of Henry II and Becket, it had been his angry curses that had prompted some knights to do the deed. Innocent III at once declared the count deposed, and preached a crusade against him and his subjects as heretics. 20 years of bloodshed and cruelty followed, for, under the command of the French Count Simon de Montfort, an utterly unscrupulous and brutal general, the Orthodox legions of northern France gathered at the papal summons to stamp out the independence of the south that they had always hated as a rival. Languedoc, her nobles and people united, fought hard for her religious and political freedom, but the struggle was uneven, and she was finally forced into submission. 30,000 of her sons and daughters had perished, and with them the civilization and culture that had made the name of Provence glorious in medieval Europe. The name of Dominic the Spaniard does not appear in the blood-stained annals of the Albigensian Crusade. He had advocated very different measures, and in 1216, pursuing his ideal, received from the Pope leave to form an order of preaching brothers, modeled on the monastic orders, except that the friars, fraters or brothers, as these monks were called, were commanded not to live permanently in communities, but to spend their lives traveling about from village to village, preaching as they went. They were to beg their daily bread, and the very order itself was forbidden to acquire wealth, their founder hoping by the stringent rule to prevent the worldliness that had corrupted the other religious communities. Dominic, or Saint Dominic, for the enthusiasm of the medieval church soon canonized him, was a son of his age and his intense devotion to the faith, but his spiritual outlook was beyond the comprehension of all save a few. In Innocent III may be found a more typical figure of the early 13th century, and to Innocent's standard, and not to that of their founder, the followers of St. Dominic for the most part conformed. Pope Innocent had advocated the driving out of error by right teaching, but his failure by this method woke in him an exasperation that made the obstinate heresy of Languedoc seem a moral and social plague to be suppressed ruthlessly. Thorough in this undertaking, as in all to which he set his mind and hand, he added to the slaughter of Simon de Montfort's crusade the terrible and efficient machinery of the Inquisition, and this, during the pontificate of Gregory IX, was transferred from the jurisdiction of local bishops to that of the papal see. The inquisitors, empowered to discover heresy and convert the heretic by torture and fire, were mainly Dominicans selected for this task on account of their theological training and the very devotion to the faith on which their founder had laid such stress. The most important political fruits of the Albigensian Crusade were gathered by Philip II of France, who had himself stood aloof from the struggle, though permitting and encouraging his nobles to take the cross. By the deposition and fall of his powerful tenant-in-chief, the Count of Toulouse, the center and south of France, hitherto so proudly independent, lost a formidable ally, and large tracts of Poitou and Aquitaine fell under royal influence and were incorporated amongst the crowned lands. This process continued under Philip's son, Louis VIII, who himself joined in the crusade and marched with an army down the valley of the Rhone, capturing Avignon and arriving almost at the gates of Toulouse. His sudden illness and death brought the campaign to an end, but his widow, Blanche of Castile, acting as regent for her son, the boy king Louis IX, concluded a treaty with a new Count of Toulouse, Raymond VII, that left the noble a chastened and submissive vassal of both king and pope. Among other things, he was forced to acknowledge one of the French king's younger brothers as his successor in the county of Provence. It is pleasant to turn from the Albigensian Crusade, one of the blackest pictures of the Middle Ages, to its best and brightest, the story of St. Francis of Assisi. In 1182 there was born at Assisi, a little Umbrian village, a boy whom his mother named John, but whom his father, a rich merchant who had lately traveled in France, nicknamed Francis or the Frenchman. St. Dominic had developed his fiery faith in an austere and intensely religious home, but Francis shared the light-hearted, sociable intercourse of an Italian town, and in boyhood was distinguished only from his fellows by his generosity, innate purity, and irrepressible joy in life. When he grew up, Francis went to fight with the forces of Assisi against the neighboring city of Perugia, and was taken prisoner with some others of his fellow townsmen and thrown into a dungeon. The grumbling and bitterness of the majority during that 12 months of captivity were very natural, but Francis, unlike the rest, met the general discomfort with serene good humor, even merriment, so that not for the last time in his career he was denounced as crazy. On his release and return home, the merchant Bernardone wished his son to cut some figure in the world, and when the young man dreamed of shining armor and military glory, he provided him with all he had asked in the way of clothes and accoutrement, and sent him in the train of a wealthy noble who was going to fight in Naples. Halfway on his journey, Francis turned back to Assisi. God, he believed, had told him to do so. Why, he could not tell. He tried to follow the frivolous life he had led before, but now the laughter of his companions seemed to ring hollow in his ears. It was as if they found pleasure in his shadow, while he alone was conscious that somewhere close was a reality of joy that, if he could only discover it, would illuminate the whole world. Then his call came. But to the comfortable citizens of Assisi it seemed like a voice of madness. The young Bernardone, it was rumored, had been seen in the company of lepers and entertaining beggars at his table. Almost all the money and goods he possessed had been given away, Nay, there came a final word that he had sold his horse and left his home to live in a cave outside of town. The people shook their heads at such folly and sympathized with the old Bernardone at this end to his fine ambitions for his son. Pietro Bernardone, in truth, had developed such a furious anger that he appealed to the Bishop of Assisi, entreating him either to persuade Francis to give up his new way of life, or else to compel him to surrender the few belongings he still had left. Francis was then summoned, and in the bishop's presence handed back to his father his purse and even his very clothes. Penniless, he stood before Assisi, who had often ridden through the streets a rich man's air, and it was a beggar's gray robe with a white cross roughly chalked upon it that he adopted as the uniform of his new career. His fellow townsmen had been moved by this complete renunciation, but mingled at first with their admiration was a half-scornful incredulity. They could understand saints ardent in defense of the faith against heresy, fiery in their denunciation of all worldly pleasures, for such belonged to the religious atmosphere of the Middle Ages. But this son of Assisi, who raised no banner in controversy, and found an equal joy of life in the sunshine on a hillside, in the warmth of a fire, in the squalor of a slum, was at first beyond their spiritual vision. Yet Francis Bernardone belonged as truly to the medieval world as Saint Dominic or Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. In his spirit was mingled the self-denial of the poor men of Lyon and the romance of the Provençal singers. These troubadours sang of knights whose glory and boast were the life service of some incomparable lady. Francis exulted in his servitude to my Lady Poverty, and his soul aflame with the chivalry in contrast to which the conventional devotion of poets burned dim. In honor of my Lady Poverty, the rich merchant's son had cast away his father's affection, his military ambitions, his comfortable home and gay clothes, and because of the strength and depth of his devotion, the surrender left no bitterness, only an intense joy that found beauty amid the rags, disease, and filth of the most sordid surroundings. For some time it never occurred to Francis to found an order from amongst the men who, irresistibly drawn by his sincerity and joy, wished to become his followers and share his privations and work amongst the poor and the sick. When they asked him for a rule of life, such as that possessed by the monastic foundations, he led them to the nearest church. In the words of a chronicler, quote, "Commencing to pray, because they were simple men and did not know where to find the gospel text relating to the renouncing of the world, they asked the Lord devoutly that he would deign to show them his will at the first opening of the book. When they had prayed, the Blessed Francis, taking in his hands the closed book, kneeling before the altar, opened it, and his eye fell upon the precept of the Lord, 'If thou wouldst be perfect, sell all that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven.' At which the Blessed Francis was very glad and gave thanks to God." Thus, in dedication to the service of My Lady Poverty, the order of the Lesser Brethren, the Minorites, or the Poor Men of Assisi, was founded and received permission from Innocent III to carry on its work amongst lepers and outcasts, though it was not till 1223 that formal sanction for an order was received from Rome. 3 years later, St. Francis died, and the friars who had lived with him declared that he had followed Christ so closely that in his hands and feet were found the stigmata, or marks of the wounds his master had endured in the agony of crucifixion. Tales have been handed down of his humility and gentleness, and of how, in the early days of the order, he would go himself and beg the daily bread for his small community, rather than send his companions to encounter possible insults. Of how, in an age that set little store even by human lives, he would rescue doves in their cages that lads carried about for sale, and set them free. And of how, because he read something of God's soul in every creature that had life, he preached to the birds as well as to men. Brotherhood, to the friar of Assisi, meant the union not only of all human souls, but of all creation in the praise of God, and daily he offered thanks for the help of his brothers, the sun and the fire and the wind, and for his sisters, the moon and the water, and for his mother, the earth. It was his love of nature, most strange in the 13th century, that is one of the strongest bonds between St. Francis and the women and men of today. He told the brother who made the garden, says his chronicler, not to devote all of it to vegetables, but to have some part for flowering plants, which in their season produce brother flowers, for love of him who is called Flower of the Field and Lily of the Valley. He said, indeed, that Brother Gardener always ought to make a beautiful patch in some part of the garden and plant it with all sorts of sweet-smelling herbs and herbs that produce beautiful flowers, so that in their season they may invite men, seeing them, to praise the Lord. For every creature cries aloud, God made me for thy sake, O man. Once the true beauty of St. Francis's life was recognized, his followers increased rapidly and no longer had to fear insult or injury when they begged. Crowds indeed collected to hear them preach and to bring them offerings. Some Franciscans settled in France and Germany, others went to England during the reign of Henry III and lived among the slums of London, Oxford, and Norwich, wherever it seemed to them that they could best serve Lady Poverty. St. Francis himself, before he died, had been puzzled and almost alarmed by the popularity he had never courted, and he confessed sadly that, instead of living the lives of saints, some of those who professed to follow him were fain to receive praise and honor by rehearsing and preaching the works that the saints did themselves achieve. He was right in his fear for the future. Rules are a dead letter without the spirit of understanding that gives them a true obedience. And the secret of his joyous and unassuming self-denial Francis could only bequeath to a few. Preaching, not for the sake of helping man and glorifying God, but in order to earn the wealth and esteem their founder had held as dross, this was the temptation to which the Grey Brethren succumbed, and within the generation that had known St. Francis himself, avarice and self-satisfaction, following their wide popularity, soon led the Franciscans into quarrels with the other religious orders and with the lecturers of the universities and the secular clergy. These looked upon the mendicants as interlopers, trying to thieve congregation fees and revenues to which they had no right. None of the faithful, says a contemporary Benedictine sourly, believe that they can be saved unless they are under the direction of the preachers or Minorites. The power of the Franciscans, as of the Dominicans, was encouraged by the majority of popes, who, like Innocent III, recognized in their enthusiasm a new weapon with which to defend Rome from the accusations of worldliness and corruption. In return for papal sympathy and support, the friars became Rome's most ardent champions, and in defense of a system, rather than in devotion to an ideal of life, they deteriorated and accepted the ordinary religious standard of their day. Once more a wave of reform had swept into the medieval church in a cleansing flood, only to be lost in the ebb tide of reaction. Yet this ultimate failure did not mean that the force of the wave was spent in vain. St. Francis could not stem the corruption of the 13th century, but his simple sincerity could reveal again to mankind an almost forgotten truth, that the road to the love of God is the love of humanity. The Benedictine order was the retreat from the world, the Franciscan the return to it. These words show that the medieval mind, with its suspicion and dread of human nature, was undergoing transformation. Already it showed a gleam of that more modern spirit that traces something of the divine in every work of God, and therefore does not feel distrust, but sympathy and interest. To St. Augustine, the way to the Civitas Dei had been a precipitous and narrow road for each human soul, encompassed by legions of evil in its struggle for salvation. To St. Francis, it was a pathway, steep indeed and rough, but bright with flowers, and so lit by the joy of serving others that the pilgrim scarce realized his feet were bleeding from the stones. In the dungeons of Perugia, the mirth of Francis Bernardone has been called by his companions craziness, and to those whose eyes read evil rather than good in this world, his message still borders on madness. Yet the Saint of Assisi has had his followers in all ages since his death, distinguished not necessarily by the gray friar's robe, but by their silent spending of themselves for others and their joyous belief in God and man. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. France under two strong kings. We have seen that Philip Augustus laid the foundations of a strong French monarchy, but his death was followed by feudal reaction, the nobles struggling in every way by fraud or violence to recover the independence that they had lost. Louis VIII, the new king, in order to checkmate their designs, determined to divide his lands amongst his sons, all the younger paying allegiance to the eldest, but each directly responsible for the administration of his own province. Perhaps at the time, this was the most obvious means of ruling in the interests of a crown, a kingdom that, in its rapid absorption of Normandy, Anjou, Poitou, and Toulouse, had outrun the central government. Yet it was, in truth, a short-sighted policy, for, since these appanages or royal fiefs were hereditary, they ended by replacing the old feudal nobility with a new, the more arrogant in its ambitions because it could claim kinship with the House of Capet. Louis VIII did not live long enough to put his plan into execution, and Louis IX, the boy of 12 at the time of his accession, though accepting later the provision made for his younger brothers in his father's will, was enabled, partly by the administrative ability of his mother and guardian, Queen Blanche, partly by his own personality, to maintain his supremacy undiminished. On one occasion, his brother, the Count of Anjou, had imprisoned a knight, in anger that the man should have dared to appeal to the king's court against a judicial decision he himself had given. "I will have but one king in France," exclaimed Louis when he heard, and ordered the knight to be released, and that both he and the count should bring their case to Paris for royal judgment. Heavy penalties were also inflicted by Louis on any promoters of private warfare, while the baronage was restricted in its right to coin money. At this time, 80 nobles beside the king are said to have possessed their own mints. Louis, who knew the feudal coinage was freely debased, forbade its circulation except in the province where it had been minted, while his own money, which was of far higher value, was made current everywhere. Men and women naturally prefer good coins to bad in exchange for merchandise, and so the king hoped that debased money, when restricted and used, would gradually be driven out of existence. If Louis believed in his rights as an absolute king, he had an equally high conception of the duties that such rights involved. "Make thyself beloved by thy people," he said to his son, "for I would rather that a Scotchman came from Scotland and governed my subjects well and equitably than that thou shouldst govern them badly." Royal justice, like the coinage, must be superior to any other justice, and so the chroniclers tell us that Louis selected as his bailiffs and seneschals those who were loyal and wise, of upright conduct and good reputation, above all, men with clean hands. Knowing the ease with which even well-meaning officials could be corrupted by money and honors, he ordered his deputies neither to receive nor give presents, while he warned his judges always to lean rather to the side of the poor than of the rich in the case of law until evidence revealed the truth. Philip Augustus had followed justice because he believed that it paid, and his subjects had feared him and respected him. His grandson, with his keen sense of honor, shrank from injustice as something unclean, and we are told that the people loved him as men love God and the saints. Like nearly all the kings of France, Louis was a devout son of the Church, and it was under his protection that Innocent IV resided safely at Lyon when Frederick II had driven him from Rome. Nevertheless, the king's sincere love of the faith, that later won him canonization as a saint, never hindered his determination that he would be master of all his subjects, both lay and ecclesiastical. If the clergy sinned after the manner of laymen, he was firm that they should be tried in the lay courts. And while his contemporary, Henry III of England, remained a feeble victim of papal encroachments, Louis boldly declared, "It is unheard of that the Holy See, when it is in need, should impose subsidies on the Church of France, and levy those contributions on temporal goods that can only be imposed by the king." No storm of protest was aroused, for the papacy in its bitter struggle with the empire was largely dependent on French support, while Louis's transparent purity of motive in maintaining his supremacy disarmed indignation. An Italian friar, who saw him humbly sharing the meal of some Franciscan brethren, described him as more monk than king. This assumption was at first sight borne out by his daily life. His simple diet and love of somber clothes, his habit of rising from his bed at midnight and in the early morning to share in the services of the church, his hatred of oaths, lying, and idle gossip, his almost reckless charity, the eager help he offered in nursing the sick amongst his Paris slums and in washing the feet of the most repulsive beggars who crowded at his gate. He was frail and slender, says the same Italian, with an angelic expression and dove's eyes full of grace. Perhaps if Louis had not been called to the life of a king, he might have become a friar, but living in the world, he loved his wife and children, and would sometimes tease the former by protesting, when she complained how poorly he dressed, that if he put on gaudy clothes to please her, she must also go in drab attire to please him. Those of his subjects who saw Louis on the battlefield describe him as the finest knight ever seen, and recount tales of their difficulty in restraining his hot courage that would carry him into the fiercest hand-to-hand conflict without any thought of personal danger. Yet this king was a lover of peace in his heart. He wished to be friends with all his Christian neighbors, and, well content with the lands that already belonged to the French crown, he negotiated a treaty by which he recognized English claims to the Duchy of Guyenne. Less successful was his effort to act as mediator between popes and emperors, but if he could not secure peace, he determined at least to remain as neutral in the struggle as possible, refusing the imperial crown when the Pope deposed Frederick II. Nor would he reap advantage out of the anarchy that followed on that emperor's death. War between Christians was hateful to Louis because it prevented any combined action against the Turks, for in him, as in Innocent III, burned the old crusading spirit that had never quite died out in France. At the beginning of the 13th century, a French peasant lad, Stephen, had preached a new crusade, saying that God had told him in a vision that it was left for Christian children to succeed where their elders had failed in recovering the Holy Sepulchre. Thousands of boys and girls, some of them only 12 or 13 years of age, collected at Marseille in eager response to this message. They expected that a pathway would be opened to them across the sea, as in the days of Moses and the chosen people, and when they had waited for some time in vain for this miracle, they allowed themselves to be entrapped by false merchants who, though Christian in name, would allow nothing to stand in the way of the gold that they coveted. Enticed on board ship, disarmed, bound and manacled, the unfortunate young crusaders were sold in the marketplaces of Egypt and Syria to become the slaves of the Moslems whom they had hoped to conquer. When he had first heard of the Children's Crusade, Innocent III had exclaimed, "The children shame us indeed," and St. Louis, the inheritor of their spirit, felt that his kingship would be shamed unless he used his power and influence to convert and overthrow the Turk. One of his subjects who loved him, the Sieur de Joinville, has left us a graphic, personal account of the expedition undertaken against Egypt. From Cyprus, the headquarters of the Crusaders, a fleet of some 1,800 vessels, great and small, sailed to Damietta at the mouth of the Nile, and Louis, seeing his ensign borne ashore, would not be restrained, but leaped himself into the water, lance in hand, shouting his battle cry of Montjoie Saint Denis. Before the impetuosity of an army inspired by this zeal, the town soon fell, but the medieval mind had reckoned little with the difficulties of climate, and soon the unhealthy mists that hung over the delta of the Nile were decimating the Christian ranks with fever and dysentery, while many of the best troops perished in unimportant skirmishes into which daring rather than a wise judgment had led them. The advance, once checked, became a retreat, the retreat a rout, and St. Louis, refusing to desert his rear guard, was taken prisoner by the Mahometans. The disaster was complete, for only on the surrender of Damietta and the payment of a huge ransom was the king released, but his patience and chivalry redeemed his failure from all stain of ignominy. Instead of returning to France, he sailed to the Holy Land, where, though Jerusalem had again fallen to the Turks after Frederick II's temporary possession of it, yet a strip of seaboard, including the port of Acre, remained to the Christians. Louis believed that, unless he persevered in fulfilling his vow, crusaders of a lesser rank would lose their hope and courage, and so, enfeebled by disease, he stayed for 3 years in Palestine, until the death of his mother, Queen Blanche, whom he had left as regent in France, compelled him to return home. Joinville relates how, on this voyage, because of the fierceness of the storm, the sailors would have put the king ashore at Cyprus, but Louis feared a panic amongst the terrified troops if he agreed. "There is none," he said, "that does not love his life as much as I love mine, and these peradventure would never return to their own land. Therefore I like better to place my own person in God's hands than to do this harm to the many people who are here." Louis reached France in safety, but, chafing at his crusading failures, he once more took the cross against the advice of his barons in 1270. It was his aim to regain Tunis, and so to free part of North Africa, at least, from Mahometan rule. To this task he brought his old religious enthusiasm, but France was weary of crusades, and many of those who had fought willingly in Syria and Egypt now refused to follow him, leaving the greater part of his army to be composed of mercenaries tempted only by their pay. Landing near Carthage, the Crusaders soon found themselves outnumbered, and were blockaded by their foes amid the ruins of the town. Pestilence swept the crowded, insanitary camp, and one of the first to fall a victim was the delicate king. "Lord, have pity on thy people whom I have led here. Send them to their homes in safety. Let them not fall into the hands of their enemies, nor let them be forced to deny thy holy name." The dying words of the saint are characteristic of his love of the faith and of his people, and everywhere in the camp and in France, when the news of his death reached her, there was mourning for this king among kings who had sacrificed his life for his ideals. Yet the flame of enthusiasm he had tried to keep alight quickly flickered out into the darkness, and his son and successor, Philip III, made a truce with the Sultan of Tunis that enabled him to withdraw his army and embark for home. The only person really annoyed by this arrangement was the English Prince Edward, afterward Edward I, who arrived on the scene just at the time of St. Louis's death, thirsting for a campaign and military glory. But owing to the general indifference, he was forced to give up the idea of a war in Africa and continue his journey alone to the Holy Land. Philip III of France has left little mark on history. He stands, with the title of the Rash, between two kings of dominant personality. His father, canonized as a saint before the century had closed, and his son Philip IV, the Fair, anything but a saint in his hard, unscrupulous dealings with the world, but yet one of the strongest rulers that France has known. Philip IV was only 17 when he became king. From his nickname, Le Bel, it is obvious that he was handsome, but no kindly Joinville has left a record of his personal life and character. We can only draw our conclusions from his acts, and these show him ruthless in his ambitions, mean and vindictive. In his dealings with the papacy, Philip's conduct stands contrasted with the usual affectionate reverence of his predecessors. But this contrast is partly accounted for by the fact that, at the end of the quarrel between empire and papacy, Rome found herself regarding France from a very changed standpoint to the early days of that encounter. Ever since the time of Gregory VII, the Hohenstaufen emperors had loomed like a thundercloud on the papal horizon. But with the execution of Conradin, the last of the royal line, this threatening atmosphere had cleared. The empire fell a prey to civil war during the Great Interregnum, that is, during the 17 years when English, Spanish, and German princes contended, without any decisive results, for the imperial crown. Count Rudolf of Habsburg, who at last emerged triumphant, had learned at least one diplomatic lesson, that, if he wished to have a free hand in Germany, he could do so best as a friend of the Pope, not as his enemy. One of his earliest acts was to ratify a concordat with Rome in which he resigned all those imperial claims to the lands belonging to the Holy See that Frederick II had put forward. He also agreed to acknowledge Count Charles of Anjou, brother of St. Louis and the Pope's chief ally, as Count of Provence and King of Naples and Sicily. Italy was thus freed from German intervention, but her cities remained torn by the factions of Guelphs and Ghibellines, and the iron hand of the French lay as heavily on the kingdom as ever the Hohenstaufen's despotic scepter. The Sicilians, restless under the yoke, began to mourn Frederick, who, whatever his sins, had been born and bred in the south, the son of a southern princess, while these French were cruel with the indifferent ferocity of strangers who despised those whom they oppressed. Out of the sullen hatred of the multitude, stirred of a sudden to white heat by the assault of a French soldier on a woman of Palermo, sprang the Sicilian Vespers, the rebellion and massacre of an Easter Monday night when more than 4,000 of the hated strangers, men, women, and children, were put to death and their bodies flung into an open pit. Charles of Anjou prepared a fitting revenge for this insult to his race, a revenge that he intended to exact to the uttermost farthing, for he had little of his brother's sense of justice and tender heart. But while he made his preparations, a Spanish prince, Peter III of Aragon, came to the rescue of the Sicilians with a large fleet. A fierce war followed, but, in spite of defeats, treaties that would have sacrificed her to the interests of kings, and continuous papal threats, Sicily clung staunch to her new ally, gaining at last, as a recognized Aragonese possession, a triumphant independence of the Angevin kingdom of Naples. Rome, under a pope who was merely the puppet of Charles of Anjou, had hurled anathemas at Peter III, but his successors of more independent mind envied the Sicilians. It was of little use for Rome to throw off the Hohenstaufen chains if she must rivet in their stead those of the French house of Anjou. This was the fear that made her look with cold suspicion on her once well-beloved sons, the kings of France, whose relations of the blood royal were also kings of Naples. In 1924, Pope Boniface VIII, sometimes called the last of the medieval popes, because any hope of realizing the worldwide ambitions of a Hildebrand or an Innocent III died with him, was elected to the chair of St. Peter. His jubilee, held at Rome in 1300 to celebrate the new century, was of a splendor to dazzle the thousands of pilgrims from all parts of Europe who poured their offerings into his coffers, but its glamour was delusive. Already he had suffered rebuffs in encounters with the kings of England and France, for when he published a bull, Clericis Laicos, that forbade the clergy to pay taxes any longer to a lay ruler, Edward I at once condemned the English church to outlawry, until from fear of the wholesale robbery of their lands and goods, his bishops consented to a compromise that made the bull a dead letter. Philip IV of France, on his part, was even more violent, for he retaliated by ordering his subjects to send no more contributions to Rome of any kind. A wiser man than Boniface might have realized from his failures that the growth of nationality was proving too strong for any theories of world government, whether papal or imperial. But, old and stubborn, he could not set aside his Hildebrandine ideals. When one of his legates, a Frenchman, embarked on a dispute with Philip IV, Boniface told him to meet the king with open defiance, upon which Philip immediately ordered the ecclesiastic's arrest, and that his archbishop should degrade him from his office. Boniface then fulminated threats of excommunication and deposition, to which the French king replied by an act of open violence. The agent he chose to inflict this insult was a certain Nogaret, grandson of an Albigensian heretic who had been burned at the stake, and this man joined himself to some of the nobles of the Roman Campania who had equally little reverence for the head of Christendom. Heavily armed, they appeared in the village of Anagni, where Boniface VIII was staying, and demanded to see him. Outside in the street, their men-at-arms stood shouting, "Death to the Pope!" Boniface could hear them from his audience chamber, but though he was 86, his courage did not fail him. Clad in his full pontifical robes, his cross in one hand, his keys of St. Peter in the other, he received the intruders. Nogaret roughly demanded his abdication. "Here is my head, here is my neck," he replied. "Betrayed like Jesus Christ, if I must die like him, I will at least die Pope." At this, one of the Roman nobles struck him across the face with his mailed glove, felling him to the ground, and would have killed him had not Nogaret interfered. It was the Provençal's mission to intimidate rather than to murder, and while he argued with the Italians, a hostile crowd assembled to rescue their vicar, and the French agents were forced to fly. The proud old man survived the indignities he had suffered by only a few weeks, and his successor, having dared to excommunicate those who took part in the scene at Anagni, died also with mysterious suddenness. No definite suspicion attached to Philip IV, but rumor whispered the fatal word poison, and the conclave of cardinals spent 10 uneasy months in trying to find a new pope. At last a choice emerged from the conclave, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, with the title of Clement V. He was crowned at Lyon and never ventured into Italy, choosing as his residence the city of Avignon in Provence. Here, for just over 70 years, during the Babylonish captivity, as it was usually called, a succession of popes reigned under French influence, having exchanged the imperial yoke for one still more binding. Philip IV at once made use of this French head of Christendom to condemn the order of Templars, which, from their powerful organization and extensive revenues, he had long regarded with dislike and envy. The Crusades at an end, the Templars had outlived the object of their foundation, while the self-denial imposed upon them in their roving, uncloistered life exposed them to constant temptations, to which many of the less spiritual succumbed. Thus, their suppression was probably wise, but Philip IV, a pitiless enemy, did not merely suppress. He pursued the Knights of the Temple with vindictive cruelty. Hundreds were thrown into dungeons and there tortured into confessing crimes, the committal of which they afterwards recanted in vain, while the principal officers were burned at the stake in the marketplaces of the large French towns. By papal commands, the revenues of the Templars passed into the exchequer of the Knights of St. John, who still guarded one of the outposts of Christendom, the island of Rhodes. But the French king took care that a substantial part of the money confiscated in France went instead to his own treasury. Philip was indeed in serious financial straits, for the revenues of the royal domains were proving quite inadequate to meet the expenses of a government that now extended its sway over the length and breadth of France. Philip tried many expedients to meet the deficiency, most of them bad. Such were the frequent debasement of the coinage and the imposition of the gabelle, that is, a tax on the sale of goods. This was justly hated because instead of encouraging commerce, it penalized industry by adding to the price of nearly every commodity put on the market. Thus, the gabelle imposed on grain would mean that a man must pay tax on it 3 times over, first in the form of grain, then of flour, and finally as bread. Worse even than the gabelle was Philip's method of farming the taxes, that is, of selling the right to collect them to some speculator, who would make himself responsible to the government for a round sum, and then squeeze what extra money he could out of the unfortunate populace in order to repay his efforts. It is not, then, for any improved financial administration that the reign of Philip IV is worthy of praise. His was no original genius, but rather a practical ability for developing the schemes invented by his predecessors. Like them, he hated and distrusted his insubordinate baronage, and, seeking to impose his fierce will upon them, turned for advice and obedience to men of lesser rank, employing as the main instrument of his government the lawyer class that Philip Augustus and Louis IX had introduced in limited numbers amongst the feudal office holders at their court. The employment of trained workers in the place of amateurs resulted in improved administration, so it followed that under Philip IV the French government began to take a definitely modern stamp and became divided into separate departments for considering different kinds of work. Thus it was the duty of the Conseil du Roi, or King's Council, to give the sovereign advice, of the Chambre des Comptes, or Chamber of Finance, to deal with financial questions, of the Parliament, or Chief Judicial Court, to sit in Paris for 2 months, at least twice a year, to hold assizes and give judgments. The Parlement de Paris resembles the English Parliament somewhat in name, but except for a right, later acquired, of registering royal edicts, its work is entirely judicial, not legislative. The body in France that most nearly corresponded to the English Parliament was the States General, composed of representatives of the 3 estates or classes of clergy, nobles, and citizens. The peasants of France, who composed the greater part of her population, were not represented at all. Philip IV summoned the States General several times to approve his suggestions, but unlike the model parliament called for by his English contemporary Edward I for similar reasons, it never developed into a legislative assembly that could act as a competent check upon royal tyranny, but existed merely as it seemed to accept responsibility for its rulers' laws and financial demands, whether good or bad. Its weakness arose partly from the fact that it often sat only for a day at a time, and so had no leisure to discuss the measures laid before it, but still more owing to the class selfishness that prevented the 3 classes from combining to insist on reforms before they would vote any taxes. This was very unfortunate for France, since on the one occasion that the nobles and burghers actually did combine in refusing to submit an especially obnoxious gabelle that hit both their pockets, Philip IV was forced to yield, reluctantly enough, because the loss of the money led to his failure in a war in Flanders. Flanders was a fief of the French crown, and because its count, his tenant-in-chief, had dared to rebel against him, Philip had flung him into prison and declared his lands confiscated. Then, with his queen, he had ridden north to visit this territory, now owning direct allegiance to himself, in the belief that he had nothing to do but give orders to its inhabitants and await their immediate fulfillment. The chroniclers tell us that the royal pair were overcome with astonishment at the display of fine clothes and jewels made by the burghers of Bruges to do them honor. "I thought that there was only one queen in France," exclaimed Philip's consort discontentedly. "Here I see at least 600. The king, always with an eye to the main chance, regarded the brilliant throng more philosophically. They seemed to him very suitable subjects for taxation. But the Flemings had won their wealth by a sturdy independence of spirit, both in the marketplace and on the high seas. They had been indifferent to the fate of their count, but at any time preferred the risks of rebellion to being plucked like geese by the King of France. On the field of Courtrai, where Philip brought his army to punish their insolence, the Flemish burghers taught Europe, as their Milanese fellows had at Lugano in the 12th century, that citizen levies could hold their own against heavily armed feudal troops. And although the king's careful generalship redeemed this defeat 2 years later, he found the victory he obtained barren of fruit. Within a few weeks of the burghers' apparent collapse, yet another citizens' army had rallied to attack the royal camp, and Philip, declaring angrily that it rained Flemings, was driven to conclude a peace. Besides hating the independence of the Flemings, Philip IV grudged the English supremacy over the Duchy of Guienne that his grandfather had so willingly acknowledged. To his jealous eyes, it ran it wedged like an alien dagger into the heart of his kingdom. And watching his opportunity until Edward I was involved in wars with Wales and Scotland, Philip crossed the borders of the duchy and by force or craft obtained control of the greater number of its fortresses. There is little doubt that had he lived, he would gradually have absorbed the whole of the southern provinces. But when only 46, he died, mourned by few of his subjects, and yet one of the kings who had set his stamp with the most lasting results upon the government of France. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The 100 Years' War. During 14 years, from 1314 to 1328, 3 sons of Philip IV reigned in rapid succession. But with the death of the last, the main line of the House of Capet came to an end, and the crown passed to his nephew and namesake, Philip of Valois. The latter declared that his claims were based on a clause of the old Salic law forbidding a woman to inherit landed property, because, as it happened, Philip IV had left a daughter, Isabel, who had married Edward II of England, and their son, Edward III, loudly protested that his right to the throne of France was stronger than that of the Valois. The Salic law, Edward maintained, might prevent a woman from succeeding to the throne, but there was nothing in this restriction to forbid the inheritance passing to her male heirs. The question of the Salic law is important because its different interpretations were the immediate excuse for opening hostilities between England and France in that long and weary struggle called the 100 Years' War. There were, of course, other and far deeper reasons. One of these reasons was that English kings had never forgotten or forgiven John's expulsion from Normandy. They wanted to avenge his ignominious defeat, and also Philip IV's encroachments in the Duchy of Guienne that, united to his policy of supporting the Scottish chieftains in their war of independence, had been a steady source of disaster to England since the beginning of the 14th century. Because of his failure in Scotland and the revolts of his turbulent barons, Edward II was murdered, and Edward III, taking warning from his father's fate, welcomed the war with France, not merely in the hope of revenge and glory, but still more in order to find an occupation for the hot English blood that might otherwise, in the course of its embittered feuds, murder him. He rode forth to battle, the hero of his court and of chivalry of England, but no less, as it happened, the champion of her middle classes, who cheerfully put their hands in their pockets to pay for his first campaigns. The reason of their enthusiasm for this war was that Philip of Valois, in order to annoy his rival, had commanded his Flemish subjects to trade no longer with the English. Now, English sheep were the best in Europe, so valuable that their export was forbidden lest another nation should obtain the breed. English wool was the raw material of all others on which Flanders depended for the wealth and prosperity gained by her looms and factories. Before this time, English kings had encouraged Flemish trade, establishing staple markets in certain towns under their protection, where merchants of both countries could meet and bargain over their wares. Wishing to retaliate on Philip VI, however, Edward III stopped the export of wool, though at the same time he offered good terms and advantages to any of the manufacturers of Bruges and Ghent who might care to settle in Norfolk or on the east coast and set up factories there as English subjects. Such a suggestion could not satisfy the Flemish national spirit, and in the large towns discontent with the French king grew daily. At last, one of the popular leaders, Jacob van Artevelde, the brewer of Ghent, began to rouse his countrymen by inflammatory speeches. He showed them, says the chronicler, that they could not live without the King of England. His many commercial arguments he strengthened with others intended to win those who might hesitate to break their oath of allegiance, assuring them that Edward III was in truth, by right of birth, the King of France. Rebellion sprang up on all sides in response, and when, in 1338, Edward III actually embarked on the war, he had behind him not only the English wool farmers, but also the majority of Flemish merchants and artisans, alike convinced that his victory would open Flemish markets to trade across the Channel. The 100 Years' War falls into two distinct periods. The first, the contest waged by the Angevin Edward III against the House of Valois, a struggle that lasted until 1375. And the second, a similar effort begun by the Lancastrian kings of England in 1415, after a time of almost suspended hostilities under Richard II. In each period there is the same switchback course to the campaigns, as they rise toward a high water mark of English successes, only to sink away to final French achievement. The first of the great English victories was fittingly a naval battle, designed to avenge long years during which French raiders had harried the south coast, penetrated up the Solent, and even set fire to large towns like Southampton. In June 1340, near the entrance to the port of Sluys, some 200 English vessels of all makes and sizes came upon the French fleet, drawn up in 4 lines closely chained together, so as to form a kind of bulwark to the harbor. On the decks of the tall ships, the turrets of which were piled with stones and other missiles, were hundreds of Genoese archers. But the English bowmen at this time had no match in Europe for long-distance accuracy and steadiness, and the whistling fire of their arrows soon drove their hired rivals into hiding and enabled the English men-at-arms to board the vessels opposite them, almost unopposed. From this moment, panic set in along the French lines, and the greater number of ships, unable to escape because of the chains that bound them together, were sunk at anchor, with, according to the chroniclers, 25,000 of their crews and fighting material. The English were now masters of the Channel, and Edward III was enabled to transplant an army to Flanders. But no triumph in any way corresponding to the victory of Sluys rewarded his effort in this field of warfare. The campaign became a tedious affair of sieges, and the Flemings, cooling from their first sympathies, came to dislike the English and to accuse Jacob van Artevelde of supplying Edward III with money merely in order to forward his personal ambitions. This charge the Flemish leader stoutly denied, but when, hearing the people of Ghent hooting him in the street outside his house, he stepped out on the balcony and tried to clear himself, the mob surged forward and, refusing to listen to a word, broke in through the barred doors and murdered him. This was ill news for Edward III, but angry though he was at the fate of his ally, he had neither sufficient men nor money to exact vengeance. Instead, he himself determined to try a new theater of war, for, as well as his army in Flanders, he had other forces fighting the French in Normandy and Guyenne. Edward landed in Normandy and at Crécy, to the north of the Somme, as he marched toward Calais, he was overtaken by Philip of Valois in command of a very large but undisciplined force. "You must know," says Froissart, the famous chronicler of the first period of the 100 Years' War, "that the French troops did not advance in any particular order, and that as soon as their king came in sight of the English, his blood began to boil, and he cried out to his marshals, 'Order the Genoese forward and begin the battle in the name of God and Saint Denis.' These Genoese were archers who had already marched on foot so far and at such a pace that they were exhausted, and when, against their will, they sullenly advanced, their bows that were wet from a thunderstorm proved slack and untrue. The sun also, that had just emerged from behind a cloud, shone in their eyes and dazzled them. Silently the English bowmen waited as they drew near, shouting hoarsely, and then of a sudden poured into the weary ranks such a multitude of arrows that it seemed as though it snowed. The Genoese, utterly disheartened, broke and fled, at which the French king, choking with rage, cried, 'Kill me this rabble that cumbers our road without any reason.' But the English fire never ceased, and the French knights and men-at-arms that came to take the place of the Genoese and rode them underfoot fell in their turn with shafts piercing through the joints of their heavy armor. Again at Crécy it was made evident to Europe that the old feudal order of battle was passing away. Victory fell not to the knight armored with his horse like a slowly moving turret, but to the clear-eyed, leather-clad bowman, or the foot soldier quick with his knife or spear. The French fought gallantly at Crécy, and none more fiercely than Philip of Valois, whose horse was killed beneath him. But courage cannot wipe out bad generalship, and when at last he consented to retreat, he left 11 princes of the blood royal and over 1,000 of his knights stretched on the battlefield. The defeat of Crécy took from Calais any hope of French succor, and in the following year, after a prolonged siege, it surrendered to the English and became the most cherished of all their possessions across the seas. "The Commons of England," wrote Froissart, "love Calais more than any town in the world, for they say that as long as they are masters of Calais, they hold the keys of France at their girdle." Death, at the Battle of Crécy, decked in all the panoply of medieval warfare, had taken its toll of the chivalry of France and England. Now, in an open and ghastly form, indifferent alike to race or creed, it stalked across Europe, visiting palaces and castles, but sweeping with still more ruthless scythe the slum and the hovel. Somewhere in the Far East, the Black Death, as it was later called, had its origin, and wherever it passed, moving westward, villages, nay, even towns, disappeared. More than 13 million people are said to have perished in China. India was almost depopulated, and at last, in 1347, Europe also was smitten. Very swift was the blow, for many victims of the plague died in a few hours, the majority within 5 days, and contemporary writers tell us of ships that left an eastern harbor with their full complement of crew, found drifting in the Mediterranean a few weeks later, without a living soul on board to take the helm; of towns where the dead were so many that there was none to bury them; of villages where the peasants fell like cattle in the fields and by the wayside, unnoticed. In Italy, in France, in England, there is the same record of misery and terror. Boccaccio, the Italian writer, describes in his book The Decameron how the wealthy nobles and maidens of Florence fled from the plague-stricken town to a villa without the walls, there to pass their days in telling one another tales. These tales have made Boccaccio famous as the first great European novelist, but in reality not many even of the wealthy could keep beyond the range of infection, and Boccaccio himself says elsewhere, "Those who first set the example of forsaking others languished where there was no one to take pity on them." Neither courage, nor devotion, nor selfishness could avail against the dread scourge, though, like all diseases, Its ravages were most virulent where small dwellings were crowded together or where dirt and insanitary conditions prevailed. They fell sick by thousands, says Boccaccio of the poorer classes, and having no one whatever to attend them, most of them died. According to a doctor in the south of France, the number of those swept away was greater than those left alive. In the once thriving port of Marseille, so many died that it remained like an uninhabited place. Another French writer, speaking of Paris, says, "There was so great a mortality of people of both sexes that they could hardly be buried." There was no city, nor town, nor hamlet, writes an Englishman of his own country, nor even, save in rare instances, any house in which the plague did not carry off the whole or the greater portion of the inhabitants. One immediate result of the Black Death was to put a temporary stop to the war between England and France, for armies were reduced to a fraction of their former strength, and rival kings forgot words like glory or conquest in terrified contemplation of an enemy against whom all their weapons were powerless. Other and more lasting effects were experienced everywhere, for town and village life was completely disorganized. Magistrates, city officials, priests, and doctors had perished in such numbers that it was difficult to replace them. Criminals plundered deserted houses unchecked. The usually law-abiding, deprived of the guidance to which they had been accustomed, gave themselves up to a dissolute life, trying to drown all thought of the past and future in any enjoyment they could find in the present. Work almost ceased. The looms stood idle, the ships remained without cargoes, the fields were neither reaped of the one harvest nor sown for the next. The peasants, when reproached, declared that the plague had been a sign of the end of the world, and that therefore to labor was a waste of time. All things were dearer, says a Frenchman. Furniture, food, and merchandise of all sorts doubled in price. Servants would only work for higher wages. In the years following the Black Death, the laboring classes of Europe discovered for the first time their value. They were the necessary foundation to the scheme of medieval life, the base of the feudal pyramid. And since they were now few in number, masters began to compete for their services. Thus, they were able to demand a better wage for their work and improved conditions. But here, the governments of the day that ruled in the interests of the nobles and middle classes stepped in for bad wages to be raised or villains and serfs to leave their homes and seek better terms in another neighborhood. The discontent of these, held down with an iron hand, yet half awake to the possibilities of greater freedom, seethed toward revolution. But few medieval kings chose to look below the surface of national life, and in the case of England, Edward III was certainly not enough of a statesman to do so. In 1355, he renewed the war with France, hoping that by victories he would be able to fill his own purse from French ransoms and pillage, as well as to drug the disordered popular mind at home with showy triumphs. His eldest son, Edward the Black Prince, who had gained his spurs at Crécy, landed at Bordeaux and marched through Guyenne, the English armies, like the French army, being mainly composed of companies, that is, of hired troops under military captains, the terror of friends and foes alike. For with impartial ruthlessness they trampled down corn and vineyards as they passed, pillaged towns, and burned farms and villages. Philip of Valois was dead, but his son, John the Good, had succeeded him, and earned his title, it must be supposed, by his punctilious regard for the laws of medieval chivalry. His reckless daring, extravagance, and rash generalship made him at any rate a very bad ruler according to modern standards. Froissart says that on the field of Poitiers, where the two armies met, King John on his part proved himself a good knight. Indeed, if the fourth of his people had behaved as well, the day would have been his own. This is extremely doubtful, for the French, though far the larger force, were outmaneuvered from the first. The Black Prince had the gift of generalship, and disposed his army so that it was hidden amid the slopes of a thick vineyard, laying an ambush of skilled archers behind the shelter of a hedge. As King John's cavalry charged toward the only gap, in order to clear a road for their main army, they were mown down by a merciless fire at short range from the ambush, while in the ensuing confusion, English knights swept around on the French flank and put the foot soldiers to flight. The Black Prince's victory was complete, for King John and his principal nobles were surrounded and taken prisoners after a fierce conflict, in which for a long time they refused to surrender. They behaved themselves so loyally, says Froissart, that their heirs to this day are honored for their sake. And Prince Edward, waiting on his royal captive that night at dinner, awarded him the prize and garland of gallantry above all other combatants. Evil days followed in France, where her king's chivalry could not pay his enormous ransom, nor those of his distinguished fellow prisoners. For this money, merchants must sweat and save, and the peasants toil longer hours on starvation rations, while the companies, absolved by a truce from regular warfare, exacted their daily bread at the sword point when and where they chose. Famous captains, who were really infamous brigands, took their toll of sheep and corn and grapes, and those farmers and laborers who refused or could not give them what they required, they flung alive onto bonfires, while they tortured and mutilated their wives and families. Against such wickedness there was no protection, either from the government or overlords. Indeed, the latter were as cruel as the brigand chiefs, extorting the very means of livelihood from their tenants and serfs to pay for the distractions of a court never more extravagant and pleasure-seeking than in this hour of national disaster. Jacques Bonhomme, the French noble, would say mockingly of the peasant, has a broad back. He will pull out his purse fast enough if he is beaten. The day came, however, when Jacques Bonhomme, grown restless in his misery, pulled out his knife instead, and, in the words of Froissart, became like a mad dog. He had neither leaders nor any hope of reform, nothing but a seething desire for revenge. And in the Jacquerie, as the peasant rebellion of this date was called, he inflicted on the nobles and their families all the horrors that he himself, standing by helpless, had seen perpetrated on his own belongings. Castles were burned, their furniture and treasures looted, destroyed, their owners were roasted at slow fires, their wives and daughters violated, their children tortured and massacred. This is one of the most hideous scenes in French history, the darker because France, in her blindness, learned no lesson from it. The nobles, who soon gained the upper hand against these wild, undisciplined hordes, exacted a vengeance in proportion to the crimes committed, and fixed the yoke of serfdom more surely than ever on the shoulders of Jacques Bonhomme. This was the only way, in their conception, to deal with such a mad dog. But Jacques Bonhomme was in reality an outraged human being of flesh and blood, like those who loathed and despised him, and during centuries of tyranny his anger grew in force and bitterness until in the Revolution of 1789 it burst forth with a violence against both guilty and innocent that no power in France was strong enough to stem. The outrages of the Jacquerie unfortunately discredited real efforts at reform that had been initiated in Paris by the leader of the middle classes, the provost of merchants, Etienne Marcel. This Marcel had demanded that the States General should be called regularly twice a year, that the Dauphin Charles, eldest son of King John, who was acting as regent during his father's imprisonment, should send away his favorites, and that, instead of these fraudulent ministers, a standing council of elected representatives should be set up to advise the crown. To these and many other reforms the Dauphin pretended to yield under the pressure of public opinion. But he soon broke all his promises and began to rule again as he chose. Marcel, roused to indignation, summoned his citizen levies and, breaking into the prince's palace, ordered his men-at-arms to seize two of the most hated ministers and drag them to the royal presence. "Do that quickly for which you were brought," he said to the soldiers. whereupon they slew the favorites as they crouched at Charles' feet, their fingers clinging to his robe. This act of violence won for Etienne Marcel the undying hatred of the Dauphin and his court, and from this time the decline of his influence may be traced. In order to maintain his power, the popular leader was driven to condone the excesses of the peasants in their rebellion that had shocked the whole of France, and to ally himself with Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, to whom he promised to deliver the keys of Paris in return for his support against the Dauphin. This was a fatal move, for Charles the Bad did not care at all for the interests of the middle classes. He only wished to gain some secret or advantage worth selling, and at once betrayed Etienne to his foes as soon as the Dauphin paid him a sufficient price. Then a trap was arranged and Marcel killed in the gateway of Paris as he was about to open its strong bars to his treacherous ally. With his death, all attempts at securing a more liberal and responsible government failed. The country, indeed, had sunk into the apathy of exhaustion, and 2 years later, the Treaty of Bretigny, that represents the high-water mark of English power in France, was thankfully signed. In return for Edward III's surrender of his claim to the French throne, his right to the Duchy of Guyenne, as well as Calais and the country immediately around its walls, was recognized, without any of the feudal obligations that had been such a fruitful source of trouble in old days. Peace now seemed possible for an indefinite period. But in truth, so long as two hostile nations divided France, there was always the likelihood of fresh discord, and the Dauphin, who had succeeded his father King John, gently fanned the flames whenever he thought that the political wind blew to his advantage. From a timid, peevish youth, one of the first to fly in terror from the field of Poitiers, he had developed into an astute politician whose successful efforts to regain the lost territories of France earned him the title of Wise. King Edward III and his son professed to despise this prince, who knew not how to wield a lance to any purpose. But Charles, though feeble in body and a student rather than a soldier at heart, knew how to choose good captains to serve him in the field. And one of these, the famous Bertrand de Guesclin, said to have been the ugliest knight and the best fighter of his time, became the hero of many a battle against the English, first of all in France and later in Spain. It was owing to the war in Spain that the English hold over the south of France was first shaken. For the Black Prince, who had been created Duke of Guyenne, unwisely listened to the exiled King of Castile, Pedro the Cruel, who came to Bordeaux begging his assistance against the usurper of his throne. This was his illegitimate brother, Henry of Trastamara. The English prince at once declared that chivalry demanded that he should help the rightful king. Perhaps he remembered the strong bond that there had been between England and Castile ever since his great-grandfather, Edward I, had married the Spanish Eleanor. Perhaps it was the promise of large sums of money that Pedro declared would reward the victorious troops. It is more likely, however, that the fiery soldier was moved by the news that Henry of Trastamara had gained his throne through French assistance and by the deeds of arms of the renowned Du Guesclin. In 1367, the English prince crossed the Pyrenees, and at Navarrete, near the river Ebro, his English archers and good generalship proved a match once more for his foes. Although the Spaniards were in vastly superior numbers, they were mown down as they rashly charged to the attack, and Henry of Trastamara was driven from the field, leaving Du Guesclin a prisoner and his brother Pedro once more able to assert his kingship. The real victors of Navarrete now had cause to repent their alliance. Sickness, due to the heat of the climate and strange food, had thinned their ranks even more than the actual warfare. The money promised by Pedro the Cruel was not forthcoming. Indeed, that wily scoundrel, after atrocities committed against his helpless prisoners that fully bore out his nickname, had slipped away to secure his throne, while the Black Prince was in no position to pursue him, and could gain little satisfaction by correspondence. Sullen and weary, with a fever already lowering his vitality that was finally to cut short his life, Edward of Wales arrived in Bordeaux with his almost starving companies. Because he had no money to pay them, he set them free to ravage southern France, while in order to fill his exchequer, he imposed a tax on every hearth in Guyenne. These measures proved him no statesman, whatever his generalship. In the early days of the 100 Years' War, Guyenne had looked coldly on Paris, and appreciated a distant ruler who had secured her liberty of action. Now, a victim of a policy of mingled pillage and exactions, she soon came to regard her English rulers as foreign tyrants. Thus an appeal was made by the men of Guyenne to Charles V, and he, in defiance of the terms of the Treaty of Bretigny, summoned Prince Edward to Paris, as though he were his vassal, to answer the charges made against him. "Gladly we will answer our summons," replied the prince when he heard. "We will go as the King of France has ordered us, but with helm on head and 60,000 men." They were bold words, but the haughty spirit that dictated them spoke from the mouth of a dying man, and the Black Prince never lived to fulfill his boast. His place in France was taken by his younger brother, John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, who proved himself an indifferent general. In 1373, Duke John marched from Calais into the heart of France, his army burning villages as it went. But though he pressed deeper and ever deeper into the enemy's country, he met no open foes or towns that he could take without a siege. "Let them be," said Charles the Wise, when his indignant nobles pleaded for leave to fight a pitched battle. "By burnings they shall not seize our heritage. Though a storm and tempest rage together over the land, they disperse themselves. So it will be with these English." Ever since the Treaty of Bretigny, Charles had been planning profitable alliance with foreign rulers that would leave the English friendless, while, like Henry the Fowler of Germany, he had fortified his cities against invasion. With the advent of winter, Lancaster and his men could find no food nor succor from any local barons, and when at last the remnant of his once proud army reached Bordeaux, it was without a single horse, and leaving a track of sick and dying to be cut off by guerrilla bands. He had not lost a single battle, but he was none the less defeated, and had imperiled the English cause in France. The truce of 1375, that practically closed the first period of the 100 Years' War, left to Edward III and his successors no more than the coast towns of Calais, Cherbourg, Brest, Bayonne, and Bordeaux. When in 1415 Henry V of England formally claimed the throne of France, and by so doing renewed the war that had languished since 1375, he had no satisfactory argument save his sword to uphold his demands. Grandson of John of Gaunt and son of the royal usurper Henry IV, who had deposed and killed his cousin Richard II, Henry V hoped by successful campaign to establish the popularity of the Lancastrian dynasty. He wished also, like most medieval rulers, to find a battleground for his barons in any territory except his own. It is only fair to add that of the modern belief that the one possible excuse for shedding human blood is a righteous cause, he had not the faintest conception. War for war's sake might have been the motto of this most medieval of all English sovereigns. But if his purpose is indefensible today in its selfish callousness, he at any rate chose an admirable time in which to put it into execution. For France, that had begun to recover a semblance of nationality under the rule of Charles the Wise, had degenerated into anarchy under his son Charles the Mad. First as a minor, for he was only 11 at the time of his accession, and later when he developed frequent attacks of insanity, Charles VI was destined to be someone else's tool, while round his person raged those factions for which Louis VIII had short-sightedly prepared when he set the example of creating appanages. First one Prince of the Lilies and then another, strove to control the court and government in their own interests, but the most formidable rivals at the beginning of the 15th century were the houses of Burgundy and Armagnac. The latter centered in the person of the young Charles, Duke of Orleans, the king's nephew and a son-in-law of Count Bernard of Armagnac, who gave his name to the party. The other was his cousin, John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, who was also, by inheritance from his mother, Count of Flanders, and therefore ruler of that great middle province lying between France and the Empire. The king himself, in his moments of sanity, inclined to the side of Charles of Orleans and the Armagnacs. And it happened that just at the time when Henry V of England landed in Normandy and laid siege to Harfleur, the Armagnacs controlled Paris. It was their faction, therefore, that raised an army and sent it northward to oppose the invaders, while John of Burgundy stood aloof, for besides being unwilling to help the Armagnacs, he was reluctant to embroil himself in a war with England, on whose wool trade the commercial fortunes of his Flemish towns depended. At Agincourt, Henry V, who had taken Harfleur and was marching toward Calais, came upon his foes drawn up across the road that he must follow in such vastly superior numbers that they seemed overwhelming. The battle that followed, however, showed that the French had learned no military lesson from previous disasters. The heavily armed, undisciplined noble on horseback was still their main hope, and on this dark October day he floundered helplessly in the mud, unable to charge, scarcely able to extricate himself, an easy victim for his enemy's shafts. The slaughter was tremendous, for Henry, receiving a false report that a new French army was appearing on the horizon, commanded his prisoners to be killed, and numbers had perished before the mistake was discovered and the order could be reversed. When the news of the defeat and massacre at Agincourt reached Paris, that had always hated the Armagnacs, the indignant populace broke into rebellion, crying "Burgundy and peace." But the movement was suppressed, and it was not till 1418 that John the Fearless succeeded in entering the capital. By this time, Henry V, who had returned to England after his victory, was once more back in France conquering Normandy, and French indignation was roused to white heat when it was known that Rouen, the old capital of the duchy, had been forced to surrender to his victorious arms. Even the Duke of Burgundy, who still disliked war with England, felt that he must take some steps to prevent further encroachments, and after negotiations with the enemy had failed owing to their arrogant demands, he suggested an agreement with the Armagnacs in order that France, if she must fight, should at least present a united front to her foes. Here was the moment for France's regeneration, for the head of the Armagnac faction at this date was the Dauphin Charles, son of Charles the Mad, and, in response to his rival's olive branch, he consented to meet him on the bridge of Montereau in order that the old rift might be cemented. In token of submission and goodwill, John of Burgundy knelt to kiss the prince's hand, but as he did so, an Armagnac, still burning with party hate, sprang forward and plunged his dagger into his side. A shout of horror and rage arose from the Burgundians, and as they carried away the body of John the Fearless, they swore that this murder had been arranged from the beginning, and that they would never pay allegiance again to the false Dauphin. In the Treaty of Troyes that was forthwith negotiated with the English, they ratified this vow, for Henry V of England received the hand of the Mad King's daughter Catherine in marriage and was recognized as his heir to the throne of France. 2 years later died both Henry V and Charles VI, leaving France divided into two camps, one lying mainly in the north and east that acknowledged as ruler the infant Henry VI, son of Henry V and Catherine, and the other in the south and southwest that obeyed the Valois Charles VII. The Treaty of Troyes marks the high-water mark of English power in France during the second period of the 100 Years' War. For though the banners that Henry V had carried so triumphantly at Agincourt were pushed steadily southward into Armagnac territory after this date, yet the influence of the invaders was already on the wane. The agreement that gave France to a foreigner and a national enemy had been made only with a section of the French nation, and some of those who in the heat of their anger against the Armagnacs had consented to its terms were soon secretly ashamed of their strange alliance. When Charles, the Dauphin, became Charles VII, he ceased to appear merely the leader of a party discredited by its murder of the Duke of Burgundy. He became a national figure, and though his enemies might call him in derision King of Bourges because he dared not come to Paris but ruled only from a town in central France, yet he remained, in spite of all their ridicule, a king and a Frenchman. Had he been less timid and selfish, more ready to run risks and exert himself rather than to idle away his time with unworthy favorites, there is no doubt that he could have hastened the English collapse. Instead, he allowed those who fostered his indolence and hatred of public affairs in order to increase their own power to hinder a reconciliation with the Burgundians that might have been the salvation of France. Philip the Good, son of John the Fearless, disliked the Dauphin as his father's murderer, but he had little love for his English allies. By marriage and skillful diplomacy he had absorbed a great part of modern Holland into his already vast inheritance, and could assume the state and importance of an independent sovereign. With England he felt that he could treat as an equal, and now regarded with dismay the idea that she might permanently control both sides of the Channel. So long as John, Duke of Bedford, brother of Henry V, acted as regent for his young nephew with statesmanlike moderation, an outward semblance of friendship was maintained. But Bedford could but with difficulty keep in order his quarrelsome, irresponsible younger brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, who ruled in England, and with still greater difficulty quell the sullen discontent of the people of Paris, who, suffering from starvation as a result of a prolonged war, professed to regard a foreign king as the source of all their troubles. Only the prestige of English arms retained the loyalty of northern France. 200 English could drive 500 French before them, says a chronicler of the day. But salvation was to come to France from an unexpected quarter, and enable the same writer to add proudly, now 200 French could chase and beat 400 English. In the village of Domremy on the Upper Meuse there lived at the beginning of the 15th century a peasant maid, Jeanne d'Arc, who was, according to the description of a fellow villager, modest, simple, devout, went gladly to church and sacred places, worked, sowed, hoed in the fields, and did what was needful about the house. Up till the age of 13, Jeanne had been like other light-hearted girls, but it was then that a change came into her life. Voices seemed to draw her away from her companions and to speak to her from behind a brilliant cloud, and later she had visions of St. Catherine and of St. Michael, whose painted effigies she knew in church. "I saw them with my bodily eyes as clearly as I see you," she said when questioned as to these appearances, and admitted that at first she was afraid, but that afterwards they brought her comfort. Always they came with the same message, in her own words, that she must change her course of life and do marvelous deeds, for the King of Heaven had chosen her to aid the King of France. Jeanne d'Arc was no hysterical visionary. She had always a fund of common sense and knew how ridiculous the idea that she, an uneducated peasant girl, was called to save France would seem to the world. For some time she tried to forget the message that her voices told her. But at last it was borne in upon her that God had given her a mission, and from this time neither her indignant father nor timid friends could turn her from her purpose. Of all the difficulties and checks that she encountered before, at last, at the age of 17, she was allowed to have audience with Charles VII, there is no space to tell here. News of her persistence had spread abroad, and the torchlit hall of the castle into which Jeanne was shown was packed with gaily clad courtiers, and standing amongst them, the king, in no way distinguished from the others by his dress or any outward pomp. Everyone believed that the peasant maid would be dazzled. But she, who had seen no portrait of the king and lived all her life in the quiet little village of Domremy, showed no confusion at the hundreds of eyes fixed on her. Recognizing at once the man with whom her mission was concerned, she went straight to him and said, "My noble lord, I come from God to help you in your realm." There must have been something arresting in Jean's simplicity and frankness, contrasted with that corrupt atmosphere. Even the feeble king was moved, and when she had been questioned and approved by his bishops, he allowed her to ride forth, as she wished, with the armies of France to save for him the important town of Orleans that was closely besieged by the English. She went in armor with a sword in hand and a banner, and those who rode with her felt her absolute belief in victory, and into their hearts stole the magic influence of her own gay courage and hope. We have often spoken of chivalry, the ideal of good conduct in the Middle Ages. The kings, princes, and knights whose prowess has made the chronicles of Froissart famous were to their journalists veritable heroes of chivalry, exponents of courage, courtesy, and breeding. Yet to modern eyes these qualities seem often tarnished, since the heroes who flaunted them were in no way ashamed of vices like cruelty, selfishness, or snobbery. A King John of France would die in a foreign prison rather than break his parole, but he would disdainfully ride down a rabble of archers whom his negligence had left too tired to fight his battles. The Black Prince would wait like a servant on a royal prisoner, but accept as brother-in-arms to be succored a human devil like Pedro the Cruel, or put a town to the sword as they did at Limoges, old men, women, and children, because it had dared to set him at defiance. There is nothing of this tarnish in the chivalry of the peasant maid who saved France. Pure gold were her knightly deeds, yet achieved without a trace of the prig or the boaster. Jeanne d'Arc was always human, and therefore lovable, quick in her anger at fraud, yet easily appeased, friendly to king and soldier alike, yet never losing the simple dignity that was her safeguard in court and camp. Of all medieval warriors of whom we read, she was the bravest, for she knew what fear was, and would often pray not to fall into the hands of her enemies alive. Yet she never shirked a battle or went into danger with a downcast face. A slim figure, with her close-cropped dark hair and shining eyes, she rode wherever the fight was thickest, always, in the words of a modern biography, gay and gaily clad, quick to see her opportunities and follow them up, joyful in victory, generous to her foes, pitiful to the wounded and prisoners. The sight of her awoke new courage in her countrymen, and dismay as at the supernatural in her enemies, who dubbed her a witch and vowed to burn her. Suddenly she turned at bay, says a contemporary account of one of her battles, and as few as were the men with her, she faced the English and advanced on them swiftly with standard displayed. Then fled the English shamefully, and the French came back and chased them into their works. Orleans was relieved and entered. The reluctant, still half doubting Charles led to Rheims, and there in the ancient capital of France crowned, that all Frenchmen might know who was their true king. The maid urged that the ceremony should be followed by a rapid march on Paris, but favorites who dreaded her influence whispered other counsels into the royal ear, and Charles dallied and hesitated. When at last he advanced, it was to find that the bridges over the Seine had been cut, not by the retreating English, but by French treachery. Paris was ripe for rebellion, and, at the sight of the maid, would have murdered her foreign garrison and opened her gates. Bedford was in the north suppressing a revolt, yet Charles, clutching at the excuse of the broken bridges, retreated southward, disbanding his army and leaving his defender to her fate. Her voices now warned Jeanne of impending capture and death, but her mission was to save France, and hearing that the Duke of Burgundy planned to take the important town of Compiègne, she rode to its defense with a small force. Under the walls in the course of a sortie, she was captured, refusing to surrender. "I have sworn and given my faith to another than you, and I will keep my oath," she declared. And through the months that followed, caged and fettered in a dark cell of the castle of Rouen, exposed to the insults of the rough English archers, she maintained her allegiance, saying to her foes of the prince who had failed her so pitifully, "My king is the most noble of all Christians." Frenchmen, some of them bishops, canons, and lawyers of the University of Paris, as well as Englishmen, were amongst those who, after the mockery of a trial, sent Jeanne to be burned as a heretic in the marketplace of Rouen. Bravely as she had lived, she died, calling on her saints, begging the forgiveness of her enemies, pardoning the evil they had done her. That the world, says a modern writer, might have no relic of her whom the world was not worthy, the English threw her ashes into the Seine. France, that had betrayed Jeanne d'Arc, needed no relic to keep her memory alive. Today, men and women call her saint, and one miracle she certainly wrought, for she restored to her country that through the years of anarchy had almost lost belief in itself, the undying sense of its own nationality. As to peace with the English, she had said, the only peace possible is for them to return to their own land. Within a little more than 20 years from her death, the mission on which she had ridden forth from Domremy had been accomplished, and Calais, of all their French possessions, alone remained to the enemies of France. In summary of the 100 Years' War, it may be said that from the beginning the English fought in a lost cause. Fortune, military genius, and dogged courage gave to their conquests a fictitious endurance. But nationality is a foe invincible because it has discovered the elixir of life, and when the tide of fortune turned with the coming of the Maid, the ebb of English discomfiture was very swift. In 1435 died the Duke of Bedford, and in the same year Charles VII, moved from his sluggishness, concluded at Arras a treaty with Philip of Burgundy that secured his entry into Paris. By good fortune, his young rival in the ensuing campaigns, the English king Henry VI, had inherited not the energy and valor of his father, but an anemic vision of his French grandfather's insanity. Even before his first lapse into melancholia, he was the weak puppet of first one set of influences, then another, and the factions that strove to govern for their own interests in his name lost him first Normandy and then Guyenne. Finally, they carried their feuds back across the Channel to work out what seemed an almost divine vengeance for the anarchy they had caused in France in the troubled Wars of the Roses. Under Charles VII, well named Le Bien Servi, France, as she gradually freed herself from a foreign yoke, developed from a medieval into a semblance of a modern state. Wise ministers, whom in his later years the king had had the sense to substitute for his early workless favorites, built up the power of the monarchy, restored its financial credit, and established in the place of the disorderly companies a standing army recruited and controlled by the crown. These things were not done without opposition, and the rebellion of the Praguerie, in which were implicated nearly all the leading nobles of France, including the king's own son, the Dauphin Louis, was a desperate attempt on the part of the aristocracy to shake off the growing pressure of royal control. It failed because the nation, as a whole, saw in submission to an absolute monarch a means, imperfect perhaps, but yet the only means available at the moment, of securing the regeneration of France. It is significant that when Louis XI succeeded Charles VII, he inevitably followed in his father's footsteps, forsaking the interests of the class with which he had first allied himself in order to rule as an autocrat and fulfill the ideal of kingship in his day. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Spain in the Middle Ages. Spain has been rightly described as one of the most cut-up portions of the Earth's surface. A glance at her map will show the numerous mountain ranges that pierce into the heart of the country, dividing her into districts utterly unlike both in climate and soil. Even rivers that elsewhere in Europe, as in the case of the Rhine and the Danube, act as roads of friendship and commerce, are, in Spain, for the most part, unnavigable, running in wild torrents between precipitous banks so as to form an additional hindrance to intercourse. Geography thus came to play a very great part in the history of medieval Spain. Though overrun by Romans, Vandals, Visigoths, and Saracens, no conquest should ever be quite complete, since the invaded could always find inaccessible refuges amongst the mountains. A spirit of provincial independence was also fostered, as in Italy, men learning to say first not "I am a Spaniard," but "I am of Burgos, or of Andalusia, or of Barcelona," according to their neighborhood. When the Saracens defeated King Rodrigo and his Christian army at the Battle of Guadalete, we have seen that they found the subjugation of southern and central Spain an easy matter. Rich towns and districts passed into their hands almost without a blow. The Gothic nobles and their families who should have defended them, weakened by tribal dissensions, fled away northward to the mountains of Leon and Asturias, while the downtrodden masses that they left behind soon welcomed their new masters. It was the policy of the Moors to grant a slave his freedom on his open acknowledgment of Allah as the one God and Muhammad as his prophet, while they allowed those Christians and Jews who refused to surrender their faith to live in peace on the payment of a poll tax not required from Muslims. The capital of the Saracen kingdom, or caliphate, that was destined to survive practically unmolested for some 300 years, was the town of Cordova, whose capture the Moors believed had been divinely inspired by Allah, since, as their army under cover of darkness swept up to the walls, a terrific hailstorm descended that deadened the clatter of approaching hooves. From a treacherous shepherd, one of the captains learned of a part of the fortification easy to scale, and, climbing up undetected by means of a fig tree, he let down his long turban to assist his fellows until a sufficient number had mounted to overpower the guards and open the gates to the main army. To the Spaniards, thus defeated almost in their sleep, Cordova was a fallen city, disgraced by the presence of infidels. Yet these same infidels were to make her luxury and brilliance rival the almost fabulous glories of Baghdad, and to win for her culture the grudging admiration of Christian Europe. As we read of her palace of pleasures, ornamented with gold and precious stones, of her woods of pomegranate and sweet almond, of her gardens and perfumed fountains, of her luxurious rest houses for travelers without the walls, we are back in the atmosphere of some Eastern fairy tale that clings also around the history of her caliphs, tinging with romance their loves, their hatreds, and their rivalries. There are other aspects of Moorish Spain hardly less wonderful when contrasted with the haphazard national development of the rest of Europe. Here were agriculture and industry deliberately stimulated by a close and practical study of such branches of knowledge as science and botany, algebra, and arithmetic. Arid soil that under ordinary medieval neglect would have been left a desert became, through canals and irrigation, a fertile plain, the garden of rice, sugar, cotton, or oranges. Mathematics applied to everyday needs produced the mariner's compass, scientific brains and intelligent workmen, the steel blades of Toledo and Seville, the woven silk fabrics of Granada, and the pottery and velvets of Valencia. Yet, though knowledge was consciously applied for commercial purposes, the Moors did not set up utility as an idol for their scholars, and tell them that only information that brought material wealth in its train was worth having. Philosophy and literature, as well as science, had their lecture halls. Greece and the East were searched by the caliph's orders for manuscripts to fill their libraries, and so world-famous became Cordovan professors that in the 12th century Christian students hastened to sit at their feet. And the translations of Aristotle by the Arabic professor Averroes became one of the chief sources of authority for the most orthodox schoolmen. In their search after knowledge for its own sake, the Moors accorded toleration to the best brains of all races. Elsewhere in Europe, the Jews were held accursed, protected by Christian rulers so long as their money bags could be squeezed like a sponge, but exposed to insult, torture, and death whenever popular fury, aroused by a crusade or an epidemic, demanded an easy outlet for zeal and burning and pillaging houses. Christian fanaticism had closed nearly every avenue of life to the Jew, save that of moneylender, in which he found few competitors, since the law of the Church forbade usury. It then proceeded to condemn him as a bloodsucker because of the high rate of interest that his precarious position induced him to charge for his loans. Thus, despised, hated, and feared, persecution helped to breed in the average Jew the very vices for which he was blamed, namely, the determination to sweat his Christian neighbors and an arrogant absorption in his own race to the exclusion of all others. In the cities of the Moors alone, the Jew could rise to the public eminence, as in Cordova, where teachers of the race were especially noted for their researches in medicine and surgery. Many Spanish Israelites indeed became doctors, and proved themselves so unmistakably superior in knowledge and skill to the ordinary quacks that rulers of Christian states were thankful to employ them when their health was in danger. It would seem at first sight as if this happy kingdom of the Moors, where culture, comfort, and toleration reigned, must in time succeed in spreading its civilizing influence over Europe. But there was another and darker side to Moslem Spain. The Caliphate of Cordova, like other Moslem states, was the victim of a form of government whose sole bond was the religion of Islam. Its ruler was a tyrant, independent of any popular control, and could send even his grand vizier or chief minister to death by a word. Such an exalted position had its penalties, and the caliph must keep continual watch, lest he should find enemies ready to slay him, not merely amongst his servants, but even more amongst his sons or brothers. Since polygamy prevailed, in nearly every family there were children of rival mothers who learned from their cradles to hate and fear each other. It depended only, as it seemed, on a little luck or cunning who would succeed to the royal title, and few scrupled to use dagger or poison to ensure themselves the coveted honor. Out of the feuds and plots of the Moorish court, and the rise and fall of emirs and sultans in the provinces, Moorish Spain prepared its own downfall during the 3 centuries that it dominated southern and central Spain. Away in the north, in Asturias, the cradle of the Spanish race, where every peasant considers himself an hidalgo or noble. In the kingdoms of Leon and Navarre, in the counties of Castile and Barcelona, the descendants of the once enfeebled Goths were meanwhile developing into a race of warriors. Though ardent in his devotion to Christianity, weaving supernatural aid around every victory, the Spaniard did not, in what might be called the first period of the Reconquest, show any acute dislike of the Moor. His early struggles were not for religion, but for independence, and often a prince or count would join with some friendly emir to overthrow a Christian rival. "All kings are alike to me so long as they pay my price." These words of Rodrigo Ruy Diaz, the greatest of Spanish heroes, were typical of his race in the age in which he lived. This Ruy Diaz, El Campeador, or the Challenger, as the Christians named him, but more popularly called by his Arabic title Al-Said, or the Cid, meaning the chief, was brave, generous, boastful, and treacherous. A Castilian by race, he held his allegiance to the King of Leon, whose wars he sometimes condescended to wage, as in no way sacred. But when banished by that monarch, who had well-founded suspicions of his loyalty, proceeded unabashed to fight on behalf of his late master's enemy, the Moorish Sultan of Saragossa. It is evident from the old chronicles and ballads that the Cid himself could rouse and keep the affection of those who served him. When he sent for his relations and friends to tell him that he had been banished by the King of Leon, and asked who would go with him into exile, we are told that Alvar Fanez, who was his cousin, answered, "Cid, we will all go with you through desert and through peopled country and never fail you. In your service we will spend our mules and horses, our wealth and our garments, and ever while we live be unto you loyal friends and vassals." And they all confirmed what Alvar Fanez had said. Medieval Spain was always ready to admire a warrior, and a great part of the Cid's charm lay, no doubt, in his prowess on the battlefield, when, charging with his good sword Tizona in hand, none could withstand the onslaught. To this admiration was added the deeper feeling of fellowship. Their hero might spill the blood of hundreds to attain his ambitions, but he was yet no noble after the medieval French type, despising those of inferior rank, but rather a full-blooded Spaniard, keen in his sympathy with all other Spaniards. As he rode from the town of Burgos on his way to exile, the Cid called Alvar Fanez to his side and said, "Cousin, the poor have no part in the wrong which the king hath done us. See now that no wrong be done unto them along our road." And an old woman who was standing at her door said, "Go in a lucky minute and make spoil of whatever you wish." The Cid's luck, or perhaps it would be truer to say his admirable discretion, carried him triumphantly through many campaigns, at times reconciled with the Christian king and fighting under his banner, at others laying waste to his lands as a Moorish ally. At length he reached the summit of his fortunes and carved himself a principality out of the Moorish province of Valencia, and as a ruler of this state made little pretense of being anyone's vassal, but boasted that he, a Rodrigo, would free Andalusia as another Rodrigo had let her fall into bondage. This kingly achievement was denied him, for even heroes fail, so that a time came when he fell ill, and the Moors invaded his land, and because he could no longer fight against them, he turned his face to the wall and died. Yet his last victory was still to come, for his followers, who had served him so faithfully, embalmed his body, and then they set him on his war horse and bound Tizona in his hand, and so they led him out of the city against his foes. Instead of weeping and lamentations, the Cid's widow had ordered the church bells to be rung and war trumpets to be blown, so that the Moors did not know their great enemy was dead. But imagining that he charged amongst them, terrible in his wrath as of old, they broke and fled. In spite of this victory, Valencia fell back under the rule of the Moors, but she never forgot Ruy Diaz and is proud this day to be called Valencia of the Cid. The second period of the reconquest of Spain by the Christians may be called the Crusading period. It continued until the fall of Granada in 1492. It began not at any fixed date, but in the gradual realization by the Christian states during the 12th century that their war with the Moors was something quite distinct and ever so much more important than their almost fraternal feuds with one another. This dawning conviction was intensified into a faith when the Moorish kingdom that, owing to the feebleness and corruption of its government, had almost ceased to be a kingdom and split up into a number of warring states, was, toward the end of the 12th century, overrun and temporarily welded together by a fierce Berber tribe from North Africa, the Almohades. The Almohades, like earlier followers of Muhammad, were definitely hostile to both Christians and Jews, and so the feeling of religious bitterness grew. and the war that at first was a series of victories for the infidel developed its character of a crusade. Other crusades, we have seen, gained public support, and at the beginning of the 13th century, Pope Innocent III, no less alive to his responsibility towards Spain than towards the Holy Land, sent a recruiting appeal to all the countries of Europe. This was answered by the arrival of bands of Templars, Hospitallers, and other young warriors anxious to win their spurs against the heathen. Spain herself founded several military orders, of which the most famous was the Order of Santiago, that is, of St. James, called after the national saint whose tomb at Compostela in the north was one of the favorite shrines visited by pilgrims. At the head of the Christian host, when it rode across the mountains to the plain of Las Navas de Tolosa, where it was destined to fight one of the most decisive of Spanish battles, was Alfonso VIII the Good of Castile, who had warred against the Moors ever since his coronation as a lad of 15. With him went his allies, the King of Navarre, commanding right wing, and Pedro II, King of Aragon, commanding the left. All day long the battle raged, and the Christian kings and their knights fought like heroes, but in spite of their efforts they were pressed back, and defeat seemed almost certain. "Here we must die," exclaimed Alfonso bitterly, determined to sell his life at a high price. But Rodrigo Ximenes, the fiery Archbishop of Toledo, replied, "Not so, senor, here we shall conquer." And with his cross-bearer he charged so resolutely against the foe that the Christians, rallying to save their sacred standard, drove the Moors headlong from the field. So overwhelming was the victory that the advance of the Almohades was completely checked, and the Christian states became the dominating power in the peninsula. At first in their battles amongst themselves, it had been Navarre that took the lead amongst the Christian states. But later, this little mountain kingdom that lay across the Pyrenees like a saddle and was half French in her sympathies and outlook, lost her supremacy. Spanish interest ceased to be centered in France, and focused itself instead in the lands that were slowly being recovered from the Moors. Portugal declared itself an independent kingdom. Castile broke off the yoke of Navarre and united with Leon. Aragon absorbed the important province of Catalonia with its thriving seaport, Barcelona. One of the most famous of Aragonese heroes in the 13th century was James the Conqueror, son of Pedro II of Aragon, who during the Albigensian Crusade had died fighting on behalf of his brother and vassal, the Count of Provence, against Simon de Montfort. James, who was only 6 at the time, was taken prisoner by the cruel Count, but Innocent III insisted that he should be handed back to his own people, and these gave him to the Templars to educate. It was natural that in such a military environment the boy should grow up a soldier, but he was to prove himself a statesman as well, and a lover of literature, writing in the Catalan dialect a straightforward, manly chronicle of his reign, and encouraging his Catalan subjects in the devotion to poetry that they had shared from early days with their Provençal neighbors. According to contemporary accounts, the young king was handsome beyond all ordinary standards, nearly 7 feet tall, and well built in proportion. Unfortunately, he was so attractive that he became thoroughly spoilt, and was dissolute in his way of life and uncontrolled in his temper, when in one of his rages he was capable of any crime, though ordinarily so generous and tender-hearted that he hated to sign a death warrant. In his chronicle, he tells us how, on one of his campaigns, he found a swallow had built her nest by the roundel of his tent. "So I ordered the men not to take it down," he says, "until the swallow had flown away with her young, since she had come trusting to my protection." The combination of good looks, brains, and chivalry found in James I appealed to the imagination of the Aragonese, but still more did his fighting qualities that were typically Spanish. "It has ever been the fate of my race," he wrote, "to conquer or die in battle. and when quite a small boy, he made up his mind that he would become a crusader. For many years after he was declared old enough to reign for himself, King James was forced to spend his time and energy in subduing the nobles who, during his long minority, had been allowed to become a law unto themselves. This vindication of his authority accomplished, he led his armies against the Moors, and under his conquering banner, Valencia of the Cid passed finally into Christian hands. The Moorish kingdom was now reduced to Granada in the south and the dependent province of Murcia to the northeast that was claimed by the Castilians, though Alfonso the Learned of Castile was quite unable to make himself master of it. Hearing of the Aragonese victories in Valencia, Alfonso, who was the conqueror's son-in-law, asked King James if he would help him by invading Murcia, a project that first aroused the anger of the Aragonese because it seemed to them that they were expected to do the hard work in order that someone else might reap the spoils. King James was more far-seeing than his subjects and held a different view. The Moors were weak at the moment, but owing to the influx of fresh warriors from North Africa, they had always been able to rally their power in the past and might do so again. If the King of Castile happens to lose his land, I shall hardly be safe in mine, was his shrewd summary of the case. And with this, he invaded and overran Murcia, which he gave to his son-in-law in 1262. This date, 1262, though it marked no fresh acquisition of territory for Aragon, was nevertheless an epoch in her history. Hitherto, her main interest had been identical with Castile's, namely the freedom of Spain from the infidel. But now, owing to the conquest of Murcia, she was surrounded by Christian neighbors, and what remained of the crusade had become the business of Castile alone. Early in his reign also, King James had closed another chapter in Aragonese history when, as a result of his father's defeat and death, he had been forced to cede all Catalonian claims to Provence, and thus had put away forever the prospect of absorbing France that had dazzled his ancestors. Where, then, should Aragon turn her victorious arms? King James, a true Aragonese, had already answered this question when, in 1229, he began the conquest of the Balearic Islands, thus clearly recognizing that his country's natural outlook for expansion was neither north nor south, but eastwards. Already, Catalan fishermen and the merchants of Barcelona were disputing the commercial overlordship of the Mediterranean with their fellows of Marseille and the Italian republics, and thenceforward Aragonese kings were to take a hand in the game, supporting commerce with diplomacy and the sword. James the Conqueror did not die in battle harness as he had predicted, but in the robe of a Cistercian monk, expiating in the seclusion of a monastery the sins of his tempestuous, pleasure-loving youth. His tradition as a warrior descended to his son Pedro III, under whose rule Aragon entered on her campaign of Italian conquests. Both the excuse for this undertaking and the occasion have been noticed elsewhere in another connection. The excuse was the execution of Conradin, the last legitimate descendant of the Neapolitan Hohenstaufen. As he stood on the scaffold calmly awaiting his death, the boy, for he was little more, had flung his gauntlet amongst the crowd. The action spoke for itself, the one bitter word revenge, and a partisan who witnessed it, kneeling swiftly, picked up the glove and bore it away to Spain. Here he presented it to Pedro III, to whose wife Constance, the daughter of an illegitimate son of Frederick II, the claims of the Italian Hohenstaufen had descended. Pedro did not forget the glove or its message, and when the Sicilians, rising in wrath at the Easter Vespers, massacred their Angevin tyrants, it was Aragonese ships that brought them succor, and Pedro who defied the anathemas of the Pope and the power of France to drive him from his new throne. All the failures and victories of the years that followed, when Aragonese and Angevin claimants deluged the kingdom and adjoining islands with blood, are more a matter of Italian than Spanish history, and it is with Castile that the interests of the peninsula become mainly concerned. Castile in later medieval times consisted of some 2/3 of the whole area of Spain, stretching from the Bay of Biscay in the north to the confines of the Moorish kingdom of Granada in the south. As her name suggests, she was a land of castles built originally not like the strongholds of Stephen's lawless barons in England to maintain a tyranny over the countryside, but as military outposts in each fresh stage of the reconquest from Islam. Naturally, those who lived in such outposts, and might be awakened at any night to take part in a border foray or to withstand a surprise attack, expected to receive special privileges and compensation. This was as it should be, and grateful kings of Castile, in order to encourage traders as well as knights and princes to settle on their dangerous southern border, offered concessions in the form of charters and revenues with a reckless prodigality at which other European monarchs would have shuddered. Trouble began when, with the steady advance of the crusading armies, outposts ceased to be outposts, and yet their inhabitants, naturally enough again, saw no reason why they should be deprived of the privileges and riches that they had won in the past. Had they known how to use their independence, when danger from the Moors diminished, in securing a government conscious of national needs and aspirations, Spain might have become the political leader of Europe. Unfortunately, the average Castilian felt only a selfish sense of the advantages that liberty might afford, without realizing in the least that their possession entailed heavy responsibilities. Thus, he allowed his country to degenerate into anarchy. War seemed the natural atmosphere of life to the Castilian of pure blood, whose ancestors had all been crusaders. Unable to compete in agriculture or industry with the thrifty Moslems or Jews who remained behind on the lands that he reconquered, he decided that labor, except with the sword, was the hallmark of slaves, and this unfortunate fallacy, widely adopted, became the ultimate ruin of Spain. It turned her from the true road of national prosperity, which can be gained only by solid work, while it prevented nobles and town representatives from understanding one another, and so rendered them incapable of common action in the Cortes or national parliament. The fallacy went farther, for it made war between the noble and noble seem a natural outlet for martial zeal when no Moslem force was handy on which to whet Christian swords. The part played by the kings in this land of independent crusaders and aristocratic cutthroats was difficult and precarious, though not so legally bound by the concessions he had been forced to make as in Aragon, where no king might pass a law without the consent of his Cortes, and where the Justicar, a popular minister, disputed his supreme right at justice. Medieval Castilian monarchs were, in practice, very much at the mercy of their subjects. Henry II of England had been able to burn down his barons' castles and hang some of their owners, thus paving the way of royal supremacy. But kings of Castile could scarcely adopt such drastic measures against subjects usually more wealthy than themselves, whose castles were required as national fortresses and whose retainers formed the main part of Christian armies against the Moors. Instead, custom and circumstances seemed ever forcing the rulers of Castile to grant new liberties and to alienate their lands and revenues in constant rewards and bribes. This was one of the failings of Alfonso the Learned, who, in spite of his boast, "Had I been present at the creation, I would have arranged the world better," was certainly not the wise, as he is sometimes called. Alfonso was a great reader and a scientist in advance of his day, but the best work that he ever did for his kingdom was the publication of the Siete Partidas, 7 divisions, a compilation of all the previous laws of Spain, both Roman and Gothic, drawn up and arranged in a single code. For the rest, apart from his somewhat academic cleverness, he was vain, irresolute, and superficial. On one occasion he divorced his wife, and then, when the new wife he had chosen, a Norwegian princess, had already arrived at a Spanish port, he decided to send her away and retain the old. This capriciousness was of a piece with the rest of his actions. During the Great Interregnum, Alfonso was one of the claimants for the imperial crown, but had neither money nor sufficient popularity to carry through this foolish project, for which he heavily overtaxed his people. He also planned an invasion of Africa in grand crusading style, but had to turn his attention instead to struggling against unruly sons. He died with little accomplished, save his reputation for wisdom. The reign of Alfonso X was a prelude to a century and a half of anarchy in Castile, a period when few of her kings could claim to be either wise or learned, and when 4 of them, by ill fortune, ascended the throne in childhood, and so presented their nobles with extra opportunities for seeking their own ambitions at the royal expense. On one struggle during this century and a half we have already touched, the bitter feud between Pedro the Cruel, the Nero of Spain, and his half-brother, Henry of Trastamara. There is no end to the list of crimes with which this monster has been accused, from strangling his rival's mother and calmly watching while his half-brother, a twin of Henry of Trastamara, was pursued and cut down unarmed by the royal guard, to ordering that the young bride with whom he had refused to live should be given poisonous herbs that she might die. Stained, indeed, must the Black Prince have felt his honor when he discovered what a brother in arms he had crossed the Pyrenees to aid, one who would massacre prisoners for sheer love of butchery, burn a priest for prophesying his death, and murder an archbishop in a fit of savagery. It is probably true to describe this worst of the Spanish kings as mad. Many of his atrocities were so meaningless, such obvious steps to his own downfall, because they alienated those who tried to remain loyal to his cause. His end, when it came, rejoiced the popular heart and imagination. For Pedro, according to tradition, was at last entrapped by the crafty Du Guesclin, lately released from imprisonment by the Black Prince and once more in the service of Henry of Trastamara. King Pedro believed that every man had a price, and, on Du Guesclin's pretense that he might be bought over, stole secretly one night to the Frenchman's tent. Here he found his hated brother with some of his courtiers, who cried aloud, "Look, Señor, it is your enemy." I am," screamed Pedro furiously, seeing he was betrayed, and flung himself on his brother, while the latter struck at him with his dagger. Over and over they rolled in the half-light of a tallow candle, until Pedro, who had gained the upper hand, fumbled for his poniard with which to strike a fatal blow. Then, according to the old ballad, Du Guesclin interfered. "I neither make king nor mar king, but I serve my master," he said, and turned Pedro over on his back, enabling those who were standing by to dispatch him with their knives. The tale, if creditable to Du Guesclin's loyalty, is hardly so to his love of fair play. But the murdered king had lived like a wild animal, and it is difficult to feel any regret that he died like one instead of in a battle as a knight. The house of Trastamara was now established on the Castilian throne by the triumphant Henry II. Some years later it gave also a king to its eastern neighbor, when the royal house of Aragon had become extinct in the male line. This was the Infante Ferdinand, a man of mature judgment, who had already won golden opinions for his honesty and statesmanship when acting as guardian for his young nephew, John II of Castile. Both kingdoms, but more especially Castile, were to remain victims of civil wars and of frequent periods of anarchy for another half-century. John II, deprived of his uncle's wise guidance, devoted his time to composing love songs and surrendered his weak will to a royal favorite, Alvaro de Luna, without whose consent, tradition says, he dared not even go to bed. The result was incessant turbulence, for the nobles hated the arrogant and all-powerful upstart who managed the court as he pleased and steadily added to his own estates and revenues. Yet, having brought about his downfall and death, they had no better government with which to replace his tyranny. Under John's son and successor, Castile fared even worse, for Henry IV was not merely weak, but vicious, so that he rolled the crown in the mire of scandal and degradation. Government of any sort was now at an end. "Our swords," wrote a contemporary Castilian, recalling this time of nightmare, "were employed not to defend the boundaries of Christendom, but to rip up the entrails of our country. He was most esteemed among us who was strongest in violence. Justice and peace were far removed." In their efforts to save something of their lives and fortunes from this wreck, towns and villages formed hermandades, or brotherhoods, that is, troops of armed men who pursued and punished criminals. But these leagues, without support from the crown, were not strong enough to deal with the worst offenders, the wealthy nobles, who could cover their misdeeds with lavish bribery or threats. At this moment in Castile's history, when she had sunk to a depth from which she could not save herself, Henry IV died and was succeeded on the throne by his sister Isabel, a girl in years but already a statesman in outlook and discretion. Henry IV had attempted to secure personal advantages in his lifetime by arranging various marriages for Isabel, first with a French prince, then with the King of Portugal, and finally with one of his own worthless favorites, and his sister had won his dislike by her steady refusal to agree to any of these alliances. Secretly, indeed, she had married her cousin Ferdinand, heir to the throne of Aragon, a youth already distinguished for his military abilities and shrewd common sense. As joint rulers of Castile and Aragon, Isabel and Ferdinand dominated Spain and were able to impose their will even on the most powerful of their rebellious subjects, taking back the crown lands that had been recklessly given away, organizing a Santa Hermandad, or Holy Brotherhood, on the model of previous local efforts to ensure order, and themselves holding supreme tribunals to judge important cases of robbery and murder. In this display of authority, the land not merely acquiesced, but rejoiced, utterly weary of an independence the misuse of which had produced license instead of freedom. Thus it was that a strong monarchy, such as Louis XI was able to establish in France at the end of the 100 Years' War, and the Tudors in England after the Wars of the Roses, was also organized and maintained in Spain. Under its despotic sway, many popular liberties were lost, but peace was gained at home and glory and honor abroad above all expectations. The perpetual crusade against the Moors had always touched the imagination of Europe. Now its crowning achievement, the conquest of Granada, dazzled their eyes with all the pageantry and pomp of victory so dear to medieval minds. Hardly was this wonder told when news came that a Genoese adventurer had discovered, in the name of Isabel and Ferdinand, a Spanish empire of almost fabulous wealth beyond the Atlantic. To these triumphs were added conquests in Italy, fruits of Ferdinand's Aragonese ambitions. The glory of Spain belongs to modern, not to medieval history. But just as a man or a woman is a development of the child, so this, the first nation in Europe as she became in the 16th century, proved the outcome of the qualities and vices of an earlier age. Above all things, she became, as we should expect, a nation of warriors, inspired with ardor for the Catholic faith, arrogant and ambitious. To her strength was added a fatal weakness bred of conceit and a narrow outlook, that is, the intolerance that admired Ferdinand and Isabel's ruthless Inquisition and rejoiced in the expulsion of thousands of thrifty Jews and Moors. Spain was a born conqueror among nations, but what she conquered, she had learned neither the sympathy nor adaptability to govern. Thus, the empire won by her courage and endurance was destined to slip from her grasp. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Central and Northern Europe in the Later Middle Ages. The accession of Rudolf of Habsburg as King of the Romans in 1273 is a turning point in the history of medieval Germany. Hitherto, private or imperial ambitions had prevented even well-intentioned emperors from exerting their full strength against anarchy at home, while a few, like Frederick II, had deliberately ignored German interests. The result had been a steady process of disintegration, perpetuating racial and class feuds. But now, at last, the tradition was broken, and an emperor chosen who was willing to forego the glory of dominating Rome and Lombardy in order to build up a nation north of the Alps. The election itself was somewhat of a surprise, for Rudolf belonged to an obscure and far from wealthy family, owning territory in Alsace and amongst the Swiss mountains. What is interesting to the modern world is that the man who did most to influence the electors in their choice and thus helped to plant a Habsburg with his feet on the ladder of greatness, was a Hohenzollern. Count Rudolf, at the time of his election, was a middle-aged man of considerable military experience, kindly, simple, and resolute. He had won the affection of his own vassals by helping them in their struggles against the unjust demands of local tyrants, such as feudal bishops or the barons who built castles amongst the crags and sent out armed retainers to waylay merchants and travelers. One tale records how, with an apparently small force, he advanced boldly against a robber fastness, thus encouraging the garrison to issue out and attack him. When the robbers approached, however, they found to their horror that each of their mounted opponents had another armed man seated behind him, and so, hopelessly outnumbered as well as outwitted, they were forced to surrender or fly. Rudolf needed all his military ability when he was chosen emperor, for the most powerful ruler in Central Europe at that time, King Ottokar of Bohemia, refused to recognize him, being furious that he himself had not received a single vote, while an obscure count from the Swiss mountains had been elected his master. The truth was that Ottokar was well known to be arrogant and bad-tempered, so that all the electors were afraid of him. And there was general rejoicing when, in a battle against King Rudolf near Vienna, he was killed, and the throne of Bohemia passed to his son, a boy of 12. This victory was the real beginning of Habsburg fortunes, for Rudolf, by the confiscation of the Austrian provinces of Carinthia, Styria, and Carniola that had belonged to his rival, established his family as one of the great territorial powers of the empire. Unfortunately, his character seemed to deteriorate with success, and his greed for lands and power to increase with acquisition. Instead of finding Rudolf the protector of their liberties, his sturdy Swiss vassals now had to defend themselves against his encroachments, and in the year 1291, some of them, in self-defense, formed what they called a perpetual league, whose covenant, drawn up a few years later in a simplified form, is just as sacred a charter of liberty to the Swiss as the Magna Carta is to the English. "Know all men," it began, "that we, the people of the valley of Uri, the community of the valley of Schweiz, and the mountaineers of the lower valley, seeing the malice of the times, have solemnly agreed and bound ourselves by oath to aid and defend each other with all our might and main, with our lives and property, both within and without our boundaries, each at his own expense, against every enemy whatever who shall attempt to molest us, whether singly or collectively." This was the first Confederation of the Swiss, the union of the three provinces of Uri, Schweiz, and the Lower Valley, or Unterwalden. But Rudolf died in the same year, 1291, so that the Swiss struggle for liberty really began against his son, Albert of Austria. Rudolf, in spite of the concordat he had made with the Pope renouncing his claims over papal territory, had never been to Italy to be crowned emperor, so that he died merely King of the Romans, and the electors of Germany made this one of their excuses for not immediately choosing his son to succeed him. Like Ottokar, Albert was overbearing and ambitious, and had at once, on his father's death, obtained possession of the entire family estates, without allowing any of them to pass to Count John of Habsburg, a son of his elder brother who had died some years before. Albert was a persistent man when he wished for anything very ardently, and, having failed to be elected emperor a first time, he set himself to win friends and allies amongst the powerful families all over Germany. So successful was he that when a fresh imperial vacancy occurred in 1298, the choice of the electors fell on him. This realization of his ambitions spurred Albert's energies to fresh efforts. He was now overlord of the empire, but on his own estates, amongst the Swiss mountains, his will was often disputed by citizens and peasants who claimed to have imperial permission for their independence. As emperor, Rudolf could withdraw privileges light-heartedly granted by predecessors who were not Habsburgs, and with this in view, he sent bailiffs and stewards to govern in his name with orders to enforce complete submission to his demands. Concerning the events that followed, fiction has built round fact a wonderful tale that, whether true or false in its main incidents, is characteristic of medieval Swiss daring and a fit introduction to a great national struggle for liberty. Gessler, legend tells us, was the most hated of all Albert's Austrian governors. So narrow-minded was he that he hated to see peasants building themselves stone houses instead of living in mud hovels, and would take every opportunity of humbling and oppressing them. Once he set up a hat on a pole in the marketplace of one of the principal towns, and ordered everyone who passed to salute it. A certain William Tell, either through obstinacy or carelessness, failed to do so, on which Gessler, who had found out that he was an archer, ordered him, as punishment, to shoot at long range an apple placed on his son's head. In vain the father begged for any other sentence. Gessler only laughed. Seeing that entreaty was useless, Tell took 2 shafts, and with one he pierced straight through the apple. Gessler was annoyed at his success, and looking at him suspiciously, asked, "What then is the meaning of thy second arrow?" The archer hesitated, and not until he had been promised his life if he would answer the truth would he speak. Then he said, bluntly, "Had I injured my child, my second shaft should not have missed thy heart." There was a murmur of applause from the townsmen, but the governor was enraged at such a bold answer. "Truly," he shouted, "I have promised thee life, but I will throw thee into a dungeon where never more shall sun nor moon let fall their rays on thee." The legend goes on to relate how, though bound and closely guarded, the gallant archer made his escape, and, hiding in the bushes not far from the road where Gessler must pass to his castle, he shot him and fled. "It is Tell's shaft," said the dying man as he fell from his horse. By his daring struggle against the tyrant, William Tell became one of Switzerland's national heroes. Fortunately for the Swiss, Albert was so busy as ruler of all Germany that he could not give the full attention to subduing his rebellious vassals that he would have liked. And when at last he found time to visit his own estates, just as he was almost within sight of the family castle of the Habsburgs, he was murdered, not by a peasant, but by his nephew Count John, who considered that he had been unjustly robbed of his inheritance. The task of attempting to reduce the Swiss to submission fell on a younger son of King Albert, Duke Leopold, a youth who despised the peasants of his native valleys quite as heartily as the French their Jacques Bonhomme. His army, as it wandered carelessly up into the Swiss mountains, without order or pickets, resembled a hunting party seeking a day's amusement. And on their saddles his horsemen carried bundles of rope to hang the rebels, and bind together the cattle they expected to capture as spoils. Meeting with no opposition, Duke Leopold began to ascend the frozen side of the Morgarten, and here, as he advanced between high ridges, discovered himself in a death trap. From the heights above, the Swiss of the forest cantons rained a deadly fire of stones and missiles that threw the horses below into confusion, slipping and falling on the smooth surface of the track. Then there descended from all sides small bodies of peasants armed with halberds, so sure-footed amid the snow and ice that they cut down the greater part of the Duke's forces before they could extricate themselves and find safe ground. Leopold escaped, but he rode from the carnage, according to his chronicler, distracted and with a face like death. Swiss independence had been vindicated by his defeat, and round the nucleus of the forest republics there soon gathered others, bound together in a federal union that, while securing the safety of all, guaranteed to each their liberties. Other campaigns still remained to be fought on behalf of complete Swiss independence, and one of the most important of these occurred toward the end of the 15th century and was waged against a military leader of Europe, Charles, Duke of Burgundy, son and successor of that Philip the Good who had played so great a part in the latter half of the 100 Years' War. This Charles the Bold, sometimes also called the Rash or the Terrible, was in many ways a typical medieval soldier. From his boyhood he had loved jousting, not the magnificent tourneys in which as heir to the dukedom he could count on making a safe as well as a spectacular display of knightly courage, but real contests in which, disguised in plain armor, his strength and skill alone could win him laurels and avoid death. Strong and healthy, brave and impetuous, he loved the atmosphere of war with all its hazards and hardships. "I never heard him complain of weariness," wrote Philip de Comines, a French historian who was at one time in his service, "and I never saw in him a sign of fear." To qualities like courage and endurance, Charles added failings that were often his undoing: a hot temper, impatience, and a tendency to underestimate the wits of his opponents. His clever, ambitious brain was always weaving plans, but he did not realize that he had neither the skill nor the political vision to keep many irons in the fire without letting one get too hot or another over cold. Like all medieval rulers of Burgundy, he was faced by the problem of his middle kingdom, with its large commercial population, whose trade interests must be considered alongside his own territorial ambitions. To the rulers of both France and the Empire, he was tenant-in-chief for different provinces, and either of these potentates could cause him discomfort by stirring up trouble amongst his subjects, or else unite with him to his great advantage in order to defy the authority of the other. At first, Charles tried to increase his territory in the west at the expense of Louis XI of France, and even gained some showy triumphs. But gradually he found that he was no match in diplomacy for that astute king, the Universal Spider, as a contemporary christened him. And so he turned his attention to his eastern border. Here he discovered that a Habsburg, Sigismund of the Tyrol, had become involved in a quarrel with the Swiss cantons and had been forced to promise them a large sum of money that he was quite unable to pay. When Charles offered to lend him the sum required if he would hand over as security his provinces of Alsace and Breslau, Sigismund, seeing no other alternative, reluctantly agreed. So remote was the prospect of repayment that the Duke of Burgundy at once began to rule the territories that he held in pawn as though they were his own, and might indeed have absorbed them quietly amongst his possessions, had not the French Spider chosen to take a hand in the game. Louis XI had never forgiven Charles for his clumsy attempts to rob him of French territory, and now, weaving a web that was to entangle the Burgundian to his ultimate ruin, he secretly pointed out to the Swiss how much more dangerous a neighbor was Charles the Bold than Sigismund the Penniless. Let Sigismund, he suggested, agree to withdraw all Habsburg claims to towns and lands belonging to the cantons, and let the cantons in return pledge themselves to pay for the restoration of the lost provinces. This compromise was finally arranged, and the exasperated Charles called upon to hand back the lands he already considered his own. Instead of complying, he made overtures to both Louis and the Emperor, with such success that when the Swiss troops invaded Alsace in order to gain possession of that province for Sigismund, they found themselves without the powerful allies on whose support they had counted. Charles, ever too prone to overestimate his importance, now believed that he was in a position to crush these presumptuous burghers once and for all. With a splendidly equipped army of some 50,000 men, and some of the new heavy artillery that had already begun to turn battlefields into an inferno, he crossed the Jura Mountains and marched towards the town of Granson that had been occupied by the Swiss. This he speedily reduced, hanging the entire garrison on the trees without the gates as an indication of how he intended to deal with the rebels, and then continued on his way, since he heard that the army of the cantons, some 18,000 men in all, had gathered in the neighborhood. On the slopes of a vineyard, he could soon see their vanguard kneeling with arms outstretched. "These cowards are ours," he exclaimed contemptuously, and at once ordered his artillery to fire, for he thought that the peasants begged for mercy, whereas, believing God was on their side, they really knelt in prayer. Mown down in scores, the Swiss maintained their ground, and Charles, to tempt them from their strong position, ordered a part of his army to fall back as if in rout. This ruse his own Burgundians misunderstood, the more that at the moment they received the command, they could see the main Swiss forces advancing rapidly across the opposite heights and blowing their famous war horns. Confusion ensued, and soon, in the words of an old Swiss chronicler, the Burgundians took to their heels and disappeared from sight, as though a whirlwind had swept them from the earth. Such was the unexpected victory of Granson that delivered into Swiss hands the silken tents and baggage wagons of the richest and most luxurious ruler in Europe. Carpets and Flemish lace, fine linen and jewelry, embroidered banners, beautifully chased and engraved weapons, these were some of the treasures of which specimens are still to be found in the museums of the cantons. Charles was defeated, overcome by rustics whom there would have been no honor in conquering, as the King of Hungary expressed the situation in the knightly language of the day. Such a disgrace intensified Burgundian determination to continue the war, while the Swiss, on their part, found their resolution hardened by the sight of the garrison of Granson hanging from the trees. "There are 3 times as many of that foe as at Granson, but let no one be dismayed. With God's help, we will kill them all." Thus spoke a Swiss leader on the eve of the Battle of Morat, where savage hand-to-hand fighting reduced the Burgundian infantry to a fragment and drove the Duke with a few horsemen in headlong flight from the field. Twice defeated, a wise prince might have done well to consider terms of peace with those who, though rustics, had proved more than his equals. But Charles, a brave soldier, would not recognize that his own bad generalship had largely contributed to his disasters. He chose to believe instead in that convenient but somewhat thin excuse for failure, bad luck, and prophesied that his fortunes would turn if he persevered. More dubious of their ruler's ability than his fortune, the Flemings, as they grudgingly voted money for a fresh campaign, besought their duke to make peace. His former allies, once dazzled by his name and riches, were planning to desert him. But Charles was deaf alike to hints of prudence or tales of treachery. Near the town of Nancy he met the Swiss for a 3rd time, and once more the famous horns, the bull of Uri and the cow of Unterwalden, bellowed forth their calls to victory, and the Burgundians, inspired by treachery or foreboding of defeat, turned and fled. No one knew what had happened to the Duke until a captured page reported that he had seen him cut down as he fought stubbornly against great numbers. Later his body was discovered, stripped for the sake of its rich armor, and half embedded in a frozen lake. Thus fittingly died Charles the Rash, leaving the reputation as a warrior that he would gladly have earned to his enemies the Swiss, now regarded as amongst the invincible veterans of Europe. The voice of freedom had spoken so loudly through the forest cantons that medieval Europe had been forced to acknowledge her claim, and elsewhere also democratic forces were openly at work. We have spoken in previous chapters of the communes of northern France and Italy, precocious in their civilization, modern in their demands for self-government. In Italy, at least, they had been strong enough to form leagues and defeat emperors. But commercial jealousy and class feuds had always prevented these unions from developing into a federation. This is true also of southern Germany, where towns like Augsburg and Nuremberg become, as the central mart for trade between Eastern and Western Europe and also between Venice, Genoa, and the lands north of the Alps, rivals in wealth and luxury of Mediterranean ports. During periods like the Great Interregnum, when German kingship was of no avail to preserve peace or order, it was associations of these towns that sent out young burghers to fight the robber knights that were the pest of the countryside, and to protect the merchandise on which their joint fortunes depended. Union for obvious purposes of defense was thus a political weapon forged early in town annals. But, on the other hand, it was only slowly that burghers and citizens came to realize the advantages of permanent combination for other ends, such as commercial expansion or in order to secure stable government. This limited outlook arose partly from the very different stages of development at which medieval towns were to be found at the same moment. Some would be just struggling out of dependence on a local bishop or count by the payment of huge tolls, at the same time that others, though enjoying a good deal of commercial freedom, were still forced to accept magistrates appointed by their neighboring overlord. Yet again, a privileged few would be free towns, entirely self-governed and owning allegiance only to the emperor. Perhaps a mastermind could have dovetailed all these conflicting systems of government into a federation that would have helped and safeguarded the interests of all, but unfortunately the medieval mind was a slave to the fallacy that commercial gain can only be made at the expense of someone else. The men of one town hated and feared the prosperity of another, and were convinced that the utmost limit of duty to a neighbor was their own city walls. Nothing, for instance, is more opposed to modern codes of brotherhood than the early medieval opinion on the subject of wrecks. Men and women in those days saw no incongruity in piously petitioning God in public prayer for a good wreckage, or in regarding the shipwrecked sailor or merchant cast on their rocks as prey to be knocked on the head and plucked. The towns of North Germany shared to the full this primitive savagery, but they learned the secret of cooperation that their wealthy southern neighbors utterly missed, and in so doing became for a time a political force of worldwide fame. Such was the commercial league of the Hansa, formed first of all by a few principal ports, Lübeck, Danzig, Bremen, and Hamburg, lying on the Baltic or North Sea, but afterwards increased to a union of 80 or more towns as the value of mutual support and obligations was realized. Law in the Middle Ages was personal rather than territorial. That is to say, a man when he traveled abroad would not be judged or protected by the law of the country to which he went, but would carry his own law with him. If this law was practically non-existent, as for a German during the years of anarchy when the Holy Roman Empire was thoroughly discredited in the eyes of Europe, the merchant stood a small chance of safeguarding himself and his wares. It was here, when emperors and kings of the Romans failed, that the Hanseatic League stepped in, maintaining centers in foreign towns where the merchants of those cities included in the league could lodge and store their goods, and where permanent representatives of the league could make suit to the government of the country on behalf of fellow merchants who had suffered from robbery or violence. As early as the 10th century, German traders had won privileges in English markets, for we find in the Code of Ethelred the Reedless the following statement: "The people of the emperor have been judged worthy of good laws like ourselves." Later, steel yards, or depots somewhat similar to the Flemish staple towns, were established for the convenience of imperial merchants, and owing to the energy of the Hanseatic League, these became thriving centers of commerce, respected by kings of England, jealously disliked by their subjects. Protection of the merchants belonging to the Hansa while in foreign countries soon represented, however, but a small part of the League's duty toward those who claimed her privileges. The merchant must travel safely to his market by land and sea. But in North Germany he had not merely to fear robber knights, but national foes, the hostile Slav tribes that attacked him as he rode eastward to the famous Russian market of Nizhny Novgorod to negotiate for furs, tallow, and fats, or even more dangerous, Scandinavian pirates who sought to sink his vessel as he crossed the Baltic or threaded the Danish Isles. One of the chief sources of Hansa riches was the fishing industry, since the law that every Christian must abstain from meat during the 40 days of Lent and on the weekly Friday fast made fish a necessity of life even more in the Middle Ages than in modern times. Now, the cheapest of all fish for anxious housekeepers was the salted herring, and as the herring migrated from one ocean field to another, it made and unmade the fortune of cities. From the middle of the 12th to the middle of the 15th century, it chose the Baltic as a home of refuge from the North Sea whales, and in doing so built the prosperity of Lübeck, just as it broke the prosperity when it swam away to the coasts of Holland. For 2 months of every year, the North German fishermen cast nets for their prey as it swept in millions through the narrow straits past the coast of Scania. But here lay trouble for the Hansa, since Scania, one of the southernmost districts of modern Sweden, was then a Danish province, and the Danes, who were warriors rather than traders, hated the Germans heartily. In early medieval times, we have noticed Scandinavia as the home of Norse pirates, as the mother of a race of world conquerors, the Normans, under Canute, who reigned in England, Norway, and Denmark, as an empire builder. The last ideal was never quite forgotten, for as late as the 100 Years' War, King Valdemar III of Denmark planned to aid his French ally by invading England. But the necessary money was not forthcoming, and other and more pressing political problems intervened and stopped him. Valdemar inherited from his North ancestors a taste for piracy that he pursued with a restless, unscrupulous energy very tiring to his people. Sometimes it brought him victory, but more often disaster, at least to his land. In the whole kingdom, says a discontented Dane, no time remained to eat, to repose, to sleep, no time in which people were not driven to work by the bailiffs and servants of the king at the risk of losing his royal favor, their lives, and their goods. Because of his persistence, Valdemar was nicknamed Otterdag, or There is Another Day, his boast being that there was always time to return to any task on completing which he had set his heart. Valdemar's chief ambition was to make Denmark the supreme power in northern Europe, and in endeavoring to achieve this object, he was always forming alliances with Norway and Sweden that broke down and plunged him into wars instead. The Hansa towns he hated and despised, and in 1361, moved by this enmity, he promised his army that he would lead them whither there was gold and silver enough, and where pigs ate out of silver troughs. His allusion was to Wisby, the capital of Gothland, that, under the fostering care and control of North German merchants, had become the prosperous center of the Baltic herring fishery. Under Valdemar's expected onslaught, the city, with its 48 towers rising from the sea, was set on fire and sacked. Since Gothland was a Swedish island, vengeance for this insult did not legally rest with the Hansa, but, recognizing that the blow had been aimed primarily at her trade, she sent a fleet northwards to cooperate with the Swedes and the Norwegians. This led to one of the greatest disasters that ever befell the Hanseatic League, for her allies did not appear, and her fleet, being outnumbered, was beaten and destroyed. Valdemar, delighted with his success, determined to reduce the North Germans to ruin, and continued his policy of aggression with added zest. But in this he made a political mistake. Many of the towns, especially those not on the Baltic, were apathetic when the struggle with the Danish king began. They did not wish to pay taxes even for a victory, and angrily repudiated financial responsibility for defeat. It was only as they became aware, through constant Danish attacks, that the very existence of the League was at stake, that a new public opinion was born, and that it was decided at Cologne in 1367 to reopen a campaign against King Valdemar, towards which every town must contribute its due. If any city refused to help, ran the announcement of the meeting's decision, its burghers and merchants shall have no intercourse with the towns of the German Hansa. No goods shall be bought from them or sold to them. They shall have no right of entry or exit, of lading or unlading in any harbor. The result of the League's vigorous policy was entirely successful, and compelled the unscrupulous Valdemar, who found himself shortly in an awkward corner, to collect all the money that he could and depart on a round of visits to the various courts of Europe. He left his people to the fate he had prepared for them, and during his absence Copenhagen was sacked, and the Danes driven to conclude the Treaty of Stralsund that placed the League in control of all the fortresses along the coast of Scania for 15 years. The Hansa had now acquired the supremacy of the Baltic, and, because the duty of garrisoning the fortresses and patrolling the seas required a standing army and navy, the League of Northern towns did not, like those in southern Germany, Italy, or France, melt away as soon as temporary safety was achieved. Each city continued to manage its own affairs, but federal assemblies were held where questions of common taxation and foreign policy were discussed, and where those towns that refused to abide by decisions previously arrived at were unhansed, that is, deprived of their privileges. Even emperors who condemned leagues on principle from old Hohenstaufen experience respected, if they disliked, the Hansa that carried through national police work in the north of which they themselves were quite incapable. The Emperor Charles IV, when he visited Lübeck, addressed the principal civic officials as "my lords," and when, suspicious of this flattery, they demurred, he replied, "You are lords indeed, for the oldest imperial registers know that Lübeck is one of the 5 towns that have accorded to them ducal rank in the imperial council." The chronicler adds proudly that thus Lübeck was acknowledged the equal of Rome, Venice, Florence, and Pisa. In the latter half of the 14th century, the Hanseatic League stood at the height of its power, for though the political genius of Queen Margaret, daughter of Valdemar III, succeeded in uniting Denmark, Norway, and Sweden by the agreement called the Union of Kalmar, and also forced the Hansa to surrender the fortresses on the Scania coast, yet even the foundations of this vast Scandinavian empire could not shake German supremacy over the Baltic. Under Margaret's successors, the Union of Kalmar degenerated into a Danish tyranny, and because it was the result of a dynastic settlement and not of any national movement, it soon came to shipwreck amid general discontent and civil wars. The Hanseatic League itself, though it lingered on as a political force through the 15th century, gradually declined and lost touch with the commercial outlook of the age. The decline may be traced partly to the fact that there was no vigorous national life in Germany to feed the League's vitality, but also to a steady tendency for towns to drift apart and become absorbed in the local interests of their provinces. The real blow to the prestige of the League was, however, the departure of the herring shoals from Baltic to the coasts of Amsterdam. The Hansa had concentrated its commercial interests in the Baltic, and when the Baltic failed her, she found herself unable to compete with the Dutch and English traders who were already masters of the North Sea. Other and more adventurous rivals were opening up trade routes along the African coast and across the Atlantic, but the Hanseatic League, with her rigid and limited conception of commercial interests, was like a nurse still holding by the hand children that should have been able to fend for themselves. Once the protection of her merchants, she had degenerated into a check on individual enterprise, and so, belonging to the spirit of the Middle Ages, with the Middle Ages, passed away. Another medieval institution, destined also to decline and finally vanish, was a close ally of the Hanseatic League, namely the Order of Teutonic Knights. Transferred, as we have noticed, on the fall of the Latin Empire in Asia Minor to the shores of the Baltic, the order had there justified its existence by carrying on a perpetual war against the heathen Lithuanians and Prussians, building fortresses and planting colonies of German settlers, as Charlemagne and his Franks had set the example. While there still remained heathen to conquer, the knights were warmly encouraged by the Pope, and their battlefields were a popular resort for the chivalry of nearly every country in Europe, competing in their claims with the camps of Valencia, Murcia, and Granada. Nearer home, the order found less favor. In Poland, for instance, that had first welcomed the knights as a bulwark against northern barbarism, the unpleasant knowledge gradually dawned that the Crusaders, by securing the territory of Livonia, Kurland, and Prussia, had cut her off from a lucrative sea trade. Poland was the most easterly of those states that in medieval times owned a nominal allegiance to Holy Roman emperors. She had received her Christianity from Rome and was thus drawn into the network of Western life. Unlike Russia, or the Kingdom of Rus as it was called, that was converted by missionaries from Constantinople and whose princes and dukes were subject to Mongol overlords in Siberia from the middle of the 13th to the middle of the 15th century. The Poles were brave, intensely devoted to their race, persistent in their enmities, and in none more than in their dislike of German knights, whose military genius and discipline had so often thwarted their ambitions. Quarrels and wars were continuous, but the most mortal wound dealt by the Poles was the result not of a victory, but of a marriage alliance. In 1387, soon after the death of Louis the Great, who had been king of both Hungary and Poland, the Poles offered their crown to Duke Jagiello of Lithuania, on the condition that he would marry one of Louis's daughters and become a Christian. The temptation of a kingdom soon overcame Jagiello's religious scruples, so that he cast away his old gods and was baptized as Ladislaw V, becoming the founder of the Jagiellon dynasty that continued on the thrones of Poland and Lithuania right through the Middle Ages. The conversion of the Lithuanians, who, whatever their beliefs, were driven at the spear point to accept Jagiello's new faith, completely undermined the position of the Teutonic Order that, surrounded by Christian neighbors, had no longer a crusade to justify its claims. Popes ceased to send their blessing to the Grand Master and talked instead of the possibilities of suppression, while tales of immorality and avarice, such as had pursued the Templars, were everywhere whispered into willing ears. Within their own territory, also, the influence of the knights was waning, for the very nature of their vows made their rule merely a military domination, and once the fear of heathen invasion had been removed, German colonists began to resent this. Condemned to celibacy, the knights could train up no hereditary successors in sympathy from childhood with the needs of the Baltic province. But as they grew old and died, they must yield place instead to recruits from distant parts of Germany, who could only learn anew by their own experience the manners and traditions of those whom they governed. In the stress of these new conditions, the good work that the Teutonic Order had done in saving North Germany from barbarism was forgotten. Weakened by disaffection within her own state, she fell an inevitable victim to Polish enmity, and at the Battle of Tannenberg, her Grand Master and many of her leading knights were slain. The daring and determination of those who remained prevented the full fruits of this victory from being reaped until 1466, when, by the Treaty of Thorn, Poland received the whole of western Prussia, including the important town of Danzig. It gave her the long-coveted control of the Vistula and a Baltic seaport, besides hemming in her enemies into the narrow strip of eastern Prussia. Poland's southern neighbor was the Kingdom of Hungary, with which she had been for a short time united under Louis the Great, the banner-bearer of the Church, as he was styled by a grateful pope for his victories over the Mohammedans. Besides fighting against the Turks, Louis had other military irons in the fire. One of his ambitions was to dominate Eastern Europe, and with this object he was continually attacking and weakening the Serbian Empire that appeared likely to be his chief rival. He also fought with the Venetians for the mastery of the Dalmatian coast, while we shall see in a later chapter that he aimed at becoming King of Naples on the murder of his brother Prince Andrew, husband of Joanna I. So successful was Louis in his war against the Venetians that he was able to take from them Dalmatia and exact the promise of a large yearly tribute. This in itself was achievement enough to win him a reputation in Europe, for the Queen of the Adriatic was a difficult foe to humble. But Louis also gained public admiration by his enlightened rule. Recognizing how deeply his land was scarred by racial feuds, such as those of the Czechs and Magyars that have carried their bitterness far into modern times, he set himself to think out equitable laws which he endeavored to administer with impartial justice, instead of favoring one race at the expense of another. He also made his court a center of culture and learning, where his nobles might develop their wits and manners, as well as their sword arms. One of the chief supporters of Louis in this work of civilization was the Emperor Charles IV, whom we have noticed paying compliments to the citizens of Lubeck. The friendship lasted for several years until some of the princes of the empire, weary of Charles' rule, began to compare the two monarchs, one so sluggish, the other a military hero, and to suggest that the overlord should be deposed in favor of the famous King of Hungary. Louis indignantly repudiated this plot, but Charles, who would hardly have done the same thing in a like case, could not bring himself to believe him, and in his anger began petulantly to abuse the Queen Mother of Hungary, to whom he knew her son was devoted. This led to recriminations and finally to a war, in which Charles was so thoroughly beaten that he sued for peace. An outward friendship was restored by the marriage of the emperor's son, Sigismund of Luxembourg, with Louis's daughter Mary. When Louis died, Poland, that had never wholeheartedly submitted to his rule, gave itself, as we have seen, to King Jagello of Lithuania, while the Hungarians, after some years of anarchy, chose Sigismund of Luxembourg as their king. The House of Luxembourg was in the later Middle Ages the chief rival of the Habsburgs, and provided the empire with some of her most interesting rulers. One of these, the Emperor Henry VII, belongs to an earlier date than that with which we have just been dealing, for he was grandfather of Charles IV. He was a gallant and chivalrous knight who, but for his unfortunate foreign policy, might have proved himself a good and wise king. Dante, the greatest of Italian poets, who lived in the days of Henry VII, made him his hero and hoped that he would save the world by establishing a Ghibelline supremacy that would reform both church and state. It was Henry VII's undoing that he believed with Dante that he had been called to this impossible mission, and so he crossed the Alps to try his hand at settling Italian feuds. Germany saw him no more, for soon after his coronation at Rome, he fell ill and died, poisoned, it is said, in the cup of wine given him by a priest at Mass. Discord now broke out in Germany, and it was not till 1348 that another of the House of Luxembourg was chosen King of the Romans. This was Charles IV, a man of very different type of mind to his grandfather. For Charles, Italy had no lure. He only crossed the Alps because he realized that it increased the prestige of the ruler of Germany to be crowned as emperor by the Pope, and he did not mind at all that he was received without any pomp or respect, only with suspicion and begging demands. As soon as the ceremony was over, he hastened back to his own kingdom, turning a deaf ear to all Italian complaints and suggestions. This hurried journey was certainly undignified for a world emperor, but Charles, who had run away in his youth from the battlefield of Crécy, was never a heroic figure. Neither the thought of glory nor of duty could stir his sluggish blood. But as far as obvious things were concerned, he had a good deal of common sense. At any rate, in sharing Rudolf I's conviction that Germany should come first in his thoughts, he was wiser than his heroic grandfather. To the reign of Charles IV belongs the Golden Bull, a document so called from its bulla or seal. The Golden Bull set forth clearly the exact method of holding an imperial election. Hitherto, much of the trouble in disputed elections had arisen because no one had been sure of the correct procedure, and so disappointed candidates, by arguing that something illegal had occurred, were able to refuse allegiance to the successful nominee. Now it was decided that there should be 7 electors, 3 archbishops and 4 laymen, and that the ceremony should always take place at Frankfurt, the minority agreeing to be bound by the will of the majority. Besides these main clauses, the Golden Bull secured to the 7 electors enormous privileges and rights of jurisdiction, thus raising them to a much higher social and political level than the other princes of Germany, who were merely represented in the imperial diet or parliament. The electors became, in fact, more influential than the emperor himself, and Charles has often been blamed for handing over Germany to a feudal oligarchy. It is possible that he did not foresee the full results or permanence of the Golden Bull, but was determined only to construct for the time being a workable scheme that would prevent anarchy. There is also the supposition that he was more interested in the position of the Kingdom of Bohemia, his own hereditary possession, which he raised to the first place among the electing territories, than in the role of emperor to which he had been chosen. Whatever Charles's real motive, it is at any rate clear that he had the sense to see that the empire, as it stood, was an outworn institution, and thus to try and mold it into a less fantastic form of government. Like Edward I of England and Philip IV of France, though without the genius of the one or the opportunities of the other, he stands for posterity as one of those rulers of Europe during whose reign their country was enabled to shake off some of its medieval characteristics. Charles wore the imperial crown longer than any of his predecessors without arousing serious opposition, a sign that, if not an original politician, he yet moved with his times toward a more modern age. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Italy in the Later Middle Ages. When the Company of Death repulsed the German army of Frederick Barbarossa on the field of Lugano, it raised aloft before the eyes of Europe not only the banner of democracy, but also of nationality. Others, as we have seen, followed these banners once displayed. The Swiss cantons shook off the Habsburg yoke. The Flemish towns defied their counts and French overlords. The Hansa cities formed political as well as commercial leagues against Scandinavia. France, England, and Spain emerged through war and anarchy as modern states conscious of a national destiny. The slow evolution of nations and classes is the history of the later Middle Ages. But in Italy, there is no steady progress to record. Rather, a retrogression that proves her early efforts to secure freedom were little understood even by those who made them. Frederick, too, had ruled Lombardy in the 13th century through tyrants, but long after the Hohenstaufen had disappeared and the quarrels of the Welfs and the Weiblichen had dwindled into a memory in Germany, the feuds of Guelphs and Ghibellines were still a monstrous reality in towns south of the Alps, where petty despots enslaved the communes and reduced the country to perpetual warfare. At length, from this welter of lost hopes and evil deeds, there emerged not Italy a nation, but 5 Italian states of preeminence in the peninsula, namely Milan, Venice, Florence, Naples, and Rome. Each was more jealous of the other than of foreign intervention, so that on the slightest pretext one would appeal to France to support her ambitions, another to Spain or to the Empire, and yet a third to Hungary or the Greeks. If Italy, as a result, became at a later date the cockpit of Europe, where strangers fought their battles and settled their fortunes, it was largely her lack of any national foresight in medieval times that brought on her this misery. The history of Milan, first as a commune fighting for her own liberty and destroying her neighbors, then as the battleground of a struggle between 2 of her chief families, and finally as the slave of the victor, is the tale of many a North Italian town. Only that position and wealth gave to the fate of this famous city a more than local interest. The lords of Milan in the 14th and early 15th centuries were the Visconti, typical tyrants of Italy of their day, quick with their swords, but still more ready with poison or a dagger, profligate and luxurious, patrons of literature and art, bad enemies and still worse friends, false and cruel, subtle as the serpent they so fittingly bore as an emblem. No bond but fear compelled their subjects' loyalty, and deliberate cruelty to inspire fear they had made a part of their system. Bernabo Visconti permitted no one but himself to enjoy the pleasures of the chase, but for this purpose he kept some 5,000 savage hounds fed on flesh, and into their kennels his soldiers cast such hapless peasants as had accidentally killed their lord's game or dared to poach on his preserves. No sense of the sanctity of an envoy's person disturbed this grim Visconti's sense of humor, when he demanded of messengers sent by the Pope with unpleasant tidings whether they would rather drink or eat. As he put the question, he pointed towards the river, rushing in a torrent beneath the bridge on which he stood, and the envoys, casting horrified eyes in that direction, replied, "Sir, we will eat." "Eat this, then," said Bernabo sternly, handling them the papal letter with its leaden seals and thick parchment, and before they left his presence the whole had been consumed. Galeazzo Visconti, an elder brother of Bernabo, bore an even worse reputation for cruelty. Those he condemned to death had their suffering prolonged on a deliberate program during 41 days, losing now an eye and now a foot or a hand, were beaten, forced to swallow nauseous drinks, and then, when the agony could be prolonged no further, broken on the wheel. The scene of this torture was a scaffold set in the public gaze that Milan might read what was the anger of the Visconti and tremble. The most famous of this infamous family was Gian Galeazzo, the son of Galeazzo, a youth so timid by nature that he would shake and turn white at the sudden closing of a door or at a noise in the street below. His uncle, Bernabo, believed him half-witted, and foolishly accepted an invitation to visit him after his father's death, intending to manage the young man's affairs for him and to keep him in terrified submission. The wily old man was to find himself outmatched, however, for Gian Galeazzo came to their meeting place with an armed guard, arrested his uncle, and imprisoned him in a castle where he died by slow poison. After this, Gian Galeazzo reigned alone in Milan, with no law save his ruthless ambition, and by this and his skill in creating political opportunities and making use of them at his neighbor's expense, he succeeded in stretching his tyranny over the plains of Lombardy and southward amongst the hill cities of Tuscany. Near at home he beat down resistance by force of arms, while farther away he secured by bribery or fraud the allegiance of cities too weak to stand alone, yet less afraid of distant Milan than of Venice or Florence that lay nearer to their walls. It was one of Gian Galeazzo's aim to found a kingdom in North Italy, and he went far towards realizing his project, stretching his dominion at one time to Verona and Vicenza at the very gates of Venice, while in the south he absorbed as subject towns Pisa and Siena, the two arch-enemies of Florence. This territory, acquired by war, bribery, murder, and fraud, he persuaded the emperor to recognize as a duchy hereditary in his family, and at once proceeded to form alliances with the royal houses of Europe. The marriage of his daughter Valentia with the young and weak-minded Duke of Orleans, brother of the French king, though hardly an attractive union for the bride, proved fraught with importance for the whole of Italy, since at the very end of the 15th century, Louis, Duke of Orleans, a grandson of Valentia Visconti, succeeded to the French crown as Louis XII, and also laid claim to the Duchy of Milan as a descendant of the Visconti. At first sight, it seems strange that any race so cruel and unprincipled as the Visconti should continue to maintain their tyranny over men and women naturally independent like the inhabitants of North Italy. Certainly, if their rulers had been forced to rely on municipal levies, they would not have kept their power even for a generation. But unfortunately, the old plan of expecting every citizen of military age to appear at the sound of a bell in order to defend his town had practically disappeared. Instead, the professional soldier had taken the citizen's place, the type of man who, as long as he received high wages and frequent booty, did not care who was his master, nor to what ugly job of carnage or intimidation he was bidden to bring his sword. This system of hiring soldiers, condottieri as they were called in Italy, had arisen partly from the laziness of the townsmen themselves, who did not wish to leave their business in order to drill and fight, and were therefore quite willing to pay volunteers to serve instead of them. Partly it was due to the reluctance of tyrants to arm and employ as soldiers the people over whom they ruled. From the point of view of the Visconti, for instance, it was much safer to enroll strangers who would not have any patriotic scruples in carrying out a massacre or any other orders equally harsh. For such ruffians, Italy herself supplied a wide recruiting ground, namely the numberless small towns, once independent but now swallowed up by bigger states, who treated the conquered as perpetual enemies to be bullied and suppressed, allowing them no share in the government nor voice in their future destiny. Wide experience has taught the world that such tyranny breeds merely hatred and disloyalty, and the continual local warfare from which medieval Italy suffered could be largely traced to the failure to recognize this political truth. With no legitimate outlet for their energies, the young men of the conquered towns found in the formation of a company of adventurers or in the service of some prince the only path to renown, possibly a way of revenge. To Italian condottieri were added German soldiers whom emperors visiting Italy had brought in their train, and who afterwards remained behind, looking on the cities of Italy as a happy hunting ground for loot and adventure. Yet a third source of supply were freebooters from France, released by one of the truces of the 100 Years' War, and hastily sent by those who had employed them to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Amongst those who came to Italy in the 14th century and built for himself a name of terror and renown was an English captain, Sir John Hawkwood, the son of an Essex tailor, knighted by Edward III for his prowess on the battlefields of France. Here is what a Florentine chronicler says of him. Quote, "He endured under arms longer than anyone, for he endured 60 years. And he well knew how to manage that there should be little peace in Italy in his time. For men and communes and all cities live by peace, but these men live and increase by war, which is the undoing of cities, for they fight and become of naught. In such men there is neither love nor faith." End quote. One tale of the day records how some Franciscans, meeting Sir John Hawkwood, exclaimed, as was their custom, "Peace be with you." To their astonishment he answered, "God take away your alms." When they asked him for the reason for wishing them so ill, he replied, "You also wish that God might make me die of hunger. Know you not that I live on war, and that peace would ruin me? I therefore returned your greeting in like sort." Sir John Hawkwood spent most of his time in the service of Florence, and whatever his cruelty and greed, he does not seem to have been as false as other captains of his time. Indeed, when he died, the Florentines buried him in their cathedral and raised an effigy in grateful memory of his deeds on behalf of the city. Returning to the history of Milan and her condottieri, Gian Galeazzo, though timid and unwarlike himself, was a shrewd judge of character, and his captains, while they struck terror into his enemies, remained faithful to himself. When he died in 1402, however, many of them tried to establish independent states, and it was some years before his son Filippo Maria could master them and regain control over the greater part of the duchy. Even more cowardly than his father, Filippo Maria lived, like Louis XI of France, shut off from the sight of men. Sismondi, the historian, describes him as a strange, dingy creature with protruding eyeballs and furtive glance. He hated to hear the word death mentioned, and for fear of assassination would change his bedroom every night. When news was brought him of defeat, he would tremble in the expectation that his condottieri might desert him. When messengers arrived flush with victory, he was scarcely less aghast, believing that the successful general might become his rival. Such was the penalty paid by despots, save for those of iron nerve, in return for their luxury and power. The dread that the most servile of condottieri might be bribed into a relentless enemy, poison lurk in the seasoned dish or wine cup, a dagger pierce the strongest mesh of steel tunic. So night and day was the great Visconti haunted by fear, while his hired armies forced Genoa to acknowledge his suzerainty and plunged his duchy into rivalry with Venice along the line of the river Adige. The history of Venice differs in many ways from that of other Italian states. Built on a network of islands that destined her geographically for a great sea power, she had looked from earliest times not to territorial aggrandizement, but to commercial expansion for the satisfaction of her ambitions. In this way, she had avoided the strife of feudal landowners and even the Guelph and Ghibelline factions that had reduced her neighbors to slavery. Elsewhere in Italy, the names of cities and states are bound up with the histories of medieval families. Naples with the quarrels of Hohenstaufen, Angevins, and Aragonese. Rome with the barons of the Campagna, the Orsini and Colonna. Milan with the Visconti, and later with the Sforza. Florence with the Medici. But in Venice the state was everything, demanding of her sons and daughters not the startling qualities and vices of the successful soldier of fortune, but obedience, self-effacement, and hard work. The Doge, or Duke, the chief magistrate of Venice, has been compared to a king, but he was, in reality, merely a president elected for life, and that by a system rendered as complicated as possible in order to prevent wire pulling. Once chosen and presented to the people with the old formula, "This is your Doge, an it please you," the new ruler of the city found himself hedged about by 100 constitutional checks that compelled him to act only on the well-considered advice of his 6 ducal counselors, forbade him to raise any of his family to a public office, or to divest himself of a rank that he might with years find more burdensome than pleasant. He was also made aware that the respect with which his commands were received was paid not to himself but to his office, and through his office to Venice, a royal mistress before whom even a haughty aristocracy willingly bent the knee. In the early days, all important matters in Venice were decided by a general assembly of the people, but as the population grew, this unwieldy body was replaced by a grand council of leading citizens. In the early 14th century, another and still more important change was made, for the ranks of the Grand Council were closed, and only members of those families who had been in the habit of attending its meetings were allowed to do so in the future. Thus, a privileged aristocracy was created, and the majority of Venetians excluded from any share in their government. But because this government aimed not at the advantage of any particular family, but of the whole state, people forgave its despotic character. Even the famous Council of Ten, that, like the Court of Star Chamber under the Tudors, had power to seize and examine citizens secretly in the interests of the state, was admired by the Venetians over whom it exerted its sway because of its reputation for even-handed justice that drew no distinctions between the son of a doge, a merchant, or a beggar. The Venetian Republic, says a modern writer on medieval times, was the one stable element in all North Italy, and this condition of political calm was the wonder and admiration of contemporaries. Sometimes today it seems difficult to admire medieval Venice because of her selfishness and frank commercialism. She had no sense of patriotism either towards Italy or Christendom, witness the Fourth Crusade, where nothing but her insistent desire to protect her trading position in the East had influenced her diplomacy. This accusation of selfishness is true, but we must remember that the word patriotism has a much wider scope in modern times than was possible to the limited outlook of the Middle Ages. Venice might be unmoved by the words Italy or Christendom, but the whole of her life and ideals were centered in the word Venice. Her sailors and merchants, who laid the foundations of her greatness, were no hired mercenaries, but citizens willing to lay down their lives for the Republic, who was their mother and their queen. Thus, narrowing the term patriotism, we see that of all the Italian powers, Venice alone understood what the word meant, in that her sons and daughters were willing to sacrifice, as a matter of course, not merely life, but family ambitions, class, and even individuality to the interests of their state. The ambitions of Venice were bound up with the shipping and commerce that had gained for her the carrying trade of the world. To take, for example, the wool manufacture of such vital interest to English and Flemings, we find that at one time this depended largely on Venetian merchants, who would carry sugar and spices to England from the east, replace their cargo with wool, unload this in turn in the harbors of Flanders, and then, laden with bales of manufactured cloth, return to dispose of them in Italian markets. Besides the carrying trade, which depended on her neighbors' industry, Venice had her own manufactures, such as silk and glass. But in either case, both her sailors and workmen found one thing absolutely vital to their interests, namely the command of the Adriatic. Like the British Isles of today, Venice could not feed her thriving population from home produce, and yet, with enemies or pirates hiding along the Dalmatian coast, safety for her richly laden vessels passing to and fro could not be guaranteed. These are some of the reasons why, from earliest times, the Republic had embarked on an aggressive maritime policy that brought her into clash with other Mediterranean ports, and especially with Genoa, her rival in eastern waters. When, at the end of the Fourth Crusade, Venice forced Constantinople to accept a Latin dynasty, she secured for herself, for the time being, special privileges in that world market. Genoa, who adopted the cause of the exiled Greeks, achieved a signal triumph in her turn when in 1261, with her assistance, Michael Palaeologus, a Greek general, restored the Byzantine Empire amid public rejoicings. Open warfare was now almost continuous between the republics. There was street fighting in Constantinople and in the ports of Palestine, sea battles off the Italian and Greek coasts, encounters in which varying fortunes gave at first the mastery of the Mediterranean to neither Venice nor Genoa, but which disastrously weakened the whole resistance of Christendom to the Mohammedans. At length, in 1380, a decisive battle was fought off Chioggia, one of the cities of the Venetian lagoons, whither the Genoese fleet, triumphant on the open seas, had taken up its quarters, determined to blockade the enemy and to surrender. "Let us man every vessel in Venice and go and fight the foe," was the general cry. and a popular leader, Pisani, imprisoned on account of his share in a recent naval disaster, was released on the public demand and made captain of the enterprise. "Long live Pisani!" the citizens shouted in their joy. But their hero, true to the spirit of Venice, answered them, "Venetians cry only, 'Long live St. Mark!'" With a few ships and men at his disposal, Pisani recognized that it was out of the question to lead a successful attack. But he knew that if he could defer the issue, there was a Venetian fleet in the eastern Mediterranean which, learning his straits, would return with all possible speed to his aid. He therefore determined to force the enemy to remain where they were without offering open battle, and this maneuver he carried out with great boldness and skill, sinking heavy vessels loaded with stones in the channels that led to Chioggia, while placing his own fleet across the main entrance to prevent Genoese reinforcements. The blockaders were now blockaded, and through long winter days and nights the rivals, worn out by their bitter vigil, starving and short of ammunition, watched one another and searched the horizon anxiously. At length a shout arose, for distant sails had been sighted. Then, as the Venetian flag floated proudly into view, the shout of Pisani and his men became a song of triumph. The Republic was saved. Venice was not only saved from ruin, her future as Queen of the Adriatic was assured, for the Genoese admiral was compelled to surrender, and his republic to acknowledge her rival's supremacy of the seas. The sea policy of Venice was the inevitable result of her geographical position. But as the centuries passed, she developed a much more debatable land policy. Many medieval Venetians declared that since land was the source of all political trouble, therefore Venice should only maintain enough command over the immediate mainland to secure the city from a surprise attack. Others replied that such an argument was dictated by narrow-minded prejudice, a point of view suitable to the days when Lombardy had been divided amongst a number of weak city-states, but impracticable with powerful tyrants such as the Visconti, masters of North Italy. Unless Venice could secure the territories lying at the foot of the Alps, and also a wide stretch of eastern Lombardy, she would find that she had no command over the passes in the mountains by means of which she carried on her commerce with Germany and Austria. The advocates of a land empire policy received confirmation of their warnings when, in the early part of the 14th century, Mastino della Scala, lord of Vicenza, Padua, and Treviso, attempted to levy taxes on Venetian goods passing through his territories. The Republic, roused by what she considered an insult to her commercial supremacy, promptly formed a league with Milan and Florence against Mastino, and obtained Treviso and other towns as a result of a victorious war. This campaign might, of course, be called merely a part of Venice's commercial policy, defense, not aggression. But later, in 1423, the Florentines persuaded the Republic to join with them in a war against the Visconti, declaring that they were weary of struggling alone against such tyrants, and that if Venice did not help them, they would be compelled to make Filippo Maria king of North Italy. The result of the war that followed was a treaty securing Venice a temporary increase of power on the mainland, and may be taken as the first decisive step in her deliberate scheme of building up a land empire in Italy. Machiavelli, a student of politics in the 16th century, who wrote a handbook of advice for rulers called The Prince, as well as the history of Florence, his native city, declares that the decline of the Venetians dated from the time when they became ambitious of conquest by land and of adopting the manners and customs of the other states of Italy. This may be true, but it is doubtful whether the great republics could have remained in glorious isolation with the Visconti knocking at her gates. From Venice we must turn to Florence, which by the 15th century emerged from petty rivalries as the first city in Tuscany. Like Milan, Florence fell a prey to Guelphs and Ghibellines, but these feuds, instead of becoming a family rivalry between would-be despots, developed into a bitter class war. On the fall of Frederick II, the Guelphs, who in Florence at this date may be taken as representing the populo grosso, or rich merchants, as opposed to the grandi, or nobles, succeeded in driving the majority of their enemies out of the city. They then remodeled the constitution in their own favor. The chief power in the city was now the Signory, composed of the Gonfalonier of Justice and a number of priors, representatives of the arti, or guilds of lawyers, physicians, clothiers, and the like, to name but a few. No aristocrat might stand for any public office unless he became a member of one of the guilds, and in order to ensure that he did not merely write down his name on their registers, it was later enacted that every candidate for office must show proof that he really worked at the trade of the guild to which he claimed to belong. Other and sterner measures of proscription followed with successive generations. The noble who injured a citizen of lesser rank, whether on purpose or by accident, was liable to have his house leveled with the dust. The towers from which in the old days his ancestors had poured boiling oil or stones upon their rivals were reduced by law to a height that could be easily scaled. In the case of a riot, no aristocrat, however innocent his intentions, might have access to the streets. The grandi was, in fact, both in regard to politics and justice, placed at such an obvious disadvantage that to a noble and ambitious enemy was a favorite Florentine method of rendering him harmless. The Guelph triumph of the 13th century did not, in spite of its completeness, bring peace to Florence. New parties sprang up, and the government, in its efforts to keep clear of class or family influence, introduced so many complicated checks that great injury was done to individual action and all hope of a steady policy removed. Members of the Signory, for instance, served only for 2 months at a time. The 12 buonamini, or good men, elected to give them advice, only for 6. What was most in contrast to the ideal of the right man for the right job was the practice of first making a list of all citizens considered suitable to hold office, then putting the names in a bag, and afterwards picking them out haphazard as vacancies occurred. Even this precaution against favoritism, and one is inclined to add also against efficiency, was checked by another law, the summoning of a parlamento in cases of emergency. This parlamento was an informal gathering of the people collected by ringing of a bell in the big square, where it was then asked to decide whether a special committee should be appointed with free power to alter the existing constitution. Politicians argued that here, in the last resort, was a direct appeal to the people, but in reality, by placing armed men at the entrances to the square, a docile crowd could be maneuvered at the mercy of any mob orator set up by those behind the scenes. Power remained in Florence in the hands of the prosperous burghers and merchants, and these in time developed their own feuds under the names of whites and blacks, adopted by the partisans in a family quarrel. The greatest of Italian poets, Dante Alighieri, was a white, and was exiled from his city in 1302 owing to the triumph of his rivals. When pardon was suggested on the payment of a large sum of money, Dante, who had tried to serve his city faithfully, refused to comply, feeling that this would be an open acknowledgment of his guilt. "If another way can be found which shall not taint Dante's fame and honor," he wrote proudly, "that way I will accept, and with no reluctant steps. But if Florence is not to be entered by any such way, never will I enter Florence." Dante's mental outlook was typical of medieval times in its stern prejudices and hatreds, but it was also clearer and nobler in its scope. An enthusiastic Ghibelline in politics, he believed that it was the first duty of Holy Roman emperors to exert their authority over Italy. But this vision was not narrowed, as with many Italians, into the mere hope of restoration to home and power, with a sequel of revenge on private enemies. Dearer to Dante than any personal ambition was the desire for the salvation of both church and state from tyranny and corruption. And this, he believed, could only be achieved by bestowing supreme power on a world emperor. One attempt at reform had been made in 1294 when the conclave of cardinals, suddenly stung with the contrast between the character of the Catholic Church and its professions, chose as their vicar a hermit noted for his privations and holy life. Celestine V, as he was afterwards called, was a small man, pale and feeble, with tousled hair and garments of sackcloth. When a deputation of splendidly dressed cardinals came to find him, he fled in terror, and it was almost by force that he was at last persuaded to go with them and put on the pontifical robes. The men and women who longed for reform now waited eagerly for this new pope's mandates, but their expectations were doomed to failure. Celestine V had neither the originality nor the strength of will to withstand his change of fortunes. Terrified by his surroundings, he became an easy prey to those who were unscrupulous and ambitious, giving away benefices sometimes twice over because he dared not refuse them to importunate courtiers, and creating new cardinals almost as fast as he was asked to do so. At last he was allowed to abdicate and hurried back to his cell, but only to be seized by his successor, the fierce Boniface VIII, and shut up in a castle where he died. Dante hated Boniface as a ruler who debased his spiritual opportunities in order to obtain material rewards, but he had hardly less scorn for Celestine V, who was given power to reform the Church of Christ and made the great refusal. Reform, in the Florentines' eyes, could not be looked for from Rome, but when Emperor Henry VII crossed the Alps, his hopes rose high that here at last was the savior of Italy, and it is probable that at this time the poet wrote his political treatise called the De Monarchia, embodying his views. He himself went out to meet his champion, but Henry was not destined to be a second Charlemagne or Otto the Great, and his death closed all expectations built on his chivalrous character and ideals. Dante's greatest work is his long poem, the Divina Commedia, divided into three parts: the Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. It tells how, on Good Friday of the year of Jubilee 1300, the Florentine, meeting with the spirit of Virgil, whom he had chosen as his master, was led by him through the realms of everlasting punishment and of penance, and from there was borne by another guide, Beatrice, the idealized vision of a woman he had loved on earth, up through the 9 heavens to the very throne of God. As a summary of medieval theories as to the life eternal, and also as the reflection of a 14th century mind on politics of the day, the Divine Comedy is indeed an historical treasury as well as a masterpiece of Italian literature. It is, however, a great deal more, the revelation of the development of a human soul. Dante's journey is told with a mastery of atmosphere and detail that holds our imaginations today with a sense of reality. It was obviously still more real to himself, and expresses the agonized endeavor of a soul alive to the corruption and nerve weariness of the world around him to find the way of salvation, a pilgrimage crowned at last by the realization of Civitas Dei so supreme in its beauty and peace as to surpass the prophecies of St. Augustine. Quote, "Now glory to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, rang aloud throughout all paradise, that with the song my spirit reeled, so passing sweet the strain, and what I saw was equal ecstasy, one universal smile it seemed of all things, joy past compare, gladness unutterable, imperishable life of peace and love, exhaustless riches, and unmeasured bliss." End quote. Dante himself did not live to fulfill his earthly dream of returning to Florence, but died at Ravenna in 1321. On his tomb is an inscription in Latin containing the words, "Whom Florence bore, the mother that did little love him," while his portrait has the proud motto so typical of his whole life, "I yield not to misfortune." In later centuries, Florence recalled with shame her repudiation of this greatest of her sons, But while he lived, and for some years after his death, political prejudices blinded her eyes. In the Emperor Henry VII, to whom Dante referred to as King of the Earth and Servant of God, Florence saw an enemy so hateful that she was willing to forego her boasted democracy and to accept as master any prince powerful enough to oppose him. Thus, she granted the signoria or overlordship of the city for 5 years to King Robert of Naples, the head of the Guelph party in Italy during the early years of the 14th century. King Robert of Naples was a grandson of Charles, Count of Anjou, brother of St. Louis, and, true to the tradition of his house, stood as a champion of the popes against imperial claims over Italy. Outwardly, he was by far the most powerful of the Italian princes of his day. But in reality, he sat uneasily upon his throne. The Neapolitans had not learned with time to love their Angevin rulers, but even after the death of Conradin, remembered the Hohenstaufen and envied Sicily that dared to throw off the French yoke and give herself to a Spanish dynasty. It is difficult to provide a short and at the same time connected account of the history of Naples from the death of King Robert in 1343 until 1435, when it was conquered by the House of Aragon. For nearly a century there is a dismal record of murders and plots, with scarcely an illuminating glimpse of patriotism or of any heroic figure. It is like a dance of death, with ever-changing partners, and nothing achieved save crimes and revolutions. King Robert's successor was a granddaughter, Joanna I, a political personage from her cradle, and married at the age of 5 to a boy cousin 2 years her senior, Andrew of Hungary, brother of Louis the Great. We cannot tell if, left to themselves, this young couple, each partner so passionate and self-willed, could have learned to work together in double harness. What is certain is that no one in that corrupt court gave them the chance. One party of intriguers continually whispering in Joanna's ear that as queen, it was beneath her dignity to accept any interference from her husband, while their rivals reminded the young Prince Andrew that he was descended from King Robert's elder brother, and therefore had as great a right to the throne as his wife. Frequent quarrels as to whose will should prevail shook the council chamber, and then at last came tragedy. In 1345, Joanna and Andrew, then respectively 18 and 20, set out together into the country on an apparently amicable hunting expedition. As they slept one night in the guest room of a convent, the prince heard himself called by voices in the next room. Suspecting no harm, he rose and went to see which of his friends had summoned him, only to find himself attacked by a group of armed men. He turned to re-enter the bedroom, but the door was locked behind him. With the odds now wholly against him, Andrew fought bravely for his life, but at length 2 of his assassins succeeded in throwing a rope around his neck, and with this they strangled him and hung his body from the balcony outside. Attendants came at last, and, forcing the door, told Joanna of the murder, on which she declared that she had been so soundly asleep that she had heard nothing, though she was never able to explain satisfactorily how, in that case, the door of her bedroom had become locked behind the young king. Naturally, the greater part of Europe believed that she was guilty of connivance in the crime, and King Louis of Hungary brought an army to Italy to avenge his brother's death. He succeeded in driving Joanna from Naples, which he claimed as his rightful inheritance, but he was not sufficiently supported to make a permanent conquest, and in the end he was forced to hurry away to Hungary, where his throne was threatened, leaving the question of his sister-in-law's guilt to be decided by the Pope. The Pope at this time looked to the Angevin rulers of Naples as his chief supporters, and at once proclaimed Joanna innocent. It is worthy of note that 3 princes were found brave enough to become her husband in turn, but, though 4 times married, Joanna had but one son, who died as a boy. At first, she was quite willing to accept as her heir a cousin, Charles of Durazzo, who was married to her niece. but soon she had quarreled violently with him and offered the throne instead to a member of the French royal house, Louis, Duke of Anjou. This is a very bewildering moment for students of history, because it introduces into Italian politics a second Angevin dynasty only distantly connected with the first, yet both laying claim to Naples and waging war against one another as if each belonged to a different race. Joanna, in the end, was punished for her capriciousness, for in the course of the civil war she had introduced, she fell into the hands of Charles of Durazzo, who, indignant at his repudiation, shut her up in a castle where she died. One report says that she was smothered with a feather bed, another that she was strangled with a silken cord, perhaps in memory of Prince Andrew's murder. After this act of retribution, Charles of Durazzo maintained his power in Naples for 4 years, though he was forced to surrender the county of Provence to his Angevin rival. Not content with his Italian kingdom, he set off with an army to Hungary as soon as he heard of the death of Louis the Great, hoping to enforce his claims on that warrior's lands. Instead, he was assassinated and succeeded in Naples by his son, Ladislas, a youth of 15. Ladislas proved a born soldier of unflagging energy and purpose, so that he not only conquered his unruly baronage, but made himself master of southern Italy, including Rome, from which, with usual Angevin hostility, he drove the Pope. Here was a chance for bringing about the union of Italy under one ruler, and Ladislas certainly aimed at such an achievement. But apart from his military genius, he was a typical despot of his day, cruel, unscrupulous, and pleasure-seeking as the Visconti, and when he died, still a young man, in 1414, few mourned his passing. His sister, Joanna II, who succeeded him, lacked his strength while exhibiting many of his vices. Like Joanna I, she was false and fickle. Like Joanna I, she had no direct heirs, so that the original house of Anjou and Naples came to an end when she died. Many negotiations as to her successor took place during the latter years of her reign, and for some time it seemed as if the old queen would be content to accept Louis III of Anjou, at this time the representative of the second Angevin house. But in a moment of caprice and anger, she suddenly bestowed her favor instead on Alfonso V of Aragon and Sicily, and adopted him as her heir. Of course, being Joanna, she again changed her mind, but though Alfonso pretended to accept his repudiation, the hard-headed Spaniard was not to be turned so easily from an acquisition that would forward Aragonese ambitions in the Mediterranean. Directly Joanna II died, Alfonso appeared off Naples with a fleet, and though he was taken prisoner in battle and sent as a prisoner to Filippo Maria Visconti at Milan, he acted with such diplomacy that he persuaded that despot, hitherto an ally of the Angevins, that it was much safer for Milan to have a Spanish rather than the French house reigning in Naples. This was the beginning of a firm alliance between Milan and Naples, for Alfonso, released from his captivity, succeeded in establishing himself in the kingdom, where, withdrawing his court from Aragon, he founded a new capital that became the center for learned and cultured Italians, as of old in the days of Frederick II. We have dealt now with 4 of the 5 principal Italian states during the later Middle Ages. In Rome, to pick up the political threads, we must go back to the effects of the removal of the papal court to Avignon in 1308. From the point of view of the popes themselves, many of them Frenchmen by birth, there were considerable advantages to be gained by this change, not only safety from the invasions of Holy Roman emperors aspiring to rule Italy, but also from the turbulence of Roman citizens and barons of the Campagna. Avignon was near enough to France to claim her king's protection, but far enough outside her boundaries to evade obedience to her laws. It stood in the county of Provence, part of the French estates of the Angevin House of Naples, but during her exile, Joanna I, penniless and in need of papal support, was induced to sell the city, and it remained an independent possession of the Holy See until the 18th century. from the immediate advantages caused by the Babylonian captivity, as these years of papal residence in Avignon were called, we turn to the ultimate disadvantages, and these were serious. Inevitably, there was a lowering of papal prestige in the eyes of Europe. In Rome, that since classic times had been the recognized capital of the Western world, the Pope had seemed indeed a worldwide potentate, on whom the mantle both of St. Peter and of the Caesars might well have fallen. Transferred to a city of Provence, he shrank almost to the measure of a petty sovereign. During the 100 Years' War, for instance, there was widespread grumbling in England at the obedience owed to Avignon. The popes, ran popular complaint, were more than half French in political outlook and sympathy, so that an Englishman who wished for a successful decision to his suit in a papal law court must pay double the sums proffered by men of any other race in order to obtain justice. What was more, he knew that any money he sent to the papal treasury helped to provide the sinews of war for his most hated enemies. The papacy had been disliked across the Channel in the days of Innocent IV, when England was taxed to pay for wars against the Hohenstaufen. Now, more than a century later, grumbling had begun to crystallize in the dangerous shape of a resistance, not merely to papal supremacy, but to papal doctrine on which that supremacy was based. Thus Wycliffe, the first great English heretic who began to proclaim his views during the later years of Edward III's reign, was popularly regarded as a patriot, and his sermons denouncing Catholic doctrine widely read and discussed. In the 13th century, it had been possible to suppress heresy in Languedoc, but in the 14th century there were no longer popes like Innocent III who could persuade men to fight battles of Avignon, and so the practice of criticism and independent thought grew, and by the 15th century many of the doctrines taught by Wycliffe had spread across Europe and found a home in Bohemia. With the history of the Bohemian heresy we shall deal later, but having treated its development as partly arising from the change in papal fortunes, we must notice the effect of the Babylonian captivity on Rome herself, and this indeed was disastrous. The absence of the Pope, says Gregorovius, a modern German historian, left the nobility more unbridled than ever. These hereditary houses now regarded themselves as masters of Rome, left without her master. Their mercenaries encamped on every road. Travelers and pilgrims were robbed. Places of worship remained empty. The entire circumstances of the city were reduced to a meaner level. No prince, nobleman, or envoy of a foreign power any longer made his appearance. Vicars replaced the cardinals absent from their titular churches, while the Pope himself was represented in the Vatican as by a shadow by some bishop of the neighborhood, Nepi, Viterbo, or Orvieto. The wealth and pomp that had made the papal court a source of revenue to the Romans were transferred to Provence. The Orsini and Colonna battled in the streets with no high pontiff to hold them in check. Only his agents remained, who were there mainly to collect his rents and revenues, so that the city seemed once again threatened with political extinction, as when Constantine had removed his capital to the Bosporus. One short period of glory there was in 70 years of gloom. The realized vision of a Roman, Cola de Rienzi, a youth of the people, who, steeped in the writings of classical times, hoped to bring back to the city the freedom and greatness of republican days. From contemporary accounts, Rienzi had a wonderful personality, striking looks, and an eloquence that rarely failed to move those who heard him. At Avignon, as a Roman envoy, he gained papal consent to some measures earnestly desired at Rome, and this success won him a large and enthusiastic following amongst the citizens, who applauded all that he said and offered to uphold his ambitions with their swords. The first step to the greatness of Rome was obviously to restore order to her streets, and Rienzi therefore determined to overthrow the nobles, who with their retainers were always brawling, and above all the proud family of Colonna, one of whom without any provocation had killed his younger brother in a fit of rage. The revolution took place in May 1347, when, with a papal vicar standing at his side, and banners representing liberty, justice, and peace floating above his head, Rienzi proclaimed a new constitution to the populace and invested himself as chief magistrate with the title of Tribune, illustrious redeemer of the Holy Roman Republic. At first there was laughter amongst the Roman nobles when they heard of this proclamation. "If the fool provokes me further," exclaimed Stephen Colonna, the head of that powerful clan, "I will throw him from the capital." But his contempt was turned to dismay when he heard that a citizen army was guarding the bridges and confining the aristocratic families to their houses. In the end, Stephen fled to his country estates, while the younger members of his household came to terms with the tribune and swore allegiance to the new republic. Rienzi was now triumphant, and his letters to all the rulers of Europe announced that Rome had found peace and law, while he exhorted the other cities of Italy to throw off the yoke of tyrants and join a national brotherhood. It would seem that Rienzi, alone of his contemporaries, saw a vision of a united Italy. But unfortunately, the common sense and balance that are necessary to secure the practical realization of a visionary's dreams were lacking. The tribune was undoubtedly great, but not great enough to stand success. The child of peasants, he began to boast that he was really a son of the Emperor Henry VII, and the pageantry that he had first employed to dazzle the Romans grew more and more elaborate as he himself became ensnared by a false sense of his own dignity. Clad in a toga of white silk, edged with a golden fringe, he would ride through the streets on a white horse amid a cavalcade of horsemen splendidly equipped. In order to celebrate his accession to power, he instituted a festival where, amid scenes of lavish pomp, he was knighted in the Lateran with a golden girdle and spurs, and after bathing in the porphyry font in which tradition declared that Constantine had been cleansed from leprosy. The people, as is the way with crowds, clapped their hands and shouted while the trumpets blew, and they scrambled for the gold Rienzi's servants threw broadcast. But long afterwards, when they had forgotten the even-handed justice their tribune had secured them, they remembered his foolish extravagance and display, and resented the taxes that he found it necessary to impose in order to maintain his government and state. The history of Rienzi's later years is a tale of brilliant opportunities created in the first place by his genius, and then lost by his timidity or lack of balance. On one occasion, when he learned that the very nobles who had sworn on oath to uphold his constitution were plotting its overthrow, he invited the leaders of the conspiracy to a banquet, arrested them, and sent them under guard to prison. The next morning the prison bell tolled, and the nobles within were let out, apparently to the death their treachery had richly deserved. At the last moment, however, when each had given up hope, the tribune came before the scaffold, and after a sermon on the forgiveness of sins, ordered those who were condemned to be set free. If he had wished to win their allegiance by this act of clemency, Rienzi had ill-judged his enemies. They had disliked him before as a peasant upstart. Now they hated him far more bitterly as a man who had been able to humble them in the public gaze, believing, whether rightly or wrongly, that it was not forgiveness, but fear of the powerful families to which they belonged that had finally moved him to mercy. From this moment, the Orsini, the Colonna, and their friends had but one object in life: to pull the tribune from his throne. By bribery and the spreading of false rumors, they set themselves to undermine his influence, telling tales everywhere of his extravagance and luxury as contrasted with the heavy taxes, until at last, in 1354, a tumult broke out in the city, and a mob collected that stormed the palace where Rienzi lodged, shouting, "Death to the traitor!" As the tribune attempted to escape, he was seen against the flames of his burning walls and cut down. With the fall of Rienzi died the idea of a restored and reformed Italy through the medium of a Holy Roman Republic, just as Dante's hope of a new and more perfect Roman Empire had been shattered by the death of Henry VII. Was there then no hope for Italy in medieval minds? The next answer, that there was hope, indeed came from Siena, one of the hill towns not far south of Florence, and its author was a peasant girl, Catherine Benincasa, who, like Jeanne d'Arc, looking round upon the misery of her country, believed that she was called by God to show her fellow countrymen the way of salvation. St. Catherine, for she was afterwards canonized, was one of the 25 children of a Sienese dyer, who was at first very angry that his daughter refused to marry and instead joined the order of Dominican tertiaries, that is, of women who, still remaining in their own homes, bound themselves by vows to obey a religious rule. In time, not only the dyer, but all Siena came to realize that Catherine possessed a mind and a spirit far above ordinary standards, so that, while in her simplicity she would accept the meanest household tasks, she had yet so great an understanding of the larger issues of life that she could read the cause of each man or woman's trouble who came to her and suggest the remedy they needed to give them fresh courage or hope. During an outbreak of plague in Siena, it was Catherine who, undismayed and tireless, went everywhere amongst the sick and dying, infusing new heart into the weary doctors and energy into patients succumbing helplessly to the disease. When one of the wild young nobles of the town was condemned to death, according to the harsh law of the day, for having dared to criticize his government, Catherine visited him in prison. She found him raging up and down his cell like some trapped wild animal, refusing all comfort. But her presence and sympathy brought him so great a sense of peace, and even of thanksgiving, that he went to the scaffold at last joyfully, we are told, calling it the holy place of justice. Here, not shrinking from the scene of death itself, Catherine awaited him, kneeling before the block, and received his head in her lap when it was severed from his body. When he was at rest, she wrote afterwards, showing what a strain had been, my soul also rested in peace and quiet. St. Catherine was not alarmed when ambassadors from other cities, and even messengers from the Pope at Avignon, came to ask her advice on thorny problems. She believed that she was a messenger of God, servant and slave of the servants of Jesus Christ, as she styled herself in her letters, and that God intended the regeneration of Italy to be brought about neither by emperor nor by a Holy Roman Republic, but by the Pope himself. No longer must he live at Avignon, but return to Rome, and once established there, begin the work of reform so sorely needed both by church and state. Then would follow a call to the world that, recognizing by his just and generous acts that he was indeed the Father of Christendom, would joyfully come to offer its allegiance. This high ideal touched the hearts and imaginations of even the least spiritual of Catherine's contemporaries. One of her letters was addressed to that firebrand, Sir John Hawkwood, whom she besought to turn his sword away from Italy against the Turks. And it is said that on reading it he took an oath that if other captains would go on a crusade, he would do so also. St. Catherine herself went to Avignon and saw Pope Gregory XI, a timid man who loved luxury and peace of mind, fearing greatly the turbulence of Rome. At this time, all the barons of the Campania and most of the cities on the papal estates were up in arms, and Gregory had been warned that unless he went in person to pacify the combatants, he was likely to lose all his temporal possessions. Catherine, when consulted, told him sternly that he should certainly return to Italy, but not for this reason. "Open the eyes of your intelligence," he said, "and look steadily at this matter. You will then see, Holy Father, that it is more needful for you to win back souls than to reconquer your earthly possessions." In January 1377, St. Catherine gained her most signal triumph, for Gregory XI, at her persuasion, appeared in Rome and took up his quarters there, so bringing to an end the Babylonian captivity. Not long afterwards he died, and the Romans who had rejoiced at his coming were overwhelmed with fear that his successor might be a Frenchman and return to Avignon. "Give us a Roman," they howled, surging around the palace where the College of Cardinals, or consistory as it was called, was holding the election. And the cardinals, believing that they would be torn in pieces unless they at least chose an Italian, hastily elected a Neapolitan, the Archbishop of Bari, who took the name of Urban VI. It was an unfortunate choice. Urban honestly wished to reform the Church, but of Christian charity, without which good deeds are of no avail, he possessed nothing. Arrogant, passionate, and fierce in his frequent hatreds, blind to either tact or moderation, he tried to force the cardinals by threats and insults into surrendering their riches and pomp. "I tell you in truth," exclaimed one of them when he had listened to the Pope's first fiery denunciations, "you have not treated the cardinals today with the respect they received from your predecessors. If you diminish our honor, we shall diminish yours." Rome was soon aflame with the plots of the rebellious college, whose members finally withdrew from the city, declared that they had been intimidated in their choice by the mob, that the election of Urban was therefore invalid, and that they intended to appoint someone else. As a result of this new conclave, there appeared a rival pope, Clement VII, who after a short civil war fled from Italy and took up his residence at Avignon. The period that followed is called the Great Schism, one of the times of deepest humiliation into which the papal power ever descended. From Rome and Avignon, two sets of bulls claiming divine sanction and the necessity of human obedience went forth to Christendom, their authors each declaring himself the one lawful successor of St. Peter and the father of the Holy Catholic Church. With Clement VII sided France, her allies Scotland, Spain, and Naples. With Urban VI, Germany, England, and most of the northern kingdoms. And when these popes died, the cardinals they had elected perpetuated the schism by choosing fresh rivals to rend the unity of the Church. Thus, in the struggle for temporal supremacy, reform was forgotten, and the growing spirit of doubt and skepticism given a fair field in which to sow her seed. St. Catherine had realized her desire, the return of the Pope to Rome, only, we see, to find it fail in achieving the purpose for which she had prayed and planned. The popes of the 14th century were men of the age in which they lived, not great souls like the saint of Siena herself, who called them to a task of which they were spiritually incapable. With her death, her ideal faded, and another gradually took shape in the minds of men, namely, an appeal from the Vicar of Christ on earth to Christ himself, residing in the whole body of the Church. Christendom remembered that in the early days of her history it had been the councils of the Fathers, sitting at Nicaea and elsewhere, that had defined the faith and made laws for the Catholic Church. Now it was suggested that once more a large world council should be called from every Catholic nation, composed of cardinals, archbishops, bishops, the heads of the friars and of the monastic and military orders, together with doctors of theology and law. This council was to be given power by the whole of Christendom to end the schism, condemn heresy, and reform the Church. The person who was chiefly responsible for the summoning of this council that met at Constance in 1414 was Sigismund, king of the Romans, a son of the Emperor Charles IV, and brother and heir to the Emperor Wenzel, a drunken sot who was also king of Bohemia, but quite incapable of playing an intelligent part in public affairs. Sigismund was king of Hungary by election and through his marriage with a daughter of Louis the Great. But his subjects had little respect for his ability and were usually in a state of chronic rebellion. In spite of the fact that he had no money and had been decisively and ingloriously defeated in battle by the Turks, he continued to hold high ambitions, desiring above all things to appear as the arbiter of European destinies who would reform both church and state. The Council of Constance gave him an opportunity, and certainly no other man worked as hard to make it a success. Sometimes he presided in person at the meetings, which dragged out their weary discussions for about 4 years, and at other times he would visit the courts of Europe, trying to persuade rival popes to resign, or, if they were obstinate, civil sovereigns to refuse them patronage and protection. He even tried, though in vain, to act as mediator in the 100 Years' War, in order that the political quarrels of French and English might not bring friction to the council board. It is unfortunate for Sigismund's memory that his share in the Council of Constance was marred by treachery. As heir to the throne of Bohemia and the incapable Wenzel, he was often led to interfere in the affairs of that kingdom, and felt it his duty to take some steps with regard to the spread of Wycliffe's doctrines amongst his future subjects, especially in the National University of Prague. Here, heretical views were daily expounded by a clever priest and teacher, John Huss. Now the Orthodox Catholics in the university were mainly Germans and hated by the ordinary Bohemians, who were Slavs, and these therefore admired and followed Huss for national as well as from religious convictions. Sigismund agreed with Huss in desiring a drastic reform of the Church, suitable means for ensuring which he hoped to see devised at Constance. At the same time, he trusted that the representatives of Christendom would come to some kind of a compromise with the Bohemian teacher on his religious views, and persuade him by their arguments to withdraw some of his most unorthodox opinions. With this end in view, he therefore invited Huss to appear at the council, offering him a safe conduct. Many of the Bohemians suspected treachery and shook their heads when their national hero insisted that he was bound in honor to make profession of his faith when summoned. "God be with you," exclaimed one, "for I fear greatly that you will never return to us." This prophecy was fulfilled, for Huss, when he arrived at Constance, found that Sigismund was absent and the attitude of the council definitely hostile to anything he might say. After a prolonged examination, he was called upon to recant his errors, and, refusing to yield, was condemned to death as a heretic. Sigismund, on his return to Constance shortly after the sentence had been passed, was persuaded that unless he consented to withdraw his safe conduct, the whole gathering would break up in wrath. Herod, he was told, had made a bad oath in agreeing to fulfill the wish of Herodias' daughter, and should have refused her demand for the head of John the Baptist. To pledge faith to a heretic was equally wrong, for as an example and warning to Christendom, all heretics should be burned. It was imperative, therefore, for the good of the Church, that such a safe conduct should be withdrawn. Sigismund at last sullenly yielded, conscious of the stain on his honor, yet still more fearful lest the council he had called together with so great an effort should melt away, its tasks unfulfilled, as his many enemies hoped. In July 1415, Huss was burned alive, crying aloud with steadfast courage of those about him who urged him to recant, "Lo, I am prepared to die in that truth of the gospel which I taught and wrote." Lest he should be revered as a martyr, the ashes of Huss were flung into the river, his very clothes destroyed. But measures that had prevailed when an Arnold of Brescia preached to a few some 2 centuries before were unavailing when a John Huss died for the faith of a nation. Sigismund kept his council together, but he paid for his broken word in the flame of hatred that his accession in 1419 aroused in Bohemia, and which lasted during the 17 years of what are usually called the Hussite Wars. The Council of Constance had condemned heresy. It succeeded in deposing 3 rival popes, and by its united choice of a new pope, Martin V, it put an end to the long schism that had divided the Church. The question of reform, the most vital of all the problems discussed, resulted in such controversy that men grew weary, and it was postponed for settlement to another council that the new pope pledged himself to call in 5 years. Such were the practical results of the first real attempt of the Church to solve the problems of medieval times, not by the decision of one man, whether pope or emperor, but by the voice of Christendom at large. If the attempt failed, the difficulties in the way were so great that failure was inevitable. The conciliar movement was modern in the sense that it was an appeal to the judgment of the many rather than of a single autocrat. But it proved too medieval in actual construction and working for the growing spirit of nationality that brought its prejudices and its misunderstandings to the council hall. English and French, Germans and Bohemians, Italians and men from beyond the Alps were too mutually suspicious, too assured of the righteousness of their own outlook, to be able to sacrifice their individual or still more their national convictions to traditional authority. The day for world rule, as medieval statesmen understood the term, had passed, and the Council of Constance was a witness to its passing. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Europe in the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 1, The Fall of the Greek Empire. The final failure of Christendom to preserve Eastern Europe from the infidel may be traced back to the disastrous Fourth Crusade in the 13th century, when Venice, for purely selfish reasons, drove out the Greek rulers of Constantinople and helped to establish a Latin or Frankish empire. This empire lasted for 57 years, weak in its foundation and growing ever weaker like a badly built house, ready to tumble to the ground at the first tempest. It pretended to embrace all the territory that had belonged to its predecessors, but many of the feudal landowners whom it appointed were never able to take possession of their estates that remained under independent Greek or Bulgarian princes, while in Asia Minor the exiled Greek emperors ruled at Nicaea, awaiting an opportunity to cross the Bosporus and effect a triumphant return. Michael Palaeologus, to whom the opportunity came, was an unscrupulous adventurer who, on account of his military reputation, had been appointed guardian of the young emperor of Nicaea, John Ducas, a boy of 8. Taking advantage of this position, Michael drove from the court all whom he knew to be disinterested partisans of his charge, and then declared himself joint emperor with the child. This ambitious claim was but a step to worse deeds, for before he was 10 years old, the unhappy little emperor had been blinded and thrust into a dungeon by his co-emperor's orders, and the Palaeologi had become the reigning house of the Eastern Empire. This was an evil day for Christendom, for though Michael Palaeologus beat down the resistance of all the Greek princes who dared to resent the way in which he had usurped the throne, and afterward succeeded in entering Constantinople, yet neither he nor his descendants were the type of men to preserve what he had gained. Nearly all the Palaeologi were weak and false, Michael himself so shifty in his dealings that his friends trusted him less than his enemies. Because he had won his throne by fraud and cruelty, he was always suspicious, like Italian despots, lest one of his generals should turn against him and outwit him. Instead, therefore, of keeping his attention fixed on the steadily increasing power of the Mohammedans, an inspection that would have warned a wise man to maintain a strong army along the borders of the empire in Asia Minor, he was so afraid of his own Greek troops that, once established in Constantinople, he disbanded whole regiments and exiled their best officers. Everything he did, in fact, was calculated merely to secure his immediate safety or advantage, with no thought for the future, so that he died, leaving his kingdom an easy prey to foreign enemies strong enough to seize the advantage. Besides the misrule of Michael Palaeologus, other factors were at work, busily undermining the restored Greek Empire. For one thing, the Greek and Bulgarian princes, who had obtained independence when the Latins ruled in Constantinople, had no intention of returning to their old allegiance, while here and there were feudal states, like the Duchy of Athens, established by the Latins and still held by them, although the Frankish emperor who had been their suzerain had disappeared. The islands in the Aegean Sea, an order had radiated, had clung to a fiction of this power and glory throughout medieval days. Now, at last, the sham was exposed, and before the forces of nationality her boasted supremacy collapsed. The center of political gravity had changed, and with it the traditions and ideals for which the supremacy of Italy had stood. End of chapter 23. Recording by Stephen Seidel. End of History of the Middle Ages by Ierne Lifford Plunket.